people there too, because sometimes people cannot, link through this method. But have no fear, because I will remain here for the entire day. The MSS Forum has actually come on leaps and bounds. 4 or 5 years ago, when we started it, we had a lot of skepticism as to whether or not the supply chain was a problem, or whether third parties could be a problem. What about onboarding? What about multi-tenancy threat vectors? What does resilience actually mean, especially if you have a really distributed supply chain and then something like Corona comes along? So over the years, it's sort of gained momentum. And obviously, there are some people who have been to not just the MSS Denver, but San Diego, London, Amsterdam, and a host of other places. But it's actually really heartening to see how everyone has come on. So we are nearly at 10 past. Just a quick check to see we have all of our panelists who are ready to go. Let's just double check. And as always, please feel free to send to all panelists and attendees. That would be great, because that means that we can all chat to each other. Very good. No, that is indeed the case. That is indeed, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, I must say I am very, very pleased to receive lots of personal messages, but I think that one there was designed for the whole group. It's nice to be in the DMV. Of course, last time we were in the DMV was back in September time, just before the election, and we were wondering what sort of provisions might be necessary. I don't think we quite anticipated everything, but it was certainly very nice to check out everything in advance for a number of reasons, as I'm sure you will appreciate. So it is now basically on the hour, so I don't see. So today we have 52, which I think will attend at any one time. But let me just bring everybody up on stage. Hello, Scott. Hello, Robert. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Phil. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. Nice to see you. Nice, bright and early. You're the early birds. How's everything going?
Yeah. So for me, so far, so good.
Perfect. Well, today, and of course we are live as well, we are joined by Robert Fusito, VP Enterprise Resiliency, Physical Security and Crisis Management, Fannie Mae, Mick Fulmer, Chief Information Officer, ABNB Federal Credit Union, and Scott Algier, President at IT ISAC, and great supporter of the events. It's a pleasure to welcome you all here. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing great. Thank you, Phil.
Good. Perfect. Thanks for having us.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you.
So
can you hear me?
I can. It's perfect. So the purpose of today's event is to look at the security service, internal or external, of tomorrow. It's looking at resiliency. It's looking at, of course, the top post holder of tomorrow. Given that it's early in the morning, it's the first panel of the day. Robert, why don't I ask you to set the scene? Can you give us a flavor of how the last 12 months have sort of changed your world, expedited resilience, What's been going on?
Yeah, this has been an unprecedented year. I think with the global pandemic, with all the civil and political unrest, the worst hurricane season in 25 years. It's been an amazing and challenging year, especially with everybody working remotely. So if leadership isn't drinking the resiliency Kool-Aid, now nobody will ever drink the Kool-Aid and kind of get it. So it has had a huge impact. The good news is everybody's bought into it and understands why resiliency is important to a firm. The bad news is that leadership is now going to be expecting you to break out your crystal ball and tell them what the next crisis is going to be, because now they absolutely have bought into the fact that something's going to happen. And for those firms that responded extremely well, kudos to everybody for that. And for those that didn't, there's a lot of lessons learned. And even for those folks that have written infectious disease plans and loss of staff plans, we still never got the disaster we planned for. For an infectious disease plan, this went way, way beyond what we had planned for. So the thing that we thought about in terms of losing staff, impacts to the internet, all those things, we didn't get that. And it shifted from a continuity event into a workplace HR event. So lots of learnings that we took away from this. But if you haven't bought into the fact that resiliency is a required function within the firm and needs to be extremely robust, it's never going to happen at this point. So lots of eyes are now looking, lots of support, financial. The boards are looking at the function, making sure supply chains are under scrutiny. I mean, it's now gone from zero to a main focal point.
I like it, and we'll see that resiliency is in fact a big theme of today. We have an entire panel dedicated to it, in fact, and I think whether or not we're looking at the top information security post holder of tomorrow, the top risk manager, the top physical security, I think we'll extrapolate a lot of lessons for this. Mick, on the information security side, has this last 12 months been a catalyst for digital transformation? How's it sort of affected your workflow?
For us here at ABMV, we started a complete core and digital banking transformation on March 9th of last year. And so when I say started it, we went live. And so we spent the last year trying to basically implement a whole new banking core and a digital banking platform. At the same time, we were doing all the things that Robert was just talking about, reacting to this disaster, this pandemic, figuring out how to get people to work from home. We were lucky; we had prepared to a large degree for that. So one of the things Robert alluded to in terms of the folks who had prepared, we were pretty much prepared. We saw some of the other issues like SolarWinds breach and things like that complicate our lives. For sure. So all of those things combined, I think, really put a lot of stress on the organization in terms of being able to time slice and, multitask the various issues we were facing. So
I like that, time slicing and multitasking. And in fact, maybe that's a theme that we'll see as we've discovered security can be responsible for everything if you truly want it to be. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. Scott, of course, you wear two hats. You have your local hat and you have your ITISAC hat. Could you give us a flavor of what you've seen, going on over the last 12 months? Digital transformation catalyst or the extension of what was already going on?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Phil. So goes without saying, remarkable year, right? It was almost back in 2008. I led a group that did a risk assessment to the IT sector as critical functions. We had identified specific functions within the IT sector, and we're doing a risk assessment towards it. And I remember this conversation about, oh, well, what if there was a pandemic? And then we had a pandemic, and we had a 0-day exploits, and nobody can work from home, or nobody's in the office to identify these attacks because of the pandemic. Oh, and then by the way, we have these hurricanes that come through and take down critical infrastructure. I remember people were like, nah, that's never going to happen, right? So we put that down at like this low likelihood risk, and here we are living it today. So, it's something I think that we, at least in the planning that we've done, we kind of realized that, yes, it's possible, but it's not really likely. And here we are, we're kind of living through the worst aspects of what we wanted to do. But I think from an ITISAC perspective, we've been challenged like everyone else, right? They're working from home, how to onboard new staff. Our members, our global members, they have the same challenges that everyone else has. So one of the things that we've done this year, though, however, is it's given us the opportunity to leverage the knowledge sharing among the members. So when people talk about, hey, how do you support these remote workforces? Our VPN is overloaded. How can you help? I need, how do we get people securely in when we're overloading our VPN? Having the ability to knowledge share across the member organizations has been tremendously helpful. We did based on the knowledge that our members provided us, we were able to produce a lessons learned report on COVID-19 and remote working and how to ensure business continuity, which is available up on our website. And then from an organizational perspective as well, we saw a lot of new interest for the ITISAC because people understood that there's the new threat environment that they're living in. They don't have the resources to deal with it on their own. So we actually saw a really, we started, in the beginning or in the middle of March when this first occurred, wondering, well, what kind of impact is this going to have on our membership and budget, and what ended up is ended up increasing our membership. We have a lot more interest in the ISAC, a lot more engagement across the membership, and we were able to form this awesome partnership with the CompTIA ISAL, where they have a information sharing forum for MSPs and MSSPs, and we were able to create a relationship with them where we, the ITI, provides their operation and analytic support for the information sharing that they're doing within the CompTIA ISAL membership. So it really has been, despite all of the chaos out, in the outside world, we were able to find a lot of opportunities to partner with our members and partner with other organizations for the common good.
I like that, and that partnerships angle, I think I've certainly taken advantage of it in my events world. So if I can, everyone can. But Robert, let's talk about that then. Partners, and of course, a lot of this event is thinking about third parties, subcontractors, internal, external team members. How can you actually help these partners help themselves? Maybe that's a good angle, Robert.
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. And, one of the first things that we did in the beginning of the onset of the pandemic was to take a look at the supply chain and our various partners and reach out to find out, how it's affecting them. And the way we went about helping them help themselves is giving them guidance on the dependencies that they need to rely on, and have them think about what their third parties, which would be our fourth parties, and their fourth and fifth parties. So we're looking down the chain, but providing guidance to help them gauge and understand their dependencies and where specifically it would affect us as a key reliance on their service. So looking at our partners from third party as well as internal, is just making sure that they're considering those dependencies, and to really give them some thoughts, some guidance on what they should be doing. And we were fairly comfortable with what we had been looking at, and we thought that by providing them the guidance, that they can highlight and uncover some of the challenges that they were having, and then which would then give us better insight as to what we should be concerned about. So providing guidance to our partners and third parties to help them better plan for or see what's coming their way was very helpful for us.
And maybe, Robert, can you give us a flavor? I'm sure we're going to ask this same question again and again today, but can you give us a flavor of the DMV as an area, and considerations that people might have to think about, especially with those wider third parties that could or could not be connected to government or public sector or something like that? I wonder if there's a flavor you can give us.
Well, our office, our headquarters at Fannie Mae, we sit 3 blocks from the White House. So with a lot of the civil unrest, forget about the pandemic, but the civil unrest pushed the perimeter, the security perimeter, right to our front doorstep, literally, and forced us to really lock down our facility, boarded up, wire fencing. I mean, we were much better prepared than the Capitol was on January 6th for those reasons. But being in that particular area, civil unrest is a regular challenge that we face, and with all of the protests that are going on, so we're extra sensitive. We're also because of our status in the industry, in the critical infrastructure, Fannie Mae is deemed as a Section 9 firm according to DHS. So we have to be on top of our game. We have to make sure that that we're prepared for everything, and our services are available to the industry. We can provide credit and liquidity. So being in that particular physical space is a challenge when we need people, physical services coming into the space. That's a challenge that we face.
No, I like it. And Mick, from the financial side, but the IT side of the house, is there anything special that you think that we should be aware about from the DMV's wider sort of logistics community? Because I suppose onboarding is difficult enough for the world of finance, but is there anything special about the DMV?
Well, as far as the region goes, as Robert knows for sure, it really is centered around DC, the DC area. We have Richmond north of us, and then we're about as far south in the DMV as you get. So we have some issues where I live in our area with transportation, infrastructure, things like that, just because of the way we're situated geographically. Robert alluded to the hurricane season. No question about it. We're in high alert basically from June until the end of November every year. I think that probably does factor in. Interesting thing for us is, again, one of the things him or Scott alluded to were the implications of having vendors and making sure that you cover the strategic planning that your vendors have done and where they located. And of course, I'm not sure anyone ever met. Well, frankly, when we talked about disasters, the one disaster we sort of dismissed was a nuclear holocaust that affected multiple super regions of the country. And it turned out the storm that affected Texas all the way to New Jersey didn't have the same impact as a Holocaust by any means, or a nuclear attack, but it had the same impact from an infrastructure and a technology capacity perspective. A lot of the vendors that we have actually use Texas as a DR site for their primary data centers. And turned out our backup data center in Texas ran out of power. So luckily we weren't down, but we didn't have DR at that point. So, we intentionally don't put things in that same, what's in that same crescent. They call it what's it called? Help me out, guys. The crescent from DC down to Virginia, but sort of a crescent-shaped regional area covering Richmond and so on. And that area of the region, we intentionally, I would guess these guys all, when they're looking at critical services, they're looking at their vendors and their vendors' DR plans where they're not in that same region. So
I like it. Well, then, Mick, bearing that in mind, who should the top post holder for IT security or other types of security, who should that be? And who is it in fact today, I guess, because, dealing not just with your own stuff, but then a host of third-party contractors that are either embedded or outsourced or abroad. Who is this top post holder then?
Yeah, so I think that that's to put make one person responsible for it would probably be a bad idea. I do think it's a shared responsibility across clearly the executive tier, but from a day-to-day operational perspective, I would think it would be the VP or senior enterprise risk person, but not in terms of deciding it. Just essentially, their role would be more for oversight. So for large organizations, all organizations should have very robust and mature vendor risk management programs. And those vendor risk management programs should include, for critical services, should include reviews of SOC 2 Type 2 services where your third parties are carrying out the same sort of due diligence and reviews of their third parties, right? So our fourth parties and fifth parties. And so I think that in that regard, having a really strong vendor risk management program that reviews the decisions of lines of business, and as well as IT and information security, it's a team effort. I think that the CIO, the CISO, and the VP of risk or senior risk person, all combined, really should work together as a team to focus on these sorts of risks and making sure that they're doing the work to hold their third parties and their third parties, so fourth parties and fifth parties to account before the disaster happens. So making sure you have annual reviews for vendor risk and SOC 2 Type 2 reviews, making sure they're doing the work and there's not the mistake that we're leaving the risk to the third party to assume, right? So there's no way to defer that risk to the third party. It's still my problem. And so if companies and lines of business make the mistake that, hey, I found a vendor that can provide this, so now I don't have to worry about them. Well, that's a huge problem. And in financial services, we have OCC and FFIEC and NCUA all holding our feet to the fire and making sure we're doing that work. But I think for companies that don't have that sort of regulatory oversight, you could have some concerns about the survivability of the company. So if you're not doing that sort of work, whether you're a financial services company or not, you could really risk the survivability of the company as a result.
And that is quite a stark warning, I suppose, because it's not just we're saying, who's the top post holder? Isn't it a nice question? Could it be you? Could it be you? It's not that. It's got bigger ramifications, which is really important. Scott, do you find this question becoming more important as we start to work more and more with third parties like the world of the MSP, the MSS, or I don't know, what's that relationship change to today?
So I think, yes, I mean, there's a lot more attention being paid to third-party risks and their business their ability to be resilient as well, right? Because people depend on third parties for critical services, right? So there's the wanting to make sure that those third parties are able to continue to be able to do business in the event of a disaster. But there's also a huge focus, even before SolarWinds, but an increasing focus on the security of those third parties, right? As the larger enterprises become more locked down, use financial services as an example, right? They have lots of money, so they have a lot of many large financial services specifically have lots of resources to deploy to defense. So for the bad guys, hey, if it's going to take me a lot of work to get into the large companies and I may not be successful, or maybe I should shift my attack focus to some of their smaller suppliers who likely will not take as much effort to get into those networks, but it gives me the same access. And this is where the managed services world is important as well, because a lot of managed service companies, managed security service providers are often smaller size businesses themselves. They have customers, they have multiple customers, so they have access to a lot of their sensitive data. So we've seen this community become a more and more of a target of interest to the adversaries because of a combination of their security practices aren't generally as strong as some of the larger enterprises because they don't necessarily have the same resources, and also because by attacking this one company, you can have access to information from multiple companies.
I like it. I like it. Well, so welcome, Dr. Priyadarshi. Dr. Satyam Priyadarshi is chief data scientist for Halliburton, also in the Virginia area. And so I think this is a very nice complementary aspect to this panel, because of course we have colleagues from the world of risk and resilience. We have colleagues from IT security, also third parties, and as a CDS for oil and gas. What we're trying to ascertain is the top post holder of tomorrow. We've looked at whether or not third parties can change the nature of it, given that you have to deal with a range of international stakeholders. But I was curious, Dr. Priyadarshi, what skills do you think that this top post holder of tomorrow is going to require? Are they going to require data science skills, communication skills, juggling skills? I don't know. What will they need? You're on mute. Dr. Priyadarshi, I think you're on mute.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for being late. Somebody took out my network at home, so I couldn't communicate either way. Even phone was down. So, but anyway, so what I was saying is, if you look at the history of information security professionals in oil and gas or energy industry, or even like other critical infrastructure, they have been there for like compliance related, so to say, and doing the minimal sort of thing that is needed to be compliant. But if you look at the change in the technology that has taken place, especially now we are deploying like cloud, like almost like crazy, like since last 1 year, just a change is an exponential change in actually deploying cloud-based technologies, whether it is related to like say Office 365 or related to operational data or related to the field data, right? Whether fog, edge computing that we are actually deploying, both irrespective of an energy sector, whether it's geothermal, whether it's oil and gas or wind or solar, right? These whole three components are being deployed significantly. The challenge is like, how do we one is the compliance side that you need. Most of the information security professionals have a lot of knowledge and expertise there in terms of assurance and things like that. But in order to really address challenges, that is lacking. And what is coming next? And that's where the word that you use, that they need data science skill. Absolutely, because how do you monitor in real time, right? And that means you have to communicate. You have to communicate with the data scientist pool, or what if you want to call citizen data scientist in security, you have to communicate with the right kind of verbiage. because the typical data scientists, they may be very good at programming their code, right, and building some patterns, but they can't interpret what is needed from a security perspective, right? So that is one. The second one, that is certainly the knowledge needed. And if we look at the other aspect, is that the soft skills related to digital transformation. Now, if you look at that word being used and abused significantly, but there is a whole sense to it. And digital transformation of a marketing company is certainly different than a media company to a energy sector company, right? And that communication gap is significant because most of us talk about digitalization, and as you know, Phelim, that I always say digitalization is an outdated term. It's like all about digital transformation. And for us, digital transformation is how do I connect from field to the back office and pretty much doing real-time resource optimization. And that requires there is a big component of the cybersecurity, not just from a data aspect, but in terms of actually taking actions in the field, right? For example, I don't know how many of our co-panelists and listeners are there who have the field experience, but if you think of it, when you have sensors that are sending data, which is being gathered at a remote site, and then being pushed to the back office to make the analysis, you can see that all the touch points for data breaches.
And of course, this enhanced transformation has meant that where is the edge? Because in fact, I did run an event called Edge of Network, and we concluded we didn't know where the edge was. But anyway, and now we definitely are a little less sure, maybe. Mick, what then does this mean to your need to work with third parties to build in resilience? Does this mean, after all of this, last 12 months, that we're going to be less in favor of working with an outsourced MSS because we don't know if we can rely on them in a pinch, or has it meant that we work more with them?
No, for me personally, I think that it means we have to work more with them. I do think that we have the opportunities to leverage the skills of very specific MSS, boutique agencies or specific agencies that have particular skills for what I need in a given situation. So I think that those opportunities exist, and I think that the key there is making sure that whoever you partner with, that you're actually doing really good vendor risk security and cloud security risk management, and then in the process, don't fall in love with your vendor before you've done the work, right? So don't make sure that they're the right ones for the job, and they're doing the work to so they don't compromise your network or your company in the process.
I like that due diligence, that thing. Well, Robert, how can we do that then? Because we know that a third party, we can do some due diligence into them, but then when it gets into the fourth and fifth party, which CMMC and other things, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, it still covers them, right? So how can we make our relationship with third parties more resilient and do our due diligence?
Yeah, I think, and I think Mick hit the nail on the head. I think it's all about proper vetting up front, and you do that proper risk assessment to understand the weaknesses of the vendor, and if they hit too many of those points, then you have to find another vendor. And then once you find the right vendor and they hit all your points, then you have to assess the vendor. So we spend a lot of time looking at and have contingency plans with our key strategic third-party partners, and we look at short-term outages, long-term outages, and even exit strategies. You want to minimize every single point of failure possible. So if vendor A is not doing the job, you need to know how long it's going to take you and what it's going to take to get to vendor B. And all of that has to be done up front. And when you find those vendors, I think we touched on it before, it's some of our own processes that we use internally to look at our internal businesses or technology that supports them, and kind of do that a forensic analysis to understand, where those pitfalls are, and to help themselves, right? What are the risks that they need to consider? What are their dependencies that they need to investigate and make sure that they don't have those single points of failure. And as part of the process that we would go through the due diligence, when after we vetted them, is to help them make sure that they got their backside covered, and that we feel more confident in the relationship. So if we impart some of our best practices on our third-party partners, then we know that their third parties and their third parties, so our fourth and fifth, are thinking the same way. And it's you kind of lead by example, and you drive that kind of risk mentality right through your partners. And and we try our best to do that and minimize those single points of failure wherever we can.
I like it, and I was going to go on to another topic, but Mike actually has come in with a good question. Mike, hello. He said, it might be a good idea to ask the question, when it comes to resiliency, who is responsible and who is accountable? Yes, that's esoteric, but also very relevant. What do you think? Perhaps if I go to you now, Scott, I think that might be a good segue.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. So, I mean, it really is a good question. I mean, who's ultimately responsible for it is the corporate leadership, the board, and the C-suite. Resiliency can't be viewed as an IT issue. It's not, can't be viewed as a physical security, business continuity issue. Or I have a risk guy, he's gonna do that for me. It's a board, C-suite level, and they need to manage the risk, but they also need to establish good metrics, right? So one of the issues in accountability and doing resiliency is, okay, what are we measuring against? How do we know if we're being resilient? You can push down you can ask your third-party suppliers, hey, check these boxes. Are you doing steps A, B, and C? Yeah, they a lot of times suppliers know that, hey, I'm supposed to be doing this, even though I'm not, so I'm going to check it, right? So having that's one way to do it, right? But then from a corporate CEO board suite leadership, you need to understand what your risk exposure is. And I'm not sure that those check the box type questionnaires really gets to that understanding for those C-suites. So this requires the boards to be asking the right questions, and it requires oftentimes the companies themselves to reevaluate what they're tracking, what the metrics that they're using for success are. So for one example, right, information sharing isn't going to solve all of the world's problems, but to what extent are these larger enterprises making threat information available to their smaller suppliers so that they understand, so those smaller suppliers understand the risk environment and potential steps that they can take to manage those risks. So a lot of times companies just ask, hey, you need to be secure, are you being secure? But they don't help inform them. They don't help teach them about how to manage those risks. So I think looking at programs, reevaluating how we look at managing third-party risks, and not just from a check the box compliance, are you doing A, B, and C, but helping those third-party suppliers be more informed about the threats, what they can do to manage and mitigate them, and then feeding improved metrics up to the board. I think is there's activities that we're seeing a lot of in the ITI, within the ITI seg members these days.
No, I like that. Robert, so you wanted to say something?
Yeah. So Scott, I think the ultimate accountability is definitely the board, but it's the work of the first, second, and third line that has to raise those issues, because the board is is while they're being held accountable, it's going to be our job to make sure that we're doing the proper vetting and that we raise those issues to the board and to the C-suite to make sure that we got their support and they're aware of the risks, right? So I think it's important, and I'm actually presenting to our board next month. And if I don't go to them with all of the right risks and issues that they need to be aware of, I'm basically not doing my job. But accountability is at the top of the house, but it's up to the first, second, and third lines to do their jobs well, to make sure the boards are well informed and the C-suite is well informed, so that they can make educated decisions and provide strategic guidance down into the organization.
I like it.
And Robert, I agree with that completely. And that also raises another issue though of having these second and third tier, or these executives such as yourself and your colleagues, understanding the business and being able to present metrics and risks in terms of business risks, and not just, hey, we blocked 500,000 malicious IP addresses this month, right? It's putting the risk in terms of the board can understand, so then they can manage and allocate the resources and make the appropriate business investment decisions.
I like it. Can I just bring in Dr. Prijashi? I think you had your hand up. Do you want to chime in on this? Are you on mute again? You're still on mute.
One of the things I feel is very important is that this should be part of a strategic plan. If you look at the last 1 year, right? Resiliency, what we talked about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, is very different in the face of the pandemic that we are seeing. Especially, I'm talking about these critical infrastructure industries, right? The fluctuation in the market is another aspect that we can. Originally, we do the strategy around that, right? Things like that. But look at some things that we don't know. So where does a strategy map looks like? And so the resiliency should be like a disaster recovery. It should be like part of the strategy now as a separate item, I would say, because as Robert said or Scott said, that, okay, first line, second line, third level people who can provide the input, but it has to be built into the main business strategy as to how we will modify the strategy with the changing impact of whether it's technology or whether it's the impact of something else that we don't even know, what I call the hidden forces that are there. Right? Pandemic was never in anybody's, and resiliency, I can tell you examples from some of the companies that we work with Middle East, and when you talk to their people, they said they are so swamped that they can't actually address some of the challenges because they never thought that this could happen to them.
Yeah, there seems to be a flavor, doesn't it? I think we should probably do a Black Swan event about all the Black Swan events, because you never know.
So I mean, I think, Mick, you really covered it before. Like, think about the year, right? With the active hurricane season, the wildfires, the unrest, the pandemic, where everybody in the world is working remotely. And for me, the hero for this for the pandemic is the internet, and it really stood up. But when you look at all of that, and then you throw on the Texas freeze, right? It challenged all of our worst case scenarios. Right. So, I mean, you shut down, the people had no power, so that working remotely didn't work. Buildings, roads were out. I mean, Texas was a complete shutdown, and we have an operation in Texas. So on top of everything else with the pandemic and working from home, we had loss of technology, loss of staff, loss of facility, right? On top of that, we had to fail over our entire Texas operations to the DMV, basically, and have the DMV run our Texas operations for an entire week. And, because, and that's almost a Black Swan event, right? So you're really piling on the activities for the events.
Right. Yeah.
And to be able to continue to respond, that's really the true a demonstration of resilience, right? So it's just, we were just getting pummeled everywhere you turned. That Texas event was big. So on top of everything else, which made it, just more significant.
Well, can I go to Mick as well? Because I think you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah. So I think you summarized that perfectly. For me, I reflect back on how did we get here, and it really goes back to September 11th, 2001, where a lot of really big companies centered in New York City did not have disaster recovery and business continuity plans, or they didn't have them. They were incident based, right? They were example based, and so rather than being generic DR and BC plans, they basically had thought about things like, if I lose power, or if a tornado comes through, and then they were incident based and they were incident focused, and we learned from that. I think that the risk management industry or technologists in general should have learned from that no one anticipated that sort of an attack on New York City and what impact that sort of an attack could have on our economy and things like that. And I think we switched and turned around and realized that that was, that we were doing it wrong at the time. Real quick though, the reason I raised my hand was I wanted to mention something, because it seems to me that what we're talking about is the holistic approach to managing risk. And so my philosophy for my career has been, since frankly September 11th, has been secure and compliant by design. So across the board, everybody in our organization hears that on a routine basis: secure and compliant by design. We have to have coherent oversight on the three tiers you mentioned, from IT and lines of business to information security, and then enterprise risk management, overseeing those. And so when it goes to the question of who's accountable and who's responsible, it's definitely the responsibility of everyone to be secure and compliant by design. Then you have a program of risk management that's applied in layers, from the frontline staff and the people who are actually managing the systems and the lines of business picking them. And then another thing is making sure that you have ongoing review of the critical vendors, especially on an annual basis. At least from a financial services perspective, we don't have a choice. We have to do annual reviews for critical vendors. And that includes SOC 2 Type 2 reviews, making sure that the vendor we picked is still the vendor we should be in love with, right? And all of the risk assessments and the work we put into it should be risk-based. So we're not doing this sort of work for, agencies like the plumber or the folks that are mowing the lawn outside. That it's a risk-based approach for this, this program. And it's a matter of the entire organization understanding, every company, I don't care what you do, it's about managing risk. I don't care who you are, it's about managing risk. And you're making money based on the margin. You're taking as much risk as you can and making as much money as you can, but you don't want to take too much risk. Otherwise, where that goes. So. Yeah,
absolutely. Great sentiments. And I think a great start to this topic for this very action-packed day. We've got a lot of topics to go through, and we sort of mentioned them, and that's sort of the point of this opening panel. We want to give a flavor of where we can go today, and I think we've really done that. We are out of time, so please give Robert, Scott, Dr. Priyadarshi, and Mick a wonderful round of applause, and I will see you in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Phil.
Thanks, everyone.
See you. I'll just move it back to the audience. Wonderful. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much. Obviously, it's an interesting day today. Today is also tax filing day. I'm reliably informed, so hopefully that's going smoothly for everyone. We are very, very pleased to welcome our next panel. Thank you also, Mike, for the questions. Before I do, I'd just love to do a lovely shout out to say thank you to KnowBe4. Eric Crom will be speaking very soon, and also HackDefNet for Mike Godecker will be speaking soon for supporting this event. So this last year I don't know if anyone remembers when we did our first virtual events in March. Obviously we didn't do virtual ones before, we did physical ones, but the topic was how come everyone is asking for a resilient strategy after the fact. So with that in mind, I'm going to invite up our next panelists, and I'll give them the introduction when they're on the stage. It's actually very important to look at the topic of resiliency. We've already heard the topic of resiliency mentioned in the previous panel, but imagine Jamie, you're upside down. Perfect. So today we are joined by Jamie Quarles, CEM, Senior Emergency Management Specialist at the District of Columbia Homeland and Emergency Management Agency. We are joined by Lisa Oliveri, Director of Global Safety and Security at EDC. And we are joined by Risha Gupta as herself. She is an expert in this field. Her opinions are hers alone. So we are delighted to welcome everyone here. And Jamie, if you can't get the video, then we'll get the audio. Absolutely. So let's start with you, Lisa, and work our way around. Am I imagining things that people have been asking for resilient strategies after the fact, after the horse has bolted? And if they have been, what on earth is resilience to you?
Thanks, Bellum, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here with this panel. I would say, specifically for my sector, and the Education Development Center is an international nonprofit that works in the development sector globally. We actually didn't have direct requests for resilience training, but I know that others in other sectors have. So I think it's a really interesting topic. And specifically from my lens and my work, emergency management and resilience specifically speaks to our ability as an organization to recover and adapt to any sort of change quickly, and so that we can fulfill our mission, which is to support vulnerable and underserved communities through our health, education, and economic programs. So it's sort of with that lens that I bring to this panel today, because we do have so many programs where we may have to keep operating even as other organizations may be trying to withdraw or limit their activities. EDC and other humanitarian and development organizations have a unique perspective on this, because we're actually trying to get in and support populations during these crises in a different way, perhaps, than other businesses and organizations.
And that is perhaps a great perspective, because just as the managed service providers that we're going to hear from today had to go back to work to keep everything going, so you had to keep frontline services going. So maybe that's a good resilience angle. Risha, welcome. Obviously, you have a different background, but what does resilience actually mean to you? Because I'm aware that maybe everybody will see a spectrum or their own interpretation of it. You're on mute, Risha.
Right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you, and I'm honored to be here. I just have to make the disclosure, I'm not representing my employers, past or present right now. So I do come from a financial industry, and as in the previous panel, they were referencing the first, second, third line of defense. So I represent the first line of defense. So for us, because I'm in a financial industry, resilience has always been something we've had a strategy and, a very robust, mature plan. I mean, of course, the pandemic kind of threw a curveball for all of us. So the maturity curve has become even more apparent, so to say. Like, even if you had something in existence and something robust, it kind of showed all the gaps and the holes that you have. So for us, resilience has always been about failing over. Also, banking is considered an essential service. So even though with the pandemic, a lot of, as Lisa just mentioned, people were pulling back, we couldn't. We had to continue working. So for us, it has been about standing up the technology to support the colleagues that are suddenly, like thousands of them, working from home. In my industry, there's always a subset of population that works from home, but this was unprecedented, like the amount of people that ended up. Also, a lot of not only the technology, but from a cybersecurity perspective, and you have so many people working from home, you have other data leak or data breach concerns or security concerns, because you're dealing with, especially in the US, there is a lot of emphasis on NPPI and data, and we have to comply with a lot of regulations. And this is a very heavily regulated industry. So keeping all those compliances, and I think it was Mick who mentioned in the last panel that you have to take X amount of risk to match your X amount of your bottom line. And how do you balance between the two? So keeping those regulations in mind and making sure we were compliant, and yet being a profitable industry in this 1 year. So it has taken a lot of nuances. Resilience has definitely been about business continuity, has definitely been about cybersecurity, definitely been about physical security, because some of our functions cannot work remote. So having the pandemic and the guidelines, depending on the states, the physical security team had to kind of come up with I would say cleaning protocols, and we were not situated, nobody was situated for this. And then when the unrest happened, protecting the branches. So it has been multifaceted, I would say.
I like it. And this is why it's good to have someone from the third sector, someone from the private sector, and someone from the public sector on such a panel such as this. And maybe last year, we may not have had a resilience panel at this MSS type of forum, but it's suddenly flavor of the month. So Jamie, welcome to the panel. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background? Obviously, I know you very kindly spoken at a number of my events before, including in Dubai even. But for those of us that don't know you, what's your background, and what does resilience mean to you?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. Well, let's see. I am a certified emergency manager. I have been with the District of Columbia's Emergency Management Agency since since 2005. And so I've been around for quite a few events. The district, we do quite a bit with First Amendment activities, as well as other special events and weather-related activities. So we are pretty busy. And so when we talk about resilience within the context of emergency management, our job is kind of like to herd the cats. So we are bringing all of our partner agencies in, some of our local partners, to help manage any type of incident. And sometimes we are also bringing those same partners together for those special events like the inauguration and other special security events. And so for us, when we think about resilience, we are also reaching out to our partners who assist us in our response, as well as the community, because we realize that we want to take a whole community approach where we realize that there have been situations where the cavalry doesn't show up right away. So as we learn and we help to teach people, how can I help my neighbor? How can I help, how can we help the citizens to band together? How can we engage the churches? How can we engage the private sector to help one another become resilient and be able to withstand, what the effects. And so, really it becomes the idea of just making sure that people are able to withstand whatever it is that's going on. And hopefully as they practice their resilience, everybody is able to get on the other side better.
I like that, and I like the cavalry not coming, because of course that's not unusual in the private sector. There is no cavalry often. Lisa, let's then ask you, why on earth do we have this resilience topic in amongst an MSS panel? It's a bit unfair. I created it, right? So it's my fault. But I think it's particularly important right now. Is it because maybe resilience now means or has always meant adaptability?
Yeah, that is a great question. I think I'd agree with that to a large extent, especially now. When I start thinking about resilience and just being able to adapt and recover from a situation, I think it's essential. And so thinking about our experience with the pandemic, our organization, I think, was pretty resilient. I heard in the previous panel, and Risha mentioned it here, we've been able to continue our work in different ways. And but there have been so many challenges as well, things that were not necessarily foreseen, even though it makes perfect sense. And so, I think that looking forward, we may not see an exact same situation like this in the future, but hopefully there is enough trust, confidence, and lessons learned from the pandemic to build and to grow our resiliency to be successful in navigating the next crisis. So I think it's important that we don't lose the lessons learned from this experience, that training and building up that resilience going forward becomes more like muscle memory and not quite as new. So you have an even better chance of being able to recover and adapt more quickly. And I also think that adaptability brings a lot of opportunity to be innovative, optimistic, and productive. So I'd be curious to hear what the rest of the panel thinks about that, but that's sort of my frame of thinking for that.
I love it. Risha, how does that reflect for you?
I totally agree. As I said, this pandemic has brought so many gaps in our program. So if we would not use this opportunity to learn, lessons learned, and take them forward, we would be missing a big opportunity. We would be doing a disservice to our industry and to our customers or people who depend on us if we don't incorporate those lessons learned. And it has also, I think, given a new insight into what is really important and what do you want to really incorporate into your resiliency plan. Things that we were almost taking for granted before have become more like things that we want to oversight on or an insight into, especially in our third-party relationships. Not that we were taking them for granted, but we were relying heavily on their evidence. And because I'm a risk person, everything is about evidence for me. So we were relying on their evidence for yes, we are doing XYZ, we are resilient, we can recover, we can, adapt. But to me, it's not, resiliency is not just about adaptability all the time. It's also about preparedness. It's also about having the technology or the people, the resources. The resource resiliency has also come into fore, especially now that you're working from home for such a long time, and there's no end in sight right now. So to me, that's those are the aspects. And I 100% agree with Lisa, is that lessons learned should be of course it has to be curated. Not everything learned is going to be applicable, but and as somebody had mentioned in the last panel, the Texas freeze was unprecedented, as was the pandemic. And it was kind of a snowball effect. You're already dealing with all this, and then suddenly you have this Mother Nature kind of giving you a slap up your head and be like, okay, how do we deal with this now? So
Indeed, and in fact, I think the whole need for investment in interconnectors and national grid is very important as a topic for parts of the states. I'll tell you what then, Jamie. What do you think that the public sector can teach the private sector in all of this? Because I guess your speciality is emergency management, and I wonder what that can teach the rest of our community. Because in honesty, today's event is majority private sector. So I thought that might be a nice angle.
Well, I think what we can teach is that there is a benefit in becoming partners. And I think as time goes by, there is more of a realization that emergency management agencies can, in fact, work with the private sector to create those relationships. For example, a number of emergency management agencies have created what's a business emergency management center. So they are bringing in private sector partners to actually engage during an emergency. We look at supply chain issues. So that's where the private sector, I know in the Mid-Atlantic, particularly up and down the East Coast, that the business community has a group who talks about the supply chain, and they're keeping track on how severe weather can affect the supply chain. So those are examples. There's another example where we can look at the private sector to provide employees to support different events, to help with outreach, to help educate their employees about what the city does in terms of an emergency. So because sometimes the private sector doesn't necessarily know everything that the district does. So when we have those conversations, we work with the Board of Trade, certainly in terms of educating them. I think here in the DMV, we are probably doing very well with our ability to engage the private sector and participate in programs and training and exercises and opportunities to help everybody to be able to respond.
I like that because it makes you more impartial, because you don't have the financial interests, the IP. You're much more collaborative. I like that. I think that's.
And also, and I just want to add too that the bids have been very good partners with us. A number of the bids across the city have worked closely with our agency to help them in terms of how they can serve their partners and share preparedness information. So once again, that's another example of us being able to work with the private sector to educate and help build resilience. Yes.
I like that.
A community approach.
A community approach. I love it.
Yes.
Oh, so maybe that brings us to our next question. Lisa, going on from that community approach, part of the community are, of course, your staff and maybe their well-being. So is some form of resilience that we've learned is extra important throughout this pandemic, mental resilience? Because I'm sure even if you run an MSP, you're going to face problem of mental resilience of your staff. It doesn't really matter. What can we look at there?
Absolutely, Phelim. And I think more than ever, we're starting to see more studies come out and more advice and guidance just about the prolonged nature of this pandemic and the impact that it's been having on our workforces and the communities that we're serving. So I absolutely think that, psychosocial support, mental health, just opening additional lines of communication so that staff and others don't feel like they're alone in this, that they have outlets and resources available to them. It's super challenging though. I know a panelist previously had mentioned about interconnectivity and how that can be limited, globally and in places where there just isn't, there are not a lot of good communication options and whatnot. So it's something that we're definitely working on. I think even with being as transparent as possible to keep that trust built with staff and making sure that we're giving as much support and listening to requests for support, because support doesn't look the same for everyone and in different cultures or communities. So we have to be very mindful of that. But I definitely think there is a big psychosocial support factor that more companies have been noticing. I think I just read a recent study. I can't cite it right now. I'll try and find it for you, Phelim. But one study showed recently that 25% of organizations recently started a new employee resilience program or support program or employee assistance program. So that's a big deal. I mean, 25% is not a small number here. So just wanted to share that. Thanks.
No, that is important, and it's good to know. If you do find it, maybe share it in the chat for everyone, because let's remind people, it's not usual for us to have a resilience panel inside our MSS topic, but it is now usual because in amongst the debate about how do you keep staff engaged, how do you employ performance, wellness and mental wellness, especially during the pandemic, it's key. It's not just about, automation will mean that a tier 1 SOC analyst doesn't have a lot to do, so you give them something more juicy. It's bigger than that. But Risha, what are your reflections on the last 12 months and giving employee resilience a focus?
That has been, as Lisa just said, has been a hot topic amongst across industry. It doesn't matter what industry you're from, but it's across industry. People who have been fortunate enough to keep their jobs, people who've lost their jobs, everybody needs to have that inner resiliency to kind of make through this time. And so at least in my organization or few industries or across industries that I know of, there's already existed an employee assistance program, but it has now been honed in, and a lot of like free consultations, free therapy sessions have been included. I have to say, when the pandemic started, people were trying to do a lot of positive spin to it, like, oh, it's our time to kind of, self-reflect and take time off and like, read, write, pick up a new hobby. Let me tell you, it became very old within 6 months. And then you were like, what the heck? When is it going to? And this is like never ending. So I think even though we were like, our resiliency has gone, like this as well, like for individuals. And a lot of people have, I think, the social structure we depended on before this pandemic to kind of raise ourselves up, or to kind of, depend on, or who were our rocks, just because of this whole quarantine or this isolation, that we have lost that structure. The only thing I think the only one constant in most of our lives has been our work, because we have continued to do that. So it has become even more kind of a social responsibility of the companies to give that, or to give that a rock to lean on or to fall back on to their employees, because they don't have their regular resources anymore. So with that being said, like a lot of people have continued to have those virtual happy hours, or like just chit chat sessions or office hours, and things like that have helped people stay connected. But I think it has become more of a corporate responsibility at this point to boost their employees and keep them engaged and keep them focused.
I like it. And as you said, new hobbies did get a bit old after 6 months. Although I did manage to watch all of Star Trek Enterprise in 6 months, so it's not all bad. Now, Jamie, what do you think here then? I know we're thinking on a pre-conference call about layering the keys to resilience, but I wonder what you think this means for employee well-being and the security service of the future. What can we teach them about this type of resilience?
I'm happy to say that our human resources, they to speak to the tools of resiliency, they offered a number of courses to employees online. They included how to meditate, self-care, how to deal with difficult people. There were tips for managers. So oftentimes when we talk about resilience, there's that personal resilience that people have to look at. How are they dealing with their emotions and how can they get through that? There's also the whole physical piece of being able to be physically resilient. There's also the whole idea of resiliency in terms of the workplace and how you can adapt from moving to the standard workplace to having to manage people from home. You have people teleworking, so there's certain strategies and lessons that can be shared with that. So I think overall, it's helpful that employers look at how they can support the workforce. And nowadays we are forced at using technology, Zoom and things online to do that. And maybe the good part is that these tools do exist. So even though employees are not coming into the agency to work, but we're still able to reach them and help them in their resiliency by offering these tools for personal development as well as professional development.
I like that. And Risha and Robert have been talking. Robert says a number of other risks have risen due to remote working environment. Firms' employee assistance programs have been reported increases in domestic child abuse. More than ever, HR really needs to engage and understand the impacts across the workforce. Which is a somber note, but let's perhaps reflect on the fact that now it's all front of mind. Now, when we look at resilience, we perhaps acknowledge that it's necessary, in that a level of security is always, permeable at some stage. So resilience needs to be there, which I think is a nice way to look at it. But we are now over time, which is a shame, because this is a lovely panel, and it's great to include all of you. Jamie, it's lovely to see you again. I hope to see you in person. Jamie very kindly spoke at quite a few physical events over the years, so it's nice to include you. It's lovely to include you, Risha, and lovely to include you and see you again, Lisa. Please give them a virtual round of applause, and we will see you in the audience.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Well, thank you. And please keep that engagement coming, because either the panelists will engage with you on their own, as has been happening. Remember, if you want to chat to the whole group, please select all panelists and attendees. Otherwise, it just comes to us. Absolutely fine if it's just for us, but I thought I'd let you know, because I can be there to be your champion. You want something read out, you want to make a point, you want to highlight something, I am there. So we've had a look at the top post holder of tomorrow. We've had a look at the relationship with third parties. We've had a look at why resilience is suddenly a very important topic, which may or may not have featured in one of these events a couple of years ago. Maybe it should have always featured, but anyway, that's not the point. It's good to include it now. Now, another topic which we need to think about is the new sets of skills that we need to acquire. We can't acquire them in a sort of parrot fashion rote way. It's not quite working. So how can we learn better? And so here to talk to us about the possibility of gamification and ranges is Tim Rosenberg, Executive Director of Research at the EC Council. Tim very kindly has spoken at our Play Secure conference, which was dedicated to whether or not gamification or immersive learning could greatly improve security training and development. Tim, lovely to welcome you. How are you doing?
It's another day in paradise. Thank you very much for having me today.
It's great to see you. It's nearly time for us to travel across the pond. But yes, have you been well since the other month?
I have, thank you. It's amazing what never leaving your house can do to keep you safe and healthy.
Absolutely, yes. It's a good place to be for some people, not all, but yeah. And well, in terms of learning from your house, I know that the EC Council has a lot to offer. Are you going to be able to share your screen and show us?
I can. Yep. Do I have? I have disabled screen sharing. Are you able to?
Oh, good point. Yes. You see, in the midst of all this Zoom bombing, we implemented SAS hardening. It is now yours. The floor is now yours.
Let's see if I can do this right and share the correct screen. So I have about 30. We're down to 25 minutes. I have 600 PowerPoint slides we're going to get through. I'm kidding. Just kidding. This is really the only slide I care about anymore. Is this one? I'm not even going to go to full PowerPoint presentation mode. So hey, greetings everybody. Thank you for taking some time out today and spending it with us. I know time is precious, and I don't want to chew it up unnecessarily. Tim Rosenberg. I work for EC Council, been here for about 3 years. Prior to that, I was at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab for a couple of years, and prior to that, was in the private sector doing stuff and or things. My background is actually in education. My undergraduate degree is education. I have a law degree, and I'm a self-taught CS networking hacker nerd. So I've been doing cyber education since 1999. It's been a long, wonderful ride, and it's not over yet. So we could spend days just talking about this one slide right here. But this is really kind of the process of how people learn skill. It starts, anybody on the call that's gone through a driver's test or has teenagers that are going through the process, you are incredibly familiar with this. You have to take a knowledge test, right? I can't actually begin the process of practicing until you understand the language of what it is you're supposed to be practicing. And so we start with that, right? This is your knowledge step right here. I can't teach you driving until you understand right of way, brake, turn signal, wipers, safety, all of those things. Then you go to the DMV and you take your multiple choice test, and then you are cleared to practice, right? So now you get in the car and you practice. Now, the fundamental thing about practice, when you start breaking all of this down into a methodology, into how humans actually learn, that practice, I'm going to piggyback and steal some thunder from the previous session, that practice is how you build resiliency. Because when you have a new driver learning skill, I want them to perform the same skill, driving, in lots of different circumstances, right? And it's that lots of different circumstances that build confidence, that build the ability to anticipate, infer, and the ability to accept input, make conclusions, and produce output in terms of changing your behavior, right? And so you need to build that builds that comfort zone as a driver that makes you resilient in lots of different driving circumstances. So I have to drive at night, I have to drive in the day, I have to drive in the rain, in the snow, uphill both ways, et cetera, et cetera. And that creates that buffer zone emotionally and experientially in the driver's brain of, hey, I can do this. I've navigated it safely. I know how to do this. So that when you get to the third step, assessment, they take their driver's test and they're cleared to do this all on their own. There's going to be nobody in the driver's seat or the passenger seat next to them, excuse me, giving them guidance, providing them that hand-holding buffer that they had in practice. And so that process of practice is so key, repeating the same skill in lots of different environments, right? Then once you get your driver's test, you are cleared. You get to go drive for a living. And that's the team and mission step. And that's a whole nother set of learning, because just because you have a driver's license, right, doesn't mean you're cleared to go drive for FedEx or UPS. They have their own way of doing things as well. And the important part of driving as part of a team is performing your skill in support of others towards a common goal. Very different. If you're just going to hop in the car and go drive down to the grocery store, pick up groceries and come home, that's you. That's just you. Who cares, right? But when you start performing your skill in the confines of a team, they have their own regulatory requirements. They have their own different vehicles. They have their own way of doing things, logbooks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so you have to go through this knowledge practice assessment life cycle again as you get cleared for a team. And then you go do it for real. And that's number 5. So lots of stuff going on here, but this is a life cycle everybody is familiar with. What we've done, I've been doing this for the last 20 years, is we've actually built a portal that begins to allow you to build this environment, this life cycle. Uh-oh, screen sharing is paused. No, don't. Where are you paused?
I can still see it.
That's interesting. Huh. Well, Zoom is being silly. Okay. You see the browser up?
No, I just see the PowerPoint.
Oh, no, that's weird. Why is it paused? Resume share. Let's try that again.
If you want us to see
oh, you know what? Hold on. User error. You would think after being trapped in the house for a year, I'd have a better grasp on screen sharing at this time.
Oh, yeah, you have to unshare and then reshare if you're going to share a browser.
Yeah, that's okay. There we go. There's a browser. Yeah?
Yeah, got it now. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So it's really important when you start talking about, cyber. Cyber is like driving, a collection of discrete skills. And so, again, I'm not condemning an entire industry, but in some ways I am, because we've been doing this for 20 years and we do it the same way, right? There's some lecture, there's some demo, there's a couple labs. You sit in a hotel for a week, you take a certification class, and you're off to the races, right? You're cleared to work. Except when you describe the process of becoming a cyber professional, it doesn't matter what the skill is: offense, defense, forensics, sysadmin, SOC, NOC, EIO. It doesn't matter what it is in cyber. It's all the same way. We have 2-year degrees, we have 4-year degrees, we have industry certs, we have vendor certs. And that's it. And if you think about what I just described, none of that matches the stepped process I just showed you. There's this huge disconnect, right? And I was sitting at a university that shall go nameless many years ago, where one of the esteemed faculty got a little angry because his response was, at this school, we teach engineers, not mechanics. Like, whoa, okay, well, that's fine, but the industry, the job market needs mechanics, right? And those are skills. And so what we've done is we've built this portal that allows anybody to build content in a heavily gamified manner, in using kind of game terminology and game elements, but in a way that supports how humans acquire new skill, get deep experience in that skill, and then assess and then work as a team. And this is just kind of where it's, this is some of the workflow. I'm not going to give you a whole deep dive, but our fundamental elements, when you look at a gaming environment, games have maps, games have objectives, games have players. And what's really kind of cool is from a gamer's perspective, as a game design, you have what's called the golden path, which is that series, that plot line of a path where you want the player to go, right? So real quick, for those of you that aren't hardcore gaming nerds, I just finished most of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It took me way longer than it should have, but I'm not that good of a gamer. The golden path. The golden path is the path our hero, in the case of whatever you're doing, could be you, could be someone you're watching on screen. It's a path they take from the beginning of the story to the end and overcome all of their obstacles. In a movie environment or a television environment, you are cast as the observer. You are watching someone traverse the golden path. You have no input or control. Your participation in that golden path is completely passive. As you get to gaming and you start building war games, you start building MMORPGs, you start building RPGs or immersive environments like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you end up with this content mix of enough flexibility where you want a player to experience an immersive environment, but it's cost prohibitive to make the entire world immersive. Not every door in the village can open, not every window can open. You can't pick up every object, because all of that interactivity drives cost. And also, when you start talking about serious gaming, which is what we're doing here, serious gaming is gaming with purposes other than entertainment. I need to keep them focused. So it's that balance of immersive environments. I need the student engaged. They need to actually believe that they're attacking or defending a real environment, but it can't be so open and wide ranging that there's no focus. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. And so as an instructor, you have to balance this and create a golden path for that player. So the kind of that interesting balance of immersive, right? But with enough structure so the student knows what tasks need to be accomplished. And that's what we do here. You can actually build targets. This is one of the targets we're building right now just for today, for Grins and Giggles. And you can actually start setting a whole bunch of different variables. But what's really kind of cool is this environment here. This is where you start building that golden path for your player. And what's interesting, I've been doing this a long time as an educator, you always approach it from this step first. You always approach it from, what do I want my player to do? What are we trying to train? What are we trying to assess? What knowledge are we trying to impart? And then you build a structure that supports that. When you get techies that build these environments, they go the opposite because we like shiny objects. I'm just as guilty as the rest. We like blinky lights and big hard drives and things that go zoom. And so what happens is they focus on, we're going to build a really awesome, cool range environment, right? A range environment, for those of you not in this line of work, is akin to the map that you would play in a game, right? What's the map? What's the left and right limits of it? What's the terrain, et cetera, et cetera. Most techies start with building this awesome range first, and then trying to figure out how do we make it educational. And that's the exact wrong way and opposite way to do it, because you need to match. You need to start with, where are we going to use this for the student, right? And then we build the environment accordingly. If you're just learning how to drive, dropping you in a Formula One race car on a racetrack is a really bad idea, right? Likewise, the opposite is true. If you're an experienced Formula One race car driver and you need to brush up on some driving skills, putting you in, a 20-year-old Honda Civic in the streets of Manhattan, again, it's a mismatch. You need to match the environment with the skill. And so we do some fun stuff here. these are just, the flags are how we drive tasks. So you can do, what is the, we'll make this really simple. How many open ports are there? Ready? Pretty straightforward if I can type. You never type when people watch, right? So here's what's really kind of cool. When you start building content, this is all task-based. I can come here and I can map this to a course. I can map that course to modules, and I can map that to a specific task. It's the wrong task. Let's use that one. And this is kind of the key break from gaming for entertainment for gaming design for instructional process. Gamers care about this, points, right? How many points do I have? What level am I at? Woohoo, this is kind of cool. Educators care about task completion, right? Did you do the task or not? And employers care about job preparedness. So I can come here and I can actually map the NIST NICE 2.0 framework to this exact same flag, right? So we can kind of have some fun there. So because these are the reports that matter. Points are good, right? They're good for determining winners and losers and grades. But when you try to really assess from using gaming technology, when you're trying to assess how does Tim do his job, is he any good at it, right? I need a little bit more, right? Now, here's the cool thing. Again, talking about the educational environment, if we're just starting out, I'm going to tell you exactly where to go to do things. When you look at task-based education, task-based assignments, really task-based anything, a task is made up of two elements. The task, right? What am I asking you to do? And the location, where am I asking you to do this? And anybody on this call knows this very well. When someone is just starting out, right, you're going to give them very specific, both items. Please get me a cup of black coffee from the Starbucks in the lobby. Very clear, not much room for interpretation there. As you start to gain experience and confidence in your skill set, I can actually abstract things out. So this is the example here of telling you exactly what to do and where to go do it. As your skill and confidence goes, and you're allowed to, and you're moving towards making inferences, drawing conclusions, I can just give you a name, right? So this would be akin to, please get me a cup of coffee from a Starbucks. Now the person you give those instructions to now needs to go figure out, first off, do they know what a Starbucks is? And secondly, where's the closest one? Again, as your skill begins to grow and your confidence begins to grow, you can actually get even more complex and just remove the location off altogether. And for those of you in any sort of job, really, you see this with your employees, right? As they become more experienced in their environment, you have to give them less, you don't have to, but it works best if you give them less and less direction, less and less instruction, because one, it's unnecessary. And two, as a manager, it's how you push people. It's how you let them grow, because if they start drawing their own conclusions, making their own inferences, hey, we're moving up the educational hierarchy, which is great. This here is the example of no location. Hey, just give me a cup of coffee, period. Whoa, okay, now they got to figure out a whole bunch of things. And so it's really kind of fun when you start approaching cyber skills from a perspective of an educational modeling system, of working with how people actually learn and how people develop deep skills. You get a lot of interesting options of how you start assembling and building things. And you get to focus more on instructional design and more on what is it that we're trying to do here. When Tim sits down at the desk to play this game, what's the takeaways? Those are the deep, hardcore questions. And then all of the range, blinky lights, spinning hard drives, and cooling fans, all of that is really secondary to the environment. It's kind of fun. Let me just show you. I've got one running just for grins and giggles. As you build your targets, you then actually, just real quick, you actually come in and you get to assemble them into experiences, and you can build complex networks. It's this entirely flexible environment where you get to cut and paste and drag and drop and build whatever environment you want. And so that you can actually structure what that golden path looks like, how immersive do you want the environment, and you're off to the races. And this is where you end up, just for fun. I have a small single player war game going. So this is me. I have an attack box here. I have two victim boxes downrange. I'm actually playing offense and defense by myself, So there's my offensive flags, there's my defensive flags. You notice that there's the location information for some of them. For others, I believe, nope, I have the location information on for all of them. And so now it's up to me. If I wanted to view the documentation of the walkthrough guide, I could. But now it's up to me to come in and play. And when you talk about immersive, this environment, and I want to kind of leave the last 10 minutes for some questions. This environment is actually using an open source tool called OpenEMR, which is an open source electronic medical record system. There's 4,000 patient records in here and over 100 medical facilities. All the data is fake, meaning there is no real, Jim or John or whoever is in the database, but the values in there, like the social security numbers, are properly formatted. The phone numbers are properly formatted. There's home addresses, there's employee addresses. And so we have this balance here built very quickly of immersive. We have a live patient medical record environment to attack or defend. But then we have the structure of the flags, and this is your golden path. This is what I want you to focus on as a player. And it's up to the player to figure out how to accomplish these tasks. And then we will report based on all of what you did. But if you remember, since everything is mapped to task or skill or job role, your reports are also reflected in that way as well. So I'm going to kind of stop some sharing here, because when I share, I don't see the chat window. There we go. Yeah, so how bespoke can you make this? So this is wide open. Anything that can be virtualized, you can dump in this. One of the things that's really important when you look at the educational life cycle from beginner and knowledge to mission is that as you go up those steps, the environment that you're training on, that you're working within, needs to get more and more specific to match what you'll be doing on a real job site. And so you can actually push your own virtual machines, you can build your own SIMs, you can build your own firewalls, you can build your own targets, so that you in your training environment are working as close to what you will do in production as possible. For example, if you're going to go drive delivery vehicles for FedEx, okay, when you show up on day one, you're going to start practicing on a FedEx vehicle, a highly specific piece of equipment. Because it's not that the work that you did didn't work. You still need to have the basic knowledge of how to drive, right? The laws of physics will apply to your Honda Civic as it will to a giant FedEx vehicle, but there's very specific ways you drive a vehicle for a vendor than the way you drive to work. And so your range needs to be as specific as possible. We don't simulate anything. Nothing in here is replayed. This is all real and live. If you want to get in an RM minus RF and destroy the entire hard drive, you certainly can. You have complete system administration control if you need it over all of the targets downrange, or you can go blind as a pen tester and basically go after these boxes with no background information at all. So
maybe a good angle then is, what is the value of gamification? Because a lot of companies might be loath to send their employees on such a thing. They hear the word game and suddenly they think, oh no, I'm professional. But how can we reassure them this isn't a bad idea?
No, absolutely. And so that's where we start educating customers on the value of, what is serious gaming? What does that actually mean? But here's the fun thing. When you look at how the military trains, they use ranges all the time. And so a range is a purpose-built environment with specific educational objectives that provides a safe place for people to fail. And that's really the big thing. When you go back and read any educational documentation or performance books in the last 20 years, they all agree we learn more from our failures than we do from our successes. And you can't fail, like when you're when it's go time, right? When there's an emergency or in the real world or cyber, your consequence and tolerance for failure are brutal. The consequences for failure are very high. The tolerance for failures are very low. And so what gaming does is it provides you a consequence-free environment to fail, because that's how you build resilience. I build resilience. I used to do, I'm starting to get back into training again. My whole family, we do Spartan races, and that's all about failure. It's all about pushing yourself and making yourself uncomfortable, but there's no consequence for failure. If I fall off an obstacle, if I can't negotiate an obstacle on a Spartan race, It's okay. Nothing bad is done. Whereas if you're trying to negotiate these obstacles as part of an actual mission or saving someone's life, the tolerance is very high. We build resilience through failure. Gaming provides a safe place to fail. It's that simple. So as the example I like to use is the worst time to learn how to use a fire extinguisher is when your house is on fire. 'Cause that's a bad day.
And do you think that might have been what we were doing back last March? Excuse me, I'd like to train for a pandemic scenario, please. Oh, right.
Right.
Bit late.
Right. And that's the whole purpose of tabletop exercises, et cetera, because it's not about winning the exercise or doing it all right. It's about running these war games and finding out, wow, we made assumptions that aren't correct. We need to go back and fix this before the real thing. Again, it all comes back to that. I have to have a safe place to fail, because that's where you find the weaknesses in your assumptions, your bias, your team, your skills, your knowledge. I'll give you a really hardcore example. We have an exam engine in this environment, and that when we build our exams, I actually ask you two questions. The actual question itself, right? You have your multiple choice, A, B, C, or D. But then I also ask you for how confident are you that you're correct? Because here's why we do that. Exams are good for some things. If you ace them, great, congrats, here's a cookie. If you fail them, okay, congrats, I know where you don't know the knowledge. Both of those are valuable, but I'll tell you what is really valuable. If I ask you the question and then I ask you how confident you are in your answer, I can find the most dangerous knowledge set out there, which is where I am very confident I am correct, but in fact, I am wrong. That circumstance, that's why we ask your confidence level. It's, to use the most simple example, I thought the intersection was clear. You are wrong. You enter it and you cause an accident, right? So by assessing knowledge at that level, right, I can find out your biases. I can find out your missed assumptions. I can find out all of that information now, again, in a safe place to fail, a game, and come back and go, wow, you thought you knew how to configure a firewall. You don't. let's go address that. And that's incredibly valuable. You know, acing a test or failing a test, kudos, great, or remediation, fine. But it's that disconnect there where people really get hurt. So that's how we address it's a game. Yeah, we need games.
I think that's key, isn't it? Because I think there are a lot of people that wake up one morning and decide they are a cyber guru when perhaps they're not. And that wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter, except
Right.
People do get hurt when people take bad advice. So the way we train and the way that we can be confident of our team members, they're on our side, they're on our level. I think this is such a key topic. I
hope so, because it's what I've been doing for 20 years. So hopefully I didn't choose the wrong career.
What's next for you? What have you got next in the pipeline?
So really the big thing is we are in the process right now of the platform we just demoed. The last big piece of my soapbox, and we really don't have time for me to jump on that one yet, is the entire platform is open for third parties to build content. It kind of is the app store for cyber range content, which is really big, because if you have to keep relying on the vendor, right, to make everything, it's like going to the same restaurant. If you have to rely on the chef and the menu, you'll eat well, but it's always going to be limited and you're going to be constrained by whatever that restaurant is making that week. By opening up the entire platform so that anybody can build content, what happens now is you're not just serious gaming, you're gaming with some of the best of breed content. I mean, which would you rather do? Have content built by Tim or content built by an amazing third party that really knows the tech at a level that Tim never will? And so it's this ability to kind of really expand the content base, because the faster and more frequently we can get people training, the faster we build skill and the more resilient we become. And you can't do that if the vendor owner of the platform is the sole content provider. So there you go. Right on
I like
time.
it. No, I like it, and it's good. And again, what I'm trying to do with all of these MSS conferences is not do the same. What should your sock look like?
Right.
What about the new bundle from whatever into your MSP? It's
Right.
big. It's bigger than that, isn't it? Thanks, Mike, for the comments as well. Please give Tim a wonderful virtual round of applause. This
Thank
is
you very
great
much.
to have you back. And I look forward to seeing you in person very soon. Hopefully an East Coast thing, or maybe over here.
Hey, passport's up to date. Whenever we're cleared, I'll hop on a plane.
Alrighty. Thanks very
All
much.
right. Take
See you
care.
soon.
Thank you, everybody. Cheers.
Bye. Thanks very much. And please, thanks, Wolf. Thanks, Mike. Please keep those comments coming. Please treat me as your champion. Thanks, Risha. If you want to chat to each other through the chat function, make sure you do the all panelists and attendees, not just all panelists. Otherwise, I get the message, and that's fine. I like that. I do enjoy it. What an action-packed day today we have. Big names on the agenda coming up. We've looked at the top post holder. We've looked at resilience. We've looked at learning and development. Now let's get into it. We're going to look at the MSS and resilient workplace of tomorrow. And to lead us on this very interesting and specific panel, I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage Luke McComey, Pyro and VP Offensive Security at Blue Bastion. Luke has very kindly supported a number of our events, including the Denver event. I'll just welcome him up, and then I'll welcome our other panelists. How are you doing, Luke?
I am doing well this morning. Thank you. How are you?
Doing all right. It's a US tax day, which is not my tax day, so I'm feeling relatively smug about that. But apart from that, it's going well. We've got some very interesting topics. On Luke's panel, we have Esteban Jimenez, Director of Cyber Programs at Constellation Technologies, and Harish Siripuapu at Cyber Align. We're going to be talking resilient workplace of the future. Luke, you very much have the floor.
Thank you, and I want to thank you again for inviting me back. We did a very similar panel to this at our last MSS Denver event, and it was quite successful. So I'm excited to get an opportunity to speak with these gentlemen today about the same type of topic. When we're speaking about a resilient workplace, it's been a topic that's come up a lot over the last year with the pandemic and people switching to being remote work from home. But it's so much bigger than that, right? It's starting to understand really how do we protect modern businesses from the threats that we face today. The attacks are becoming ever increasingly complex. We're starting to see all kinds of automation and machine learning being used to adapt and make these, various things that we're trying to protect against even harder to detect or to be able to, defend against. So what we want to talk about today are some of the ways that we want to change how we think and how we approach how we're doing business and how we're doing security. And usually when we have this conversation, a good way to talk about it is kind of what the past has been, what the present is, and kind of where we're moving into the future and what we think that's going to look like. So gentlemen, I'd like to kind of kick this off as an open discussion with you. And I'd like to kind of ask you, in the past, what are the types of things that you've kind of seen businesses adopting or adapting to? How have they leveraged managed security providers or third-party service providers to kind of help them? And how is that, lead us into kind of how that has developed and changed as it's come into, what is today's present operating environment?
So I'll jump in and start off. Esteban Jimenez, Director of Cyber Programs for Constellation Technologies. And some of this experience I've seen both from a uniform side and then on the industry side. And then specific to your question, Luke, from a small business perspective, what we've done on the managed security side, or what has been done, right? First is, hey, let's make sure we're able to define your boundaries. Where are you? What do you look like? What does your environment look like? What are those connections that are out there that you may or may not know about? And those are the things that you're doing from a managed security side. For the past 12 months, that has been shattered, right? Because as you look at the work from home, the remote work opportunities and those different types of things, where you thought you initially had a boundary, and you knew what you were protecting. Now that is significantly expanded to somebody working from home, and maybe it's a personal laptop that's doing a VPN into your environment. Are they protected? Are they secured? How are we rolling out our devices to make sure that they are compliant with our enterprise or our environment? Right. Those are the different things that now, as we look at the managed security services side, it is how do we account for all these different things, some that we have access to, some that we don't have access to, and how do we make sure that we're still providing the same security that we need to ensure that we're protected against those threats?
I think if I may add, the role of the MSSP is kind of mirroring the digital transformation journey, right? So earlier, the MSSP, to Esteban's point, was focused on, what are your boundaries and what are your connections and how do you protect your boundaries and your connections. But now with cloud transformation, those boundaries are very weakly defined. They're not really present anymore. So now what we are seeing is companies are not only getting MSSPs to monitor their internal IT environment, but they're also getting them to monitor their cloud environment. Rather, I feel like many of my clients, they're prioritizing having their cloud environments being monitored by the MSSP, and the IT environments, which might not be the crown jewels of their environment, those are monitored by an in-house, like an on-premise SIEM solution or things of the sort. So I definitely see that the companies are focusing more on cloud security currently from an MSSP perspective.
That makes sense. And it's definitely where we see kind of the world going to. And obviously everybody has started to move away from having these individual data centers of bare metal, right? And everybody is now just spinning up instances at need in shared environments in some situations, right? That's another thing that kind of comes to mind. How as we progress forward, do you think we are going to, we had the discussion the other day around like the importance of things like microsegmentation, right? And the ability to be able to lock down and shut out specific instances and make sure that only that one port is talking to that one machine because nothing else should ever be doing it. When we start getting to that granular level of control and architecture, it obviously is much more complex with these distributed environments, cloud environments, people's home environments, those types of things. But as we do that, what are the types of things that you guys are seeing customers really need and ask for around having proper protection in those types of environments? We see, I'll help you here. Like when I'm working with Blue Bastion, we have stacks, right? So you've got people that you've got SIMs that are running, you've got AV platforms that are going, you've got log aggregation, you have collation happening. You've got, all kinds of different algorithms that are used to dedupe material and information and to look for things like anomaly or unknown types of attacks. That's pretty present, right? That's what a lot of us are doing today. How do you think that's going to kind of shift and change as, we move into 2022, for instance?
So I think the microsegmentation piece, as you talked about it, so we'll start off there. As we're looking at the layers of protection, the defense in depth, I think that will be a useful tool as we move forward to make sure that you are protected because the specific instance that is connected or what is supposed to be running there. And it may make it easier to an extent because now you're doing a lot more management of separate devices. And I think that's going to be the difficult part because right now we've been used to, okay, we've got our logging mechanisms on. We understand what's happening in our environment. Specific to each segment or how we've broken out our business models. But as we start doing microsegmentation, if it's going to be for devices for remote users or other things, I think there's going to be an increase in that support that you're going to have. with regard to who's actually monitoring all of these events that are happening. To your question of what is being asked, right? So as we look at remote users, the biggest question that's been asked is how are we protecting them? You know, is it going to be VPNs? Is it going to be remote access? How are we going to protect that endpoint if it is a personal endpoint, not a company issued endpoint? Those are the things that are being asked right now from a remote user perspective, but I do think the microsegmentation piece will help as long as we go into the environments, there's the knowledge base there. And I think that'll be a bigger issue as well.
I think if I may add, based on my experience helping clients from I focus a lot on the cloud security aspect. Many years ago or 5 years ago, antivirus solutions was a standard, if I may put it that way. Now, it's just one of the many requirements that many security tools and standards that you need to have in place to protect a cloud workload platform. And, so there are endpoint solutions and then there are cloud workload protection solutions. So when you are protecting cloud workload servers and virtual machines and things of that sort, my recommendation to my clients has always been, use a cloud workload protection solution to actually protect those cloud workload platforms, because the level of granularity that they provide with respect to securing those cloud workloads, it's amazingly effective. It might take a little bit of time up front to set it up, but definitely in the long run, it's gonna pay off because those rules are defined at a much granular level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that leads us into kind of, when we start talking about the future and where we're going, when we spoke the other day, we were all talking about how obviously automation is critical, right? A human mind cannot keep up with the number of events and the things that are happening, especially when you deal with some of these really complex nation state or CNC type attacks. It's just, you've got to have some kind of learning algorithm in there. You've got to be able to have scripts that are taking action based upon what they're seeing. You've got to be able to collate and gather all that information. That kind of leads us into the future of where this is going. How much do you guys think automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, these types of things are going to play in how we are protecting our environment as we move forward? And I'll add too, how do you see customers right now adopting these technologies? Are they being fairly open to having automated firewall rules added when they detect an attack? Or is it still something where they want an individual sitting there making manual changes? Why do you think that there's some hesitance maybe?
So from starting off on that one, it's a culture shift, right? It's a psychology piece. And I do think this is a piece that we definitely have to take into account. And I'll give you a specific example. So Harish, you mentioned the cloud support. Some of the transitions and some of the education we've had to do on some of the cloud transition, going from on-prem to the cloud, and ensuring they understand what is the security posture that's already there that you don't have to replicate. But there's such a resistance because of the knowledge base, right? My knowledge base knows that this is my stack, this is what I have on-prem, and these are the security policies that I have in place. I have to replicate them in the cloud. No, you don't, right? So that's one piece of a technical know-how or just the expertise as the workforce continues to evolve. So that's one from a resistance perspective. And the other piece is psychology piece. Do I think that the automation is going to give me the right solution? I think we've learned, and we continue to learn, that the automation piece that's there is effective. Does it need use, or does it need the human interaction? Yes. And I don't think the human interaction will ever go away, or that reliance will never go away. But I think as you have enough events that provide you the solution of, hey, if you see 10 of these events automatically put in this rule, I think the comfort level will increase. I don't think it's there yet, right? Because that human interface has to be there. It's always been there, and it will always have to be there. But as we continue to progress, the reliance on the human will go away, and the reliance on automation will increase, which scares people, right? As you look at some of the CSSPs, I can honestly tell you that my personal perspective of why the CSSP that I'm talking about in particular refused to change to automation is because they were going to have to cut about 25% of the workforce. And it was very scary. So they're like, hey, we want to keep the same functions in place. They didn't say it outright. It was my assumption with regard to the why, but those are some of the things that I've seen on my end that where the resistance comes from.
With respect to automation, I think there are some external factors that come into play, which I have noticed. For example, you take highly regulated industries like banks and healthcare. They pretty much follow, or they are very much influenced by what their regulators have to tell them. And convincing those regulators is a big part of what they do. So, if one specific regulator is not comfortable with automation and machine learning for security operations, then that might be a hard thing to sell them on. So I think the focus should not be purely on the technology itself or on the companies that are using them, but it should also focus on external agencies such as regulatory bodies and standard setting bodies and things of that sort. So if there was a NIST CSF which came out and which talked about automating security controls, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more interest in that area.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the other things that we talked about too is the efficiency, right? You keep the same workforce. Now the signal to noise ratio is greatly reduced by the use of automation. And it makes it to where the people who are working for you can actually focus on the things that are most important. I very much, agree and dig with it. And I think it's the right way to go about business. Gentlemen, we only have a few more minutes. So I kind of want to close by thanking you so much for your time today. I know you are both exceptionally busy, and it's wonderful to get the opportunity to get to meet with you and speak with you. But as we wrap this up, I wanted to ask, are there any other points that you really have for the audience that we haven't touched upon that you'd like to kind of leave as your parting thoughts?
The one thing I want to touch upon, we talked about this as a group the last time we spoke, was remote work. It's a question that's on everyone's mind. Is that the future? One of the biggest challenges for remote work, or at least one of the challenges that the companies would say as it relates to remote work was information security. Basically, that it's not really secure. But over the past 12 to 14 months, we've had remote work, and while they have been phishing and attacks of that kind, the insider threat really has not gone up significantly. So by someone not sitting at their desk in an office, the risk does not go up. So it's my perspective that information security should not be a challenge as it relates to a company making a call on remote work or not.
Yeah, no, and the only thing that I would add is as I went through some of this, going through LinkedIn, I'm sure you've all seen it, right? What has been the biggest the change, or who has been responsible for the change in your environment or your company culture or network over the past year? Was it the CIO, the CISO, or the ISSO, and everybody picked COVID? I think what it has shown us, one, going into the why we're discussing it today, right? The resiliency. I think what it has shown us is that, one, we're able to adapt, right? And I think there has been some fear there. I think what this year has shown us is that we do have the capability and ability to adapt to the ongoing situation, and being able to make those decisions. I think in the past, what we've seen is a reluctance to move forward with change because it's not in line with best practices or where the company is going. I do think there has to be more discussions on the CEO, on the C-suite with the information security to make sure that we're all on the same page. And that I think is really the biggest piece. I think it's not until a CEO is hit with impact to his wallet from a security incident that they start paying attention to this. But I do think that this past year has shown that maybe those recommendations that are being put forward should be listened to.
You know, you guys, I know I promised I was going to let you go, but actually it looks like we have a few more minutes. And both of you said something that really kind of hit a nerve with me. You know, we talked about security worst practices, right? This is this concept where we're still attached to the belief of what was a best practice a decade ago or 2 decades ago, right? And we start looking at how people are making choices and actions, decisions based upon some old rule that existed that was supposed to be industry-wide adopted. One of the big things that I've been pushing specifically with the clients that I work with and you know, various places that I advise is trying to build their security platform, their program, their overall mission based around the culture and the need for that specific business, right? You start focusing on what are the unique things that threaten this business. You help them develop risk models. You help them understand, you know, how they're going about their day-to-day operations, disaster recovery, business continuity planning. All of that is part of this. How much do you see people willing to adopt these holistic whole business program type security programs now that there's this obvious need for it versus taking kind of the a la carte, well, we'll use this firewall, maybe this AV. How much are you now seeing customers being willing to adopt these larger platforms and programs that are kind of all encompassing?
I've definitely seen it, right? We've shown that we can do it. I mean, let's go with 2 years ago. If somebody would have come in and said, hey, CEO, I need your workforce to start working from home immediately, and it's going to be a benefit to the company, and maybe we're going to save money. That would have never flown 2 years ago, right? Like, yeah, you're wrong. I need my people here, right? So as we've looked at the changes, right? So companies have had to adopt to adjust to what that environment is, meaning, hey, now I have to get a smaller building versus the one I had. The work is still being accomplished. I'm still meeting my requirements as an organization. I'm still secure. I think there's more acceptance today than there was a year ago because they've seen that it can work and we've proven it.
I think companies are definitely adopting the all-in-one model purely, you know, for multiple reasons. You know, one, I think there is a better chance of successful automation when you build off the same platform. And then, you know, from a risk management perspective, you don't have to deal with multiple service providers. You're dealing with one service provider. And finally, the financial aspect of it, I'm sure it's going to turn out to be cost efficient. But I do, you know, I am a big supporter of that all-in-one model just because of you know, you're able to get a lot done through a few configurational settings as opposed to implementing each solution separately and configuring them separately.
Right. Not having to have a specialist for each individual piece of software, right? You're buying into a service where those experts already exist to manage those things, right? So that you stack a SIM, you stack log management, you stack these, you make sure that in doing that and working with like an MSP, you're now in a situation where you're getting best of breed for each of those individual roles versus having like a dedicated IT security person on your team be tasked with learning 12 new things this month, right? Exactly. I'm a big supporter of that as well. I think that especially with small to medium-sized businesses, there isn't enough people still utilizing more of these holistic approaches. It's still a lot of point-in-time pen testing, a lot of coming in only when there's an incident. I think that it's important to build a strong relationship with whoever your provider is or your MSSP is, so that when you need them for those incidents or when you need to do something like that, you already have that resource, you already have that communication bridge open. Well, gentlemen, I know that we've only got a couple more minutes. I do want to ask again, is there anything else that either of you would like to cover before we wrap up, or should I hand it back over to Phil? All right, excellent. Well, again, thank you very, very much for being here today. Know your time is precious and we appreciate it. Philip, once again, thank you for having me. Very nice to be able to present and be part of this again. I always enjoy these panels, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Esteban, Harish, and Luke for leading such a great panel. Please give them a warm round of applause, or virtual applause. There should be just a simple button to make the clap sound. But I look forward to seeing you in the audience.
Thanks, Philip.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's great to see you, and great to have Luke back. And thanks for the comments. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you to Mike. Now, let's keep the comments going. And of course, if you click all panelists and attendees, then we can all chat to each other, which is really good. We have an action-packed agenda, but this wonderful agenda in the DMV, very special, not Department for Motor Vehicles, but DC, Maryland, and Virginia. We are very kindly supported by KnowBe4 for this event and many others. So I'd like to invite up Eric Krohn, Technical Evangelist for KnowBe4, to the stage to give us a bit of a flavor in how we can prevent insider threats within this third-party ecosystem. Because back in the day, multi-tenancy was considered a myth, but in fact, it's not a myth. Eric, welcome. How are you doing?
It is great to be here again, Phelim. I always love these events that you put on. I mean, like we talked about the other day, since Phoenix years ago, right? Lots of great information at these always, though. I always appreciate it. So thanks for having me again. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. If there's anything else you want to say before we get going.
No, that's great. You have the floor.
Let's jump right into this, folks. So we're going to talk a little bit about, the insider threat thing here. And is your organization an insider threat? And just as importantly, what about the people within the organizations as well? Now, I'm going to apologize right up front. If I end up in a coughing fit, I'm sorry, I will mute. I've got a little something going on here right now in my chest. And so I apologize if I start coughing. But anyways, let's get moving on to this. A little bit about me. My name is Eric Krohn. I've been with, IT and security since the mid-1990s, lots of different areas. I've been in the medical industry, manufacturing. I was in DoD for about 10 years, where I ended up the security manager at the 2nd Regional Cyber Center Western Hemisphere for the U.S. Army. That was a contracting role. And throughout the years, I've often seen different ways that insider threat comes into play. I've been in organizations where we've seen salespeople try to dump the whole customer database and take it on the way out the door. Obviously, in the DoD, where we worked in some significant classified facilities and areas like that, that's always something that's at the top of your mind is, what is an insider threat and how does this work and what kind of motivates them and drives them? So this is one of those things that is very interesting to me. I've always enjoyed this topic because I do think it's pretty fascinating. And I find that a lot of times people underestimate what our insider threat really is. I do work for KnowBe4, based out of Tampa, Florida here, where it is fairly warm weather right now. So y'all are welcome to come visit anytime you want. We love our tourists. But we do security awareness training and a simulated phishing platform. We really focus on the human element in cybersecurity, which is why this is really kind of right up our lane. Now, we do concentrate, or we're most known for phishing and doing the simulated phishing and the training, but we also deal with essentially trying to change the entire culture of an organization, which helps with this situation. So, everything from how they handle passwords, how they handle people walking in the door without a badge or confronting people like that, all the way down into those sorts of things and dealing with social engineering techniques is the world that we play in. So having said that, this is what we're going to talk about today. It's rather quick, but if you have any questions, please put them up in the Q&A or the chat, and we'll tackle those in a bit. But we're going to go over what's an insider, what the dangers are, understanding the attacks, and how do we defend ourselves. So insider threats, some of them are pretty obvious. I love this movie, folks. I really do, and I love this part of the movie. The one where they have him dancing across the floor on one of those what is it? God, see, this is my COVID brain, folks, not working real well here, but hilarious stuff here. Anyways, some of them are obvious, some are not as much. The trick is figuring out what they are before the damage is done. Now, in this case, I always figured an Android would have known something was growing inside it, but apparently maybe not. When it comes to who is an insider profile, well, we've got all of these things here, right? Disgruntled employees, alien face monsters, the work from home workforce. And I thought it was interesting in the last panel here. I believe I heard somebody say that they didn't feel that that adds to it, but I would love to debate the issue on that, and what ends up being, depending on what you're looking at from an insider, and them being targeted at home, having lost out on a lot of the corporate protections, and how that can actually amplify them into being a threat. Of course, phishing is still around. Charming employees, like the good-looking guy you see right there. Even accidentally, this kind of stuff goes wrong. Ransomware, malware, social media phishing attacks. These are all things that pose a threat to your organization. It really doesn't matter what it is. These all pose a threat to your organization. Now, the profile of insiders is pretty interesting. I think it's pretty fascinating here. I love the one in the middle. Thanks, Phelan. They can be malicious or accidental, and that's important to understand. A lot of times, I know in my mind, having worked in DoD, when I hear insider threat, I always thought of the person who is being paid by a foreign entity or something to steal information, right? Spies, things like that. So my viewpoint was very narrowed on that, because that tends to be the bigger threat that we're told about a lot. But it can be very much accidental, and it can be from the employee all the way up to, the CEO, to the mailroom folks, to whatever, right? And so when it comes to malicious actions, we usually see data theft, revenge, backdoors, sabotage, stealing customer lists, and more, right? People leaving ways to get back into things. That tends to be the malicious actions, or even taking advantage of things that they know are insecure afterwards. Here in Florida, we have an issue with the gal that they've been beating up on the competing COVID dashboard. Her name was Rebecca. And, they charged her with going back into a chat room. And basically what she said was that the government was having her not put important information in there. That's kind of irrelevant, but she went back into a chat room allegedly and told people, talked to them about the issue on a system that she was no longer working for there with. And so that kind of stuff can definitely be a problem. Accidental actions being like wire transfers, credential theft, ransom, we got W-2 stuff going on here, and tax time, all of that stuff. That's the accidental actions. Now, which is more dangerous to the organization? We can argue that one all day long, because frankly, I find that the accidental ones tend to cost more money. And I'm talking about ransomware. I'm talking about gift card fraud. I'm talking about all of those other things. And it's also a threat that happens far more often than the idea of having a malicious insider. So it's important that we concentrate on that and don't get tunnel visioned like I did with the DoD with respect to who our real insider threats are. Now, the way that this is always done, it's through the human action, right? Humans are going to be the inside threat, and all humans are vulnerable. I love this from Mr. Robot, Elliot Alderson here. I've never found it hard to hack most people. If you listen to them or watch them, their vulnerabilities are like a neon sign screwed into their head. I think this is just a fantastic little way here to describe kind of how social engineering works. And it is going after our vulnerabilities as humans, and we all have them. It's how we react to people that are aggressive. It's how we react to people that are apparently in a state that they need help, right? Some of us are very helpful by nature. And so we react certain ways. Now, the interesting thing is, for the most part, we all think that we're, unique little snowflakes, but in a large part, we react the same ways based on our general personality profile to these sorts of things. And if you've ever been into social engineering, it is an absolutely fascinating field when you get into the brain, you get into the mind, you get into what it is that causes us to do this. But these are vulnerabilities in the human, just like you have vulnerabilities in your technical controls as well. So what's the danger of the insider? Well, we're talking about money being gone. BEC, business email compromise, is a huge deal. This is against the wire transfer fraud. There's so much that falls under the umbrella of BEC, or CEO fraud, as it's also known very often overseas. This is everything from wire transfer to the fake invoices to gift card scams, right? And I can't tell you how many times I've heard of that. You would think that people don't fall for gift card scams, but I just did a talk for an organization that, wonderful employees, great organization doing great things. They fell for a gift card scam, pretty significant size one, where essentially it looked like it was coming from the executive director, said, hey, I need you to go down and get a bunch of these gift cards. We're giving them to people as a thanks, blah, 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 and then send me the numbers. And man, they went through it. They ended up losing quite a bit of money on that. All of these things fall under the BEC side of things. And it was an accident done by an employee because they didn't follow up and say, hey, sir or ma'am, are you sure? I just want to double check on this. But these kinds of things are costing us a fortune every year. Now, even the leadership, though, we have to understand are at risk here. And far too often we think of receptionists, we think of normal everyday employees of being the risk to the organization. But frankly, leadership often is. Now, my experience with leadership in a lot of places is they kind of think that they're not going to fall for things. They kind of think they're above having to do the training, or that they're not really concerned about it. Now, in the last probably 5 or 8 years, things have changed a bit to where the board is taking an active role in cybersecurity and asking the hard questions of the leadership. We've seen CEOs and CXO, whatever executives, end up losing their jobs because of some things that happen with cybersecurity incidents within the organization. So they're starting to feel a little bit more concerned about that. But these are some pretty interesting numbers here. These were from a study by Code 42 there. 72% of CEOs admitted to holding on to a former employer's intellectual property. Right now, are they going to do anything with it? Who knows? Right. But the fact that 72% had former employers' intellectual property, that's a pretty scary thing. Now, from a threat standpoint, here's me putting on my tinfoil hat. That means that if something happens with the CEO and they end up with their machine being compromised or their information being compromised, it can impact more than just their current employer. It could actually impact past employers, right? And so this is on the executive level. 93% they have a copy of work that belongs to their employer on their personal device. Now, I kind of get that. How many times have we gotten an email on our phone and maybe downloaded a document, made a quick change, reply on the phone, send it, it's still saved in our files on our phone. We don't even think about it, right? This is part of the issue that we have when we start spanning over multiple devices and we're being online all the time, 24/7 on airplanes and everywhere we go. So it doesn't surprise me that we see that much on there. What actually surprised me was that 93% of them understood and said yes, that they do have that. And then 60% say they put a company at risk by clicking potentially unsafe links or downloading software without approval from their security team. Again, some of this gets into but I'm the CEO, I'm the boss. I don't need to do that. I know better, right? And unfortunately, that mindset goes through. Now, I've seen this not only with CEOs, but frankly, unfortunately, I see this with physicians. I see it with lawyers, especially on the partner side, and also the mentality in like high level or professor level educators. They are comfortable in what they do. They think that they're not going to fall for this. I'm smarter than that. I'm smarter than the average bear. I'll tell you right now, generally speaking, that's not how it works. When we test them, we find out that they're not. And even technical people tend to fall flat on their face when they're not expecting phishing attacks to come in, and you send them a really good, a well-crafted one. Technical people, we're so comfortable with stuff. We unfortunately have a habit of falling on our faces too when it comes to that. So it's not just all of them, it's also us too as well. But it's interesting that, they know that these are potentially unsafe links. Now, are they accepting the risk? CEOs and at that level, they live in the world of risk. But are they accepting the risk in a conscious manner, or do they just think about it later and go, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have done that? Something to think about there. Now, understanding the attacks that we see, it's pretty big. We look at what happened with SolarWinds, and regardless of like how it all happened in the back end or something, this was eye-opening because it went from one place to another, to another, to another. I mean, even, the biggest people around were hit by some of these small tools. It's not something that, that we all kind of know it in the back of our mind that this could happen. But this was really big when this went down because it actually happened. And it was the same thing that a lot of us have been saying a long time about our supply chains. And we need to understand how an attack on a smaller organization, not that SolarWinds was particularly small, but compared to like the government and some of the folks that they had stuff in, they were small, and it's just like with Target, when the Target breach happened, it was an HVAC company. I mean, these things do happen. They happen quite a bit. We have things like Twitter. Okay. And so how is Twitter run into a supply chain thing? Well, Twitter supplied these accounts. And, if you don't think that social engineering accounts have a significant value or can cause some reputational damage for your organization, clearly you don't follow Elon Musk. But I mean, I say that tongue in cheek, but there are things that can definitely impact things through these. Well, what happened is, Twitter got hit with a social engineering attack. They got in there, and here little old Twitter had folks get in and take over these big blue checkmark accounts. What happened from there obviously was pretty basic, honestly. And frankly, I think underutilized and valued, if I'm going to put my hacker hat on. They didn't get much out of it. And if you can imagine the access to these, if they'd have sold it, would have been huge. But what's important to understand about this is this was a very simple attack. The way it started was actually the classic, this is your IT department pretext. It's how they started things, getting into passwords and moving around until they finally got access to this big tool. But here you have something out in the social media world that impacted some pretty significant players just through something simple like that. So they offered this service, they got hacked, it happened, right? Another thing you got to think about is the individuals in your organization. This one was from a while back, but it was interesting. This was in San Francisco, the admin. Basically, this guy had put together this FiberNet network or FiberWAN network, and he was the only guy that knew how it all worked. And the way this was is it's basically one of those situations, if you ever had it, like somebody calls up and says, there's a problem with this. And they're like, ooh, that's a Bob thing. We got to get Bob. Bob's the only one that knows that system. Let's get Bob. So this guy, Terry, was the only one that basically knew how this whole system functioned. And essentially once he went, he basically locked the city out of things. And obviously he got in trouble for it. But, when you have a rogue insider, what kind of bind can they put you in? Do you have all of your eggs in one basket? And my personal example of this, I was a technical services manager at an MSP. This was back in the day, right, where VMware was really starting to roll out heavy. People were doing heavy virtualization. And in our poor little MSP, we had one guy that was really good with virtualization. He knew VMware, he was certified, he had all that stuff. But he was like the only guy that knew how to do it. But he was also incredibly flaky and caused me a lot of problems because he was the only guy. And I went to the boss and I was like, look, we've got to send some of these other people to training because he is our one guy that if he gets hit by the lottery bus or something like that, we're going to be hurting with all of our customers if he decides to go somewhere else. All of our eggs were in one basket when it came to that. And frankly, he had a bit of an attitude about it. And it put us at a significant risk because that individual was the only one that knew about it. So think about that from your organizational standpoint. Do you have a system that there's one person that actually knows how to do all of that? And if you do, you're going to want to kind of remedy that because things do happen. If you're an MSP, obviously, your RMM software and what's happening with MSPs is unfortunate. Y'all are being targeted pretty hard. Ransomware attack here hit a bunch of the people, 70% couldn't recover from backups. And this MSP ended up paying these ransomware gangs to get their stuff back. Now, if you're an MSP, if you're in something like that, you have a lot of power over your customers. So if you're sharing passwords, say across different platforms, across different customers, or even, one set of credentials for an entire group, really consider what you're doing, because you don't want to be on the other end of this, being targets where they get into you and now they attack your customers. You are now the insider threat for all of your customers that you manage. And so imagine, if you will, like this organization there that 70% of the people couldn't recover from. Imagine if you're that MSP, how many people, how many organizations do you think are going to hang around if you're the cause of their breach? And you cause them this outage and losses like that. Even if you make them whole again through insurance or through whatever, it doesn't matter. Your reputation is seriously damaged. And how long does it take to build that up? So, how do you protect your own organization from being someone else's insider threat as well? So think about that. When the attackers get inside, what do they do? Supply chain and invoice fraud. This is some very interesting stuff. They'll get into an email account, they'll monitor it. And when it comes time to pay invoices, sometimes, especially on the big ones, they'll say, oh, I need you to wire that to this account instead. They're in the actual mailbox. They're just cruising around watching this stuff. And so it seems legit, and they can control what messages get back to the actual owner of the email box. So the people on the other side get the email and say, oh, we need you to send it to here. It's from the same, email chain that's been going around about this. And they do it. Well, then the money's gone and it's done. The other way that they do it is they'll get in, they'll look through old emails, especially if people are doing invoice stuff. This is where they want to be. And they'll copy old emails and just send them to clients, maybe revise them, make them look, more real, but they'll send these to them, and they're using the trust that you have already being a vendor or something along those lines to get them to pay these invoices, even though they're not real. By the time it all gets, figured out in the wash, it's a done deal. The money's gone. They're never going to get it back. You still have the other side going, I'd really like to get paid. And you're like, but I've already paid. This is another kind of way. This is one of the things that they tend to do when they get inside systems. So this is a pretty severe inside threat when they can get into an actual email box. And this is why credentials and credential management, identity management in these cases is so critical. Because if they can steal somebody's credentials, or they're able to get in through like credential stuffing or password spraying, where they're taking known credentials and trying that on different areas, if they can get into an account like this and actually get into the emails, it's much tougher to spot these, as opposed to phishing emails that are from a fake email address that the reply to doesn't work. These are really, really hard to spot, and it makes your organization look bad when it happens. So how do we defend ourselves? Well, I'm all about layered approaches. Maybe this is a DoD thing, but I think that, layered approaches are the only way to go out there. There is no silver bullet to combat any kind of insider threat. There just isn't. Coming out of the DoD, we did profiling on people. We get security clearances, we get checked back and forth. I had an SCI where essentially they went and knocked on doors and talked to people about me and all kinds of crazy stuff to make sure that I am not an insider threat with the level of information that I had to deal with. Now, not everybody needs to go through this kind of thing. Right? Not everybody needs to go to this level where they're knocking on doors and doing background checks for people everywhere. But we do have to understand that there are going to be layers that we're going to have to do. For example, training and awareness, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, because I think way too often we underestimate that. Frankly, we're technical people, and so sometimes we really underestimate the human factor. That, and for those of us that have been around for a while, we've been told for years that you can't train people, and we'll see about that. But email and spam gateways are very, very important to have in place. We need to reduce the sheer volume of stuff that's getting into the inboxes that people are able to click on. Back when COVID was rolling out last March, I think Google said they were blocking 18 million COVID-19 related phishing emails every day out of 100 million that they were blocking. So it was about 18%, but 100 million phishing emails every day they were actually catching and blocking. Now, where this gets weird is, they're not even the biggest email provider by far. If you think about the sheer volume of emails that are out there that are phishing emails, not just spam, but actual phishing emails, it's ridiculous. Last time I looked at some services on the dark web, I was able to send 50,000 emails, phishing emails through one of the services for $65. I mean, it's nothing. So that's why so much of the internet traffic is just that. So we have to have those to just remove the overall threat. We need DLP these days, not only for your traditional stuff and accidentally sending out information like socials or credit card information, but we need it to combat ransomware, which these days is very, very heavy in the data exfiltration piece. So that's a big deal. Multi-factor authentication wherever you can. Enable MFA. Now MFA gets tricky because if you think about the idea behind MFA, essentially we're adding another step to logging in, and we all get that. But when you go to your users or to people and you say, hey, this thing that you've been doing for all these these long years, we're going to have you do another step just so you can get the same thing done. If you think about it from that perspective, you see why sometimes it's kind of hard to sell. And we need to make sure that whatever we're doing for MFA is something that is going to be adoptable and easily usable, or people won't use it, or they're going to use it poorly. So think about, if you can't get them to do more than SMS messages, then that may be where you're at. We, of course, want to get better, like something like an authenticator app, but we may not be able to do that. But just remember, anything is better than nothing, in my opinion. Also, make sure that just because they have SMS in place, it doesn't mean that they're immune to being attacked. There are ways to bypass that. So it's not the silver bullet there either. Secure remote access methods, RDP to the internet, VPNs, things like that. Make sure that you have those locked down. We found that with COVID, a lot of people obviously left working from home. RDP pops up, boom, they're getting hit. Limit permissions to files and data within the databases. It's a pain, but look into something maybe like role-based access control. Having deployed that, I know it's painful, but I discovered a lot of permissions in these places that were just ridiculous as I was implementing role-based access management. So something to think about there. Monitor and alert on brute force attempts. We can't say that enough. Don't just leave your accounts out there and not popping alerts when people are trying to get into it. So let's talk about the training thing real quick. Basically, the way we do it, 4 steps. This will work whether you use us or you use someone else. I don't really care. I just want to see people doing it, right? Most places I see use the middle 2 steps if they're going to do something. But don't forget to get a baseline. Figure out where you are now. Sometimes it's very eye-opening. If you want to actually get your leadership on board, we can do a free one for you. And, I can't tell you how many times we see huge click rates on a baseline test that you can then take to leadership and go, yeah, this is really as bad as we thought. It's nice to have the numbers, but it's also nice to know where you're starting so you know if you're progressing. But then train people. And it's not just phishing, like I said, it's password management. It's all that kind of stuff that you're doing. Send the simulated phishing ones. Those are not designed just to trick people. They're actually designed to reinforce what you taught them in class. It's kind of like doing a lab after an instructor-led sort of deal. You learn quite a bit from the lab side, from doing it hands-on. It also helps them always keep looking for those. You go, okay, our IT or HR or whatever team is going to be sending out these simulated phishing ones, and they're always keeping an eye open for them. Well, the side effect is they're catching the real ones and reporting them. And then finally, watch the results. Now, again, the middle 2 I see people do. The first and the last one there, not as much. And watching the results is just as important as anything else. As they get better, you want to make them a little bit tougher. If they're failing horribly, maybe you step back and go a little bit easier and help them ease into this till they learn a little bit better. Also look for trends. Does your organization fall for BEC type emails, or do they fall for free pizza emails, clicking links, or, look for those kind of trends where you may have vulnerabilities that you didn't realize. They may be great at spotting one type of phishing, but horrible at other ones. That's really important information that you want to know. So that's why it's important to measure this. And when we're teaching them, it's social engineering. It's all about emotions. It's an emotional attack. It's trying to get people to do things. These are kind of the key lures and what I like to tell people to look out for: greed, curiosity, self-interest, urgency, fear, and helpfulness. One of these will be in pretty much every phishing attack, like urgency. I had one person throughout my time doing this that said that they saw a phishing email that was like, whenever you have a chance. But I've never seen a phishing email, a vishing email, or an SMS, a smishing text, actually just be like, hey, whenever you get around to it, right? So like the vishing calls, it's never going to be the IRS going, we're going to throw you in jail if you don't send us a bunch of gift cards, but do it at your leisure, right? It's going to happen now. And the idea is it goes into a little bit deeper stuff here, but there's like system 1 and system 2 thinking, if you want to know about that. System 1 is very fast, instinctual type thinking, but it's where we make a lot of errors. System 2 is the more thoughtful type things. It's our thinking where we spend a little bit of time figuring it out. It's less full of errors, but it takes a lot longer. You're at a kid's soccer game, someone kicks the ball. You don't stop and do the calculus to see if you're going to get hit in the head with the ball. You fall into system 1 and you duck. That's where emotions take us. And we tend to make a lot of mistakes if we don't force ourselves back out to the critical thinking piece. But these are how they use emotions to get to people here. Highly recommend providing people something like this, which is a real quick way to check some of the red flags. So for example, they get an email, they're a little worked up because it's urgent. Take a deep breath, look at the checklist, check these things because you're probably not thinking very clear at the time. So give them something like this, and I can get you a copy of this PDF too. It's free, we give it out. But this can help them have something to go to when they're in that emotional state. And then does it work? Yes. This is 4 million users, average click rate 38%, right at 38% in the beginning. Remember, I said the baseline's kind of eye-opening. 3 months later, down to 14%. Why? Because they've learned how to do it, and they're keeping an eye open for these things now. And at the end of 12 months, those same 4 million people down to 4.7%, which is a huge reduction. It's not going to be zero, but that's why we have layers, right? If you do get 0% on your simulated phishing attacks, you need to make them tougher, frankly, because people will fall for these. They'll get busy, things will happen, and that's okay as long as they're learning from it. And if you can reduce it from 38% of the time down to less than 5%, that's a huge win. So that's all I got for slides right now. Here's my contact information. Happy to talk to you all afterwards. I know I've only got a couple of moments here. And I see one of the questions here in chat. How can MSPs sell the concept to their customers, right? Right, Phelim? That comes down to education, honestly. I mean, some customers don't think of MSPs as being a threat, and you don't want to put yourself out there like, I'm the one that can take you down, right? That's not the way we want to put that out there. But when it comes to MSPs, we have to understand we are the threat and we are the way to help fix it. So we're there a lot of times for their security. Even if we're not an MSSP, we're going to be there to help secure them. We want them to understand, first of all, we want to show them that we have security in mind. So that's through the processes and the procedures that we use. So explain to them, this is what we do to keep you safe and secure. That's going to help you. And it also sets the bar for them. It's like culture in an organization is led from the top down. In this case, you're an MSP, you're leading it from the top down. So you're saying, look, these are important. We do the training and stuff on our own because we think it's important. We want to do it for you. We use this tool or we tackle this issue ourselves. This is how we do it. And we recommend that you do it this way for you as well. And so you're demonstrating through leading how important that is. If you just go in and go, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this. And they go, well, do you do that? And you say, well, no, but we're technical people, so we don't fall for it. That's not a good answer. So that's how I recommend selling concepts to MSPs is by showing them that you're doing it yourself and explaining why it's important to you and should be important to them. I hope that kind of answers that question.
Yeah, no, I like it, and I know budgets are always tight for end customers, and MSPs are always trying to bundle something new. So whatever can get it across the line.
Yeah, and with MSPs, it's a huge value add actually, if you think about it. And this is something that not a lot of MSPs have always thought about, but I've seen it happen myself. So MSPs, we don't necessarily want to be out there putting out fires all the time. That's not where we make our money, essentially. Okay. we're going to make our money on projects. We're going to do that. The fighting fires thing is brutal and it sucks. One of the places I was at before, we had a bunch of developers. They were all very smart people, but they tended to download stuff and get infection all the time. And I ended up having to go through and fix all this stuff. They were falling for stuff all the time, clicking on links. When I actually got them trained and I started teaching them not to do it and their click rates dropped down, it freed up me having to go fix those problems and put out those fires and allowed me to actually get progress on things. So I'm moving proactive from being reactive. And the same thing can happen on the MSP side. If you've got a customer that is constantly having issues like this, well, maybe think about some training as part of that, not just technical solutions.
I like it. Mike says, are you seeing MSPs being sued because of a breach? What are the stats? Just curious.
Yeah, I don't have any stats off the top of my head, and I'm not just going to wing it on that. I've heard of, obviously, we've seen a couple of times where MSPs get in a lot of trouble. I don't necessarily see them dumping the legal on that, but you look at, WePro, we look at, the stuff like what I showed in here with the MSPs, and it's definitely happening. So it's costing them, even if it doesn't have to get, they don't get sued. If they're having to pay for the stuff and make the customer as whole again as they can, I think we're seeing a lot more of that happening. Again, the legal side, I'm not specific on that.
Okay. Fantastic. Harry says, thanks, very insightful. Jessica says, something was shocking. That was probably earlier when you're showing the stats. But no, this is great. Well, we are out of time. Thank you ever so much, Eric and Noble for supporting this event and many others. It's great to virtually welcome you to the DMV, rather specific circumstances in the DMV. But yes, what's next for you?
I'm going to try to get over COVID. That's what's next for me, Philip. I don't think I told you, we talked the other day. My wife came back positive, and so we're both trying to get through this thing right now. So that's really my long-term goal right now, is to make it until this is done.
Well, I hope it treats you gently.
Thank you.
And Lisa hopes you feel better soon as well. As does
Thank
Jessica.
you. Appreciate that.
Well, massive round of applause for Eric. Thank you very much, and see you very soon. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, excellent take. Obviously, both useful for an MSP and useful for the MSP customers. So, and that, that is also one of the themes of the MSS series, because we're not blind. We know that MSPs need to make money as well as defend their money. So, I don't know, what innovative solutions can you bundle, and how can you protect yourself? I think two key topics. Fantastic. So now we're going to get a little more technical, not super technical, but just a little more technical. We're going to look at the architect of tomorrow. I'll bring up our panelists, and then I will give them a little introduction and tell you about them. So, thanks, Eric. Right, we are joined by Matthew DeLong, Senior Manager, Corporate Information Security, Cybersecurity Architecture at Cognizant. We're joined by Alj de Guzman, Cloud Solutions Architect at Foresight IT Solutions. And we are joined by George Zoffe, who is representing himself today. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the stage. We've got a very long day today, a lot of topics. We've had a look at many different themes, and it's lovely to be back in the DMV, which of course has its own considerations. Let's take a step back, because I believe the architect is going to be even more important in the future, possibly because they're the ones that know what's going on. Well, this is me flattering you. I think because you are the ones that know what is going on. But when we explore the architect and engineer in the context of business resilience, let's start with you, George. Let's define the architect, because an in-house architect, internal architect, sales architect, solution architect. But more than that, has there become a blurring of the engineer and the architect?
I think that really depends on the size of the business and the market that you're talking about. On the more SMB scale, you will definitely see a blurring of the engineer and architect roles, where the architect is usually more high level and kind of future looking and planning of the network and security, and the engineer is more operational. At a more SMB level, you're going to have those things be blurred. But as the business gets more complex, the goals get more complex, and the business gets larger, those will naturally split into two distinct roles.
Okay, I like that. Depends on the size, the shape, the field. Matthew, what about for you? Who is the architect today, and is there that blurring depending on size or in general?
No, I would definitely have to agree, but I also add the caveat that my past dealings in the engineering role have definitely aided in my architecture role. So I've found there's a lot that plays hand in hand with both of those roles. So, I've been given scenarios trying to help a project, and my experience in that engineer side has helped me architect a proper solution for that project. So, I would agree that depending on the size, those roles can be blurred. But I also find that having experience in both sides of the house definitely helps. No matter the size.
And maybe the reason why this question is important for this MSS conference is because the extent to which someone with technical knowledge beforehand and perhaps astronaut ambitions, as we spoke about, it is a balance that needs to be played out. LJ, what do you think about all this?
Well, first, I agree with everyone that's mentioned about how to be an architect, and the balance really it is when the architect of today, it would be, like you said, a blurred line. You need to have some engineering experience first, right? I don't think anybody would start out as an engineer unless they are completely 100% a technologist that can be 100% in the lines of what's happening with today, and in each of the industries. But for myself, I can speak for that, where I have the balance of knowing technology as well as how to design it, and then also pair that up with more of logistical issues, political issues of money or timing or contracts and impacts. So that would be be for the end architect of today, right? So yeah, that's my feedback on that. But yes, it's very I would say humbling to say that when you are trying to design something with having some experience, it makes you feel a lot more better when you're right, and knowing the fact that if you were an engineer and didn't have to deal with a vendor or an MSSP of dealing with cost and everything like that, you kind of tend to miss out on certain items, right? When you at the end of the day, right? Oh, we forgot line item support. Like, is it 1 year support, 3 year support, or we forgot to buy a service that was mentioned, right? So kind of blends into a lot of things. But yeah, you definitely need to know. You need to have a balance of a sense of technology as well as a sense of planning.
I like that, because I keep on hearing from the community, quote unquote, that there are lots of people that wake up one morning and say, you know what, I was a marketing guru, now I'm a cyber guru, which is not helpful for anyone, because it actually matters. But George, let me go to you then. Is there a problem with astronaut architecture in this world, given that, as LJ said, maybe they might be devoid of cost constraints? I'm probably not, but in their mind. Is that an actual thing, or is that an urban myth?
No, I think it is an actual thing, because, having grand plans and astronaut architecture is a good thing. You need that future planning, and you need to make sure that the moves you're making are scalable into the future to be able to achieve those plans. What I tend to remind people about when we talk about astronaut architecture is we didn't get to the moon in a day. It takes time to go from where you are to where you want to be. And where you want to be is always constantly a moving target. So the astronaut architecture becomes a problem when people look at that and say, well, that's our goal. Why aren't we there already? Instead of saying, that's our goal. What's our plan to get there? And can we accelerate it a little bit, without, killing the budget or killing the people that are trying to achieve it?
Yeah, both sides. Yeah, absolutely. Well then, Matthew, let's think about this, because again, some people might say, why are we going into the architect question when we're thinking of the MSS of tomorrow? Of course, we're going to have that nice internal external architect factor in a minute, but what are the skills that today's architect does not have? And the reason we ask that is because some people say that they need to be a better communicator, or a better this, or a better that, and that matters when dealing with third parties. That's why I'm asking this question. What might they be missing, Matthew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the question could be taken at different levels. So as you were mentioning, more of like social skills, team development skills, so these actual interaction with third parties, interactions with internal teams, and co-workers. I see it all the time of you have very technical people that are unable to relay what they're saying, in very layman's terms. So I see that, but also I see, from a technical standpoint, I see architects that are lacking in some basic technical, knowledge of some of the new emerging things that are coming out. So, containerization, all this move to cloud, there's all of this new, I mean, it changes every day. That's our life, is, trying to stay up to date with all the new emerging tech. And I think there's just this, even with, it's the old adage, you get someone stuck in their ways, they've been in the industry for X amount of years and they're stuck in their ways. They're never going to develop. I'm seeing that now with even younger, architects, new to the scene architects, that are stuck in the on-prem, mentality, and they won't go to cloud. And I think it's not a stuck in their ways. I think it's just a lack of knowledge of what is out there and what they can do. We say, cloud is, the next frontier. Well, no, we're in that frontier. We're there now. So yeah, so I think it's to come back around and answer your question. I think it's a multi-level kind of thing of, social skills, technical skills. But yeah, it's just not I know technology, and then now that I know technology, I can start putting together these solutions and making them work. It's much more than that.
I like it, and you bring up the cloud on-prem debate as well, which I think is maybe a good blend, because maybe then we ask Alde, what's happened to the skills gap? What is that gap, and has it been exacerbated by this cloud on-prem debate, which may or may not, I don't think it has been solved by the last 12 months?
No, it hasn't. Well, it has accelerated the use of cloud, right? So definitely working from home, right? So if there are organizations that, for example, have to have a laptop and they provision it, on-prem, or they need to access services on their on-premise data center, and they've never worked from home before. So what the organizations do, they have to, fall in line with that, meet the requirements, get them out of the office because of the pandemic early last year. That has accelerated the security, that accelerated, buying laptops. So or buying services, third-party services, without even, doing a planning on it, just because we needed, they needed to get people remote. So yeah, in terms of cloud services, that increase, I'm up to say 100%, right? Teams, for example, like Teams and Zoom, the use of that has increased just because of remote meetings, schools. So there's a lot of planning with that, but it's also a lot of new technologies that engineers, architects that haven't really used it are learning. So they have to worry about the technology, how to deploy it, how to secure it, how to maintain it after a year, right? Or do we renew, right? Let's say if we are in it now, do we need to apply, additional features, or, how do we track data? How do we track, in reporting. So a lot of that comes in right out the gate, and a lot of the engineers and architects that have done that are learning, right? Trying to crunch tables, reports for their CIOs and CTOs, and basically handling that numbers with devices and users.
And that sort of juggling, that's an interesting aspect with devices and users, because, well, all right, let me put it in a question format. George, has that turned the architect into a juggler, not just a juggler of SaaS and PaaS, but a juggler, and it's not a universally accepted term, I know, I've just come up with it, but a juggler of third-party services as well?
It's definitely enhanced that role for the architect. That's always kind of been a part of the architect's job, is the vendor relations and making sure they're getting the best product and things. But when you're talking about technologies that are a little bit more stagnant and technologies that were a little bit more on-prem, you get something, you put it in, and it would run for a while, and then you look into life cycle and replacement and things. When you're talking about cloud, you're talking about a much more agile vendor relationship, and so it does end up you do end up juggling a little bit more, because with the cloud providers, a lot of times you're not quite as sticky with that. If you don't like one, you can go to another. If it doesn't suit your needs, if they're not innovating the way you need to, you can go to another. So they do have to stay on top of those things.
But then I wonder then, all right, has that diminished the need for an in-house architect?
And this has been the popular refrain with MSSs in the past couple years, is that you don't need an in-house architect. We'll do that for you. And I see a lot of MSSs, and I'm a proponent of this, moving away from that and saying that we are not meant to replace your security team or your architecture team, but meant to enhance and meant to give them the tools they need to be successful and help steer your company in the right direction. An in-house architect is going to be, and in-house engineers as well, are going to be the best people to truly understand the needs, the roadblocks and the goals of the company to help move it forward. So I think the job of the in-house architect is a little bit different, in that it's not as in the trenches, but I think they are still necessary, especially again at a certain level of company or a certain level of complexity.
I like it because Matthew, I don't know if we were saying this in the pre-conference call, without an in-house architect, how is the company to know what's going on? I mean, is that the fundamental truth of it? They're the only one that can communicate between the two.
Right. Yeah. And if let's say that a company or MSS doesn't like that terminology, we call it a liaison, someone that is there as, someone that'll go to bat for the company, with this MSS, because yes, I mean, there is a stigma about different third parties and different things. And some of them are true, some of them are not. But I think if you have that person, call them an on-site architect, call them a liaison, whatever title you want to give that person, but they have that knowledge of that environment. You need that, because unfortunately, when you're dealing with larger MSS and everything else, you can become a number, and you can become just whoever, round robin, whoever gets your ticket or whatever it may be. But yeah, no, I definitely am a proponent of that person on site that has in-depth knowledge of what's going on, and is that, like I said, that architect or liaison person that is that person that fights for your business to make sure what's being done properly is being done.
I like that. And in fact, just because I'm trying to stitch lots of different themes for today's MSS forum together, later we'll have the corporate security panel, and the very same topic will come up, I'm very sure, because in our pre-conference call it came up. So Justin, you're in the audience, you'll know what I mean. The issue of technical capability versus farming it out without having anyone internal knowing what's going on. Anyway, it's the same theme. So Alj, George mentioned it's maybe better not to see it as a replacement, but an augmentation. Do you also see it that way?
I don't think the augmenting, augmenting can mean a lot of things, I think, right? So augmenting can be a replacement, augmenting can be an extended service of hand. It could be you're going to stop doing this and then they're going to do that type of augmentation. Definitely there's some type of augmentation when you are an in-house architect working with a third party. It really would depend on that. If I were a in-house architect looking to for MSSP, I am looking for help. I am looking to get this technology into my environment, into my organization to do, to meet XYZ requirement, right? Whatever it takes, I will provide the information so that you guys can, help me out with this. Obviously people above me, will think otherwise where, well, we don't need you right now. Well, this company can do it. And we don't have to worry about overhead inside an internal organization. Here you go, right? So that would be a different augmentation of a replacement. The chances of that being successful, it depends. It really depends on how big the organization is. What silos are in there, what blockers, you have to be identified when that happens. But yeah, that would be more, there's another balance to that too.
And maybe this is a straw poll question, Alj, but has it increased over the last 12 months or decreased? Or do you think it's cyclical? Because at least in the physical security world, outsourcing, especially for a lot of systems, is, it's outsourcing a clock and then it's not, and it's insourcing and it's out. Is it cyclical or is something else going on?
I think from the last year, it has increased for sure. And I think now there's a more stable line of what an organization needs now after being remote for so long, that they have new goals, right? Security is being one of them. I think it's top number one, right? So, and an organization that is trying to meet these new requirements for security for their organization, as well as meeting compliance, and they don't have that expertise in-house, they're gonna need help, right? They're gonna call, right? They're gonna call, they're gonna put and figure out what they need to do and help them, and they will need a path for that.
All right, well then, George, what is that path? Because if the main thrust is to augment rather than replace, and we know augmenting can mean many different things, what is that path?
Yeah, to put a finer point on it, for me, augmenting is not replacement. It's getting the grunt work out of the hands of the architect, and even in a lot of cases out of the hands of the engineer, so that they can focus on the more high level strategic roles, portions of their role, and guide the company's future. To kind of take it to the physical security route, a lot of times you'll have heads of security architects with the physical security, but the individual guards and watchmen are contracted out to somebody. And that's to make sure that they can focus on the higher level objectives. So that's what I meant by, Alj, I do agree that to different people, augment can mean different things and can be a scary term. To your question of, I'm sorry, I wanted to address that and I lost the plot. Can you?
What's the path then? What's the path to augmentation?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. So the path to augmentation is for the MSP to invest in the relationship with the customer, to truly understand what their needs are, how they can augment the system, and what the path is to get from A to B. Unfortunately, no customer is cookie cutter, and you can just give them package A, B, or C, and they'll be happy. You really do have to understand them and understand what they need. Some customers need better logging and threat analysis. Some customers need endpoint security. Some customers need better perimeter security with firewall, and most will need some combination of the three. But really understanding that and building a solution for that customer that will allow them to best work with the MSSP and get the best value out of it is the goal and the path.
Okay, well, that's a nice path to sort of envisage. And I don't know if any of you follow Joe Panettiere and his MSSP alert. All you have to know, it's a big list of MSS players, and it keeps on getting longer. So everybody's exploring this. And in fact, later when we have our nice MSP that might one day become an MSS panel, that will be explored. But then I'd be interested, Matthew, with this burgeoning group of players all looking to augment people, what's that going to look like? What would you like to see from the MSS of tomorrow?
Yeah, so it's like with anything. We have an issue, we have a need, and then once that comes on into the scene. So this we want to look back the last 12 months. Work from home. We have companies that overnight had to come up with BIOD policies, had to come up with work from home. So it was just this mad dash to come up with how are we going to do this. And so that there was an issue and a need, and so now these companies are emerging, seeing that hey, we can now help you do this. You don't have to spend X amount of dollars trying to build out an entire security team. Where it used to be, depending on the size of your company, it may have just been a small team of people that were managing some infrastructure, and now you now need a security team, a network team, all these different players internally, and it costs money. Now these MSPs, MSSPs are coming into play that we can, and try to augment those services. So I would think a provider of the future for those services is going to need to be mindful of their client needs. As we were just saying, not every client is the same. There's no cookie cutter, that we can't do that. So you can't just come out with, I'm going to have package AB, like you're saying, Jordan, no package ABC, here you go, this is this, we're done. No, it has to be a one-on-one conversation, customized solutions that are going to be for every client, no matter the size, that you come in, work with them, understand the needs, and understand how they're structured. I think that is a miss from a lot of third parties. They come in with, okay, this is a Fortune 500, this is a Fortune 100, and they don't all work the same. They're not all structured the same, and the politics and the internals are not the same. So you need to be mindful of how you're going to work with those clients, and how you're going to tailor your services to meet their needs. Did we lose him?
He's frozen.
Yep, he's frozen.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Oh, froze again.
I frozen.
Oh no.
Nope.
There it was me. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, his little bars are showing red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While we're waiting. I thought we had him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for him to come back in, yeah, I mean, that's it can't be overstated that customization, but not customization to the point of absurdity, like some I have seen in the scenarios. There are some broad strokes similarities that you can use to help create packages that can be customized from there. And I think that is an important thing for an MSP to understand. It's not exactly cookie cutter, but it's not exactly let's build the car from the ground up every time either.
Yep, I agree. Yes.
Yeah. And Felon,
am I
looks
back?
like you're back. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're back.
That was odd because I was busy chatting away. Anyway, I was saying that it's going to be the architects that people are going to want to get to know in order to find out that it is not cookie cutter. And in fact, it would be cookie cutter if the architect wasn't there to greet them, which has been a complaint, hasn't it? Some of these big sparkly box automation solutions have been procured by people who are not architects. And then the architect wakes up one morning and says, "What's this you bought? But why did you buy that?" And then, yeah, maybe that's an urban myth, but I like it. Alj, what do you think we can hope to achieve with our MSS forum today? Then I think maybe that's a nice sort of place to reflect on the event so far.
Basically, we want to reflect on just security in mind, right? Security is around us all, I mean, everywhere. And this is not just in a work environment. This is just in, personal life as well. But, when you do personal life things in, for example, doing in a bank or, signing into your email, those are companies, right? You're signing into companies that deal with security. So, you think of, working as an IT professional, right? You go in there and you try to sign into your bank account, you do MFA, right? It's the same thing as doing it in work, right? It should apply the same way across everything. So, understanding the technologies, watching out for those spam emails, understanding services, not just for a commercial side, but also a personal side, buying the antivirus, buying these services for a commercial, for, new antivirus for an organization, you have to watch out for those things, what the impacts are, right? Is it going to benefit you? How would benefit product A with product B? Right. So, but yeah, it's just understanding, getting to be comfortable about what is going on today and, what's out there.
I like it. Well, great sentiments, great panel. Mike Anders says, how widespread is the sentiment from clients that cybersecurity is all the MSP's job? That's why we are hiring them. How engaged are they on average? How engaged do they need to be? I mean, we're sort of over time, but George, you're nodding. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, it's very widespread, is, especially for customers that their main concern is compliance, is some sort of compliance concern. They'll hire an MSP and say, okay, great, we're compliant now. You've taken care of this. And so it's extremely widespread out there. I think the customer needs to be fully engaged with an MSP anytime they are using those services. The MSP is really good at what they're really good at, which is usually security research, threat analysis, device maintenance, and endpoint security in those kinds of realms. But you know your business better than they do, and that will always be true. And your security concerns, be they physical, technological, or personal, you need to be engaged with that. And so, yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. And thanks, Mike, for the question. But yes, we are over time, but this is great. Thank you very much for being such great panelists, George, Matthew, and Alj. Please give them a virtual round of applause. Look forward to seeing you in the audience, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Wolf is clapping. Mike is clapping. Yes, I'll even read out the claps. Absolutely. So obviously it's great to be virtually in the DMV, and I do have ambitions to, when we're permitted, actually host it in the DMV, possibly in Virginia. But it's nice to get that flavor. Obviously, last time we were in the DMV, it was all before the election, so that was a big theme. But obviously, government state actors are not to be ignored. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mike Goedeker, CEO of HackDevNet, up to give us a talk about risk intelligence, the ISOC, and obviously a big flavor will be that state actor format. And also, thank you very much to HackDevNet for supporting this event and many others. Mike, you have the floor.
Oh, thanks, Philip. So I really appreciate the stuff that you're doing. I just want to make sure that I don't forget to say that this time. And I'm very happy that everyone's here. Take an opportunity to pass on some information that I hope is useful. So if you haven't heard of me before, my name is Mike Goedeker. I'm from HackDevNet, Hacker Defense Network. And the stuff that we do is research about different types of attacks that are out there, cybercrime, cyber warfare, these kinds of things, or hybrid warfare is a thing? If it is, then what's really going on, and how do we use that information and turn it into services and products that actually are meaningful for people from the home office, folks that don't have a lot of security knowledge, all the way up to very complex teams that work in a very complex and dynamic environment. So with that, I'm going to start off with why we're doing what we're doing and what the research shows us about things like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and how these things are applicable to the interactive SOC of the future. With that, some of the research that I do as a doctoral researcher is qualitative and quantitative research. I'll get to what that actually means in a minute without expecting everyone to have a PhD in those topics. Because I spend way too much time reading about this. Anyway, different topic. So quantitative means we use science, theory, numbers, and we try to use things that are already defined, theories that exist, and try to prove facts that we collect, whether it's populations that view answers in a survey a certain way or fill out questions a certain way. We use the facts to basically lead us to what the thesis or what the answers are to something. The second thing is, well, what that means for machine learning and AI is when we look at machine learning and AI is basically a quantitative type of solution. It expects things like, if I have this event and it's a known event, then I can do X when I find it on the other side. The problem with that is when you're very defined and the way you do things is finite, very bordered in, then you run into problems. And this is exactly what we're seeing with machine learning and AI and why it doesn't really solve security problems. So if the event is not known, then the algorithm doesn't know what to do. Either it's not valid or it doesn't show you the results. And that's not really how security works. That's not really how advanced attacks work. And this is one of the reasons why we have this entire mess with threat feeds and machine learning and AI and all this stuff that everyone is saying, well, you salesperson told me it's going to solve all my problems. But when I'm here on the floor or in the field, it doesn't really help me as well as I thought it would. And I'll get to why that happens in a second. The other part of research, which is looking at theories, but trying to measure what our perception is, what our understanding is, what our sense of reality of a given situation is. This stuff is referred to as qualitative. So we're looking at the quality of our understanding and the meaning of a specific event. This is exactly what security attacks are. So we can find information that attacks happened, but they can't tell us how to avoid them because they are a specific line that goes from beginning to end, but then everything above it and below it is not known. And that's the way machine learning and artificial intelligence work, which is the reason why it doesn't really resolve the issues in security. Why? Security by definition is dynamic. It's transformational, which means people don't do the things you expect them to do. Anytime you have something to do with human beings, then all hands are out what's going to happen. So what this basically means is that qualitative is using the meaning and a perception. So if I have an event, then what is our risk to this event? What is our experience with this event? What is our awareness of what reality is in this event and what it's doing? In which culture does this fit in? What are the motivations? What is the actual game plan? These are things where we look at as qualitative researchers to try to measure the perceptions of reality and try to match that with a solution that works and can stop attacks. So why does machine learning not really work? What we have with machine learning and artificial intelligence, we have applications that need to be specifically trained for everything that's well defined in that scenario. It works within a specific percentage of the time. It's never 100%. It's anywhere from 60, 65% to about 85, 90%, maybe 95% if we're extremely lucky, but that's very rare. The second thing is that the machine learning and these algorithms, they don't learn incrementally or interactively in real time, which means when you have things that are outliers, something outside your definition, they don't really know how to interpret it and they can't really detect it. The other thing is basically that they have a very, very narrow aspect of what their understanding of language is. That means my understanding of event is XY. If the understanding of an event is Z, then XY is not Z, therefore it doesn't know what's going on. The last thing is it's not really well suited for very high level symbolic reasoning or planning tasks that human beings are very good at because they have an adaptable mind that can see various different shades of reality. And this is part of the reason why machine learning and artificial intelligence doesn't solve our issues with security. They help, but they're not exactly the specific solution for that. So one thing on the bottom, there's two references I'd like you to look at when you have time. And then the definition of ontology, because we have that they encode correlation, not causation or ontological relationships. And ontology is basically a theory that states that the nature of being or the kinds of things that we experience are part of our existence. And how we understand existence is how we understand these events. So I want to go too much into that. So what's today's workforce? We live in a pandemic society, hopefully at some point a post-pandemic society. But this changes the way we do work. The things that we thought were valid in the past no longer apply. Lots of people work from home. Combined people work from home, like basically pairs, entire families. The children are going to school and a whole bunch of different things throughout the world have changed the way we need to look at security. It also opens up a lot of avenues and vectors of attacks that a malicious attacker from a nation state or from some bad person or whatever you want to call them would like to use as an easy way to break into a complex network. These are things we need to pay attention to. These are things that we have to address as MSSPs, MSPs, as security solution manufacturers, as consultants, as auditors, etc. So when we take a look at that situation and we use smartphones, we use tablets, we use laptops, the issue that we have with iPads and smartphones, that kind of stuff, is that we have two things that we need to work with. One of them we don't want, but it's tied to the other. Apps. Applications are what we need to do our work from home or from wherever we are. The unfortunate thing is that with apps, we also have trackers. Some trackers are valid. We want to measure and make sure that the applications are being used to a certain extent. And we also want to measure if an issue happens that we can help someone in support. But trackers can also collect information that can be used by other sources to do bad things. Now, they collect analytics, GPS, activities that we do, private information. They park that information on vulnerable servers and architecture. Those vulnerable servers are breached by various different nation states and also actors or attackers that spy on users, that pull information, that use the architecture to install or to breach and install spyware, command and control server communications, you name it. And it results in, on the one hand, for trackers, data, information, and IP theft being stolen. And on the other hand, for apps, ransomware being installed, infections are done, IP theft is also done, spyware is installed without most users actually knowing this. Some of this stuff has happened through the app stores, and we've seen this. But what's the real end game? What does this really mean in the world that we live in? Working the way we do, what's the tangible result? Why the heck are we talking about these topics? And it's not just, it's less important about selling a product. It's more important about doing the activities, the processes and procedures that protect us against this stuff. It's about being aware that this is happening and also acting on that awareness. So if we take a look at actual attacks, we work at home. Most of the attacks today use cloud-based services. These are exactly the things that we depend on in a pandemic society to connect with the outer world, whether it's Amazon AWS servers, whether it's Google Docs, Google Firebase, Google App Engines, Azure, Dropbox, Google Drive, Microsoft Office 365 Suite, you name it, all these different are what we're using, even Microsoft OneDrive, GitHub, Slack, etc. And these are the things that attackers are exploiting in this situation because the goalposts always move. And this is the type of threat that we're facing that's much higher than anything we've ever seen in the past. So cloud infrastructure helps us in pandemic societies connect, but it also enhances the risks that we face, and it changes the security perspective we need to have in any given time, place, and location. What increases or enhances this risk is what I call proxy warfare. Proxy warfare just means that we have hybrid warfare. Maybe one or two of you have heard about this, or all of you have. Hybrid warfare is using cyber-based technology, intertwining it with espionage technologies that are used by various different nation states. And it turns into something that gets really, really ugly. We saw this, or we see this during the pandemic in phishing attacks and other types of. We see this in the support of local unrest. We see this in social media through information warfare, propaganda, and different types of economic and cyber attacks executed by special forces to make users look like one thing when in reality there's something entirely different. Fake news, deep fakes, these things are an issue and they're getting worse. Why? Because we depend on social media, unfortunately, to connect with people in a pandemic society. But artificial intelligence doesn't protect us. Artificial intelligence gives us more of what it thinks we want to see and know. If we don't want to see something that is based on the personality type we are, we get more of this. So if someone sends you a link about some white supremacist or left or right or whatever type of direction you can think of, someone that has an agenda, there is no filter in artificial intelligence that will help us disseminate fake from truth. It's a really big issue. So what do we do in the research that we've done? We found that there's 3 different areas basically that are important in the way attacks are evolving. We see social media, open source intelligence, CVEs from these exploited tracker architecture and application architecture servers, and we see deepfakes. These are some of the most advanced attacks that we're seeing right now as we speak. The second thing is social engineering and supply chain attacks. They leverage the first piece. They leverage social media, open source intelligence, breachable servers and applications. And lastly, we have compromised cloud services that are used to create an espionage architecture, the likes of which we have never seen in the history of the world or the internet. These are things that we have to tackle using things like automation and machine learning where it makes sense. So I'm not saying machine learning doesn't help us. I'm saying we need humans. We need those people to understand things that are not possible in an algorithm. They're dynamic, they move, they're subject to interpretation. And this is where machine learning can't help us. It can help us prepare for that information and save time, but it can never, and it never will, resolve all these issues and think like a human brain. In some areas it gets close, but it doesn't have the contradictions that we as humans have. Completely different discussion. I'll get to that another time. So when people buy software and solutions, this is what they think they are trying to stop: cyber warfare, brute force, data and IP theft. So cyber warfare, brute force, and data and IP theft are the results. They're results of cyber espionage, hybrid warfare, and cyber crime that is sold as an attack as a service to nation states and to cyber espionage-based attackers. So the things that we're buying aren't really the issues that we're facing, the reasons why we're seeing cyber warfare, the reasons why we see brute force attacks, etc. So it's skewed. Our reality, our understanding of reality when we buy products is different than what the actual reality is. And this is dangerous. To show what that danger is, I'm going to show you a video. Just bear with me 2 seconds while I get that shared. And Phelan, just let me know when you see the video, please.
Yes, I see. It's all good.
Greetings, citizens. We have taken control of your systems. You have no options but to surrender to us. We are Legion.
John, are you seeing this? I don't know, but I can't seem to stop it. No idea, but I'll try to find out.
Greetings, citizens. We have taken control of your systems. You have no options but to surrender to us. We are Legion.
Hello, sir. Sorry to call at this hour, but we seem to have a security breach.
We're now seeing the widespread burnout of multiple motors, sewerage, water systems, and all other critical infrastructure systems that are now being overloaded by this new virus. This means we need to think how we defend the rest of the infrastructure that has not been infected. Can you help me?
I'll do my best.
Okay, here's what I need you to do. I need you to take a look at all the systems that you have in your control center. I need you to shut off all the systems that are infected to avoid the spread of the virus into the systems that are not currently infected.
Okay, on it.
Okay,
Sir, you need to take a look at this.
we need to concentrate on saving as much as we can.
The electric grid is out. He also cut off the power to the whole city. What can we do now?
We need to concentrate on keeping those vital systems for water, sewage, electricity, and everything else up and running as long as we can. What we also need to do is we need to activate and reactivate all the emergency systems that we had in place that were offline from these original systems that were infected. We also need the solar batteries and all the other backup systems that we have for disaster recovery scenario Alpha 7.
I'll do my best.
Okay, what I also need you to do is make sure that all the initial loading systems and locking systems for the rocket launchers are deactivated and taken offline. That means we have to revert to manual starting of these systems. Got it?
Yes.
We need to coordinate and we need to do it now. Are you with me?
I'll see what I can do.
Let's get going.
Okay, thank you.
We managed to stop the unintended rocket launch due to this initial infection. But this fix, unfortunately, took out most of the electrical grids throughout Europe and the United States. I don't quite know what the ramifications of this is going to be quite honest. So just going to stop right there just to get some time back. But in case anyone thinks that this scenario is not realistic, this scenario is based off of actual attacks that have happened. And we've actually observed things happening, not as extreme as you've seen here, but, excuse me, but we've seen this happen in real life. So the reason why this is important is we need to not forget about what happens with an internet connected society, IoT, all these different things that we're using. We also need to be aware that our dependency on solutions like artificial intelligence, machine learning, or whatever it is, that they're only part of the solution, and that we need to combine humans, that's us with our imperfect brains, in combination with automation where it makes sense. And the reason for this is simple. We want to connect the dots in a way, shape, or form that's meaningful and makes sense based on the threats and risks that we face every day. It's possible to do this. We just need to be aware that we need humans to do this, and we need to automate in areas where humans are no longer needed, and put us into those areas where it makes the most sense. So with that, what are some of the things that we're doing, and what have we trained in the past, and where do we need to go? So in the past, we've had basic functions of the SOC, or Security Operations Center. And now we're going more towards an interactive SOC, or an intelligent SOC, where we're combining the basic functions with different types of information from SIEM dashboards, penetration tests, audits, assessments, etc. And we're basically enhancing that with the different types of vulnerability status and reports that we're collecting. In addition, we look at collecting information from our environment to make sure that we're looking at the correct version of reality that's actually happening around us. So environmental risks, threats, open source intelligence, the threat feeds, but now also more risk feeds and parsing of this information in ways, shapes, and forms that make sense. But we're doing all this because at the end of the day, we want to derive an intelligence value or an informational or action value. All of these things and these components, they only make sense when we can do something with the data and information that we collect. And this is where proactive and predictive risk intelligence comes into play. It gives us information about our security posture and our status. It also gives us ways to react using machine learning and human interaction that make more sense and can help, for instance, people that may not be trained in security to block attacks from happening, to block phishing from happening, to block things in a way, shape, or form that is as easy and simplistic as possible. And we have part of the solution with partners and with other folks that you've heard today. Part of that is awareness. The other part is, for instance, things like our cyber defense rule sets, which makes it extremely easy to drop in a box wherever you are in the world, and for the people in home office that are building VPN connections, to basically use a subscription-based model that updates rules every month, basically every week, with the new types of attacks that we observe centers that do the research. This research automatically goes into rules. We also look at more than 1,000 to 1,600 different types of sources of information. We enhance it with the information that we already have in our patent pending technology. We currently monitor over 500 million domains in any given day, and we correlate all this information together in one rule. We use things like our patent pending Intelli whitelisting, so that devices are intelligent enough to block things that are bad and known bad, but still allow basic services, even if, for instance, Google or AWS or someone else has servers that are not compromised yet. And we're seeing a lot of these compromises with cloud services happening. And this is where these classical firewalls and this artificial intelligence machine learning doesn't really work without human interaction. What we also do is we create or integrate cyber risk intelligence to help companies connect the dots in their own solutions, but also devices where people work in the home office. So the big difference here is we want to concentrate on the people that are not the security savvy or security trained folks that work every day to generate revenue for any given company or institution. And we want to help them and protect them with things that automatically work. Part of this is what we call the Automatic Risk Defense and Intel plugin, or VirtCISO. And part of that is we monitor these devices throughout the world, and we can basically help larger organizations monitor which home office boxes are deployed, or if they have other offices that they need to manage. And we make this very, very easy and very simple. Part of that is you install a specific account or license type, and this plugin that integrates with FreeBSD and BSD-based operating systems or firewall systems or security appliance systems. We have our own, but we also allow customers to use theirs. We don't force people to buy only our stuff, but it integrates fairly seamlessly into pretty much all of these environments. And this is an example of what that looks like. You activate the plugin, you say what license, you have an API key, plug it in. You do that at the office before you send that out to your users, and it starts working. And it works like a charm. It's not perfect, nothing's perfect, but it's pretty damn close. It won't cook your meals, it won't iron your clothes, unfortunately, but it will stop attacks. And it'll stop the attacks that a lot of the other technologies out there that only depend on artificial intelligence don't find, because they're too dynamic. They change every day. Monitoring more than 500 million domains each day is a lot of work. We monitor a total of more than 9 billion threats every day, including those 500 million domains. So breached accounts, bad hosts, attackers, command and control servers, all this stuff. And that goes into one rule. You don't need to have a PhD in firewalls automatically, I would say, for you. So with that, let me open it up for questions. I know and I hope that there are questions, and I'll stop sharing.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I love the videos. Very, very chilling, and also spices everything up a bit. So Walt asks, how can an MSP communicate this to their customers? They have enough problems with a brand name. How can they sell them the problems of state actors?
So state actors, we need to be a little bit careful. So state actors, there's some protection that we can do as MSSPs and MSPs and vendors. What I'm careful about saying is that this blocks all of them. What we do every day in monitoring 9 billion risks and threats is we try to get as much information as possible, still allow people to work in a reasonable way, shape, or form, but make it easy. So the reason why these boxes make a lot of sense is before, we need to use machine learning where it makes sense, like these types of rules, and enhancing it with human interaction, and then use the teams that we have to concentrate on the stuff that this technology can't find. So how do we resolve that? We resolve this with our technology plus discussing and sharing information at the national and international level with government institutions. But we also share this knowledge by implementing simple stuff like vulnerability management, patch management, and things that we already know. They're not sexy because they're not new anymore, but these are things that actually help us against these attacks. We have, when we talked about the Exchange servers, Exchange servers, we saw more than 400,000 of these Exchange servers before anything was even known in our data sets that they were communicating. We couldn't tell you that they were all breached, but we could tell you that they looked suspicious and they were doing something malicious. So the more advanced attacks get, the less awareness, or not the less awareness, but the less time you have to react. The mean time for a server to get attacked when you implement it in a cloud environment and it's accessible to the internet is about 1 to 1.5 minutes. Now, the issue that we have today is nation states and countries, they scan all 4 billion addresses of the IP4 address range in the internet every few seconds. So if you have an Exchange server that's not patched, or if you have a Unix server that's not patched, the reason why these are so damn difficult to protect is you not only need a firewall, but you have to make sure that you do the other stuff, the stuff that's not as sexy, the tedious work, the vulnerability management, patch management, configuration management, and hardening. These things are things that we can't forget, and we can't depend on these new machine learning and artificial intelligence solutions to help us, because they don't resolve those issues. It's a completely different problem, right? I hope that answers.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yes, machine learning, AI. Where have we heard that before? Perhaps 2 days ago at our event. But no, this is good. We are a little bit over time, but I guess maybe one good question. How would somebody engage HackDevNet or bundle you or white label you or something like that?
It's very simple. With first up, white labeling with agreements is not an issue. We integrate, our rule sets can integrate with different SIEMs, with different solutions. That's not an issue. If you have a firewall that uses free BSD or BSD, we can modify our plugins so that you can install that on your existing environment, or you can take our free BSD versions and just install them on whatever firewall hardware you have. We can sell it to you. You can use your own stuff. You can use virtual machines. We're very, very dynamic in how we can help MSPs, MSSPs, and companies resolve this. And we can also train folks into cyber research, being analysts, using the solution. And we also have many other solutions. And I think the reason why this is helpful, just to conclude that, is I've come from both spaces. I've worked in the intelligence space, selling the products that are actually part of the issue that we have today, because they find their way into hands of cybercrime syndicates and nation states that are not ethical. And this is a big issue. The more nations hack each other, the more likely it is that this technology winds up in cybercrime. And this is why it's getting so darn difficult. So either we change humanity, which I can't do.
Can't you? Why not?
I wish, man, I wish. So many philosophical discussions, but unfortunately I'm not half as intelligent as Socrates or someone else was. But yeah, we're working on it. Not the intelligence, but helping people. So yeah, go on the website, book an appointment, or email me. If you would be so kind, just put up the website and my email. Contact, very easy to work with. We're very easy to make agreements with. The solution doesn't cost a lot of money. And we also have management platforms to do that from the cloud. It's a private cloud, so it's not AWS, it's not Google, and it's not Azure.
I like it. So I will add that all there. Absolutely. And please give Mike a wonderful round of applause. I found the applause button, and I look forward to seeing you in the audience soon. And I'll put all your details up now.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and hopefully it was useful.
See you soon. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you very much to HackDevNet for supporting this event. I'll put the details up now. But talking about interesting scenarios, well, what could be more interesting than right now healthcare? And so I'm going to invite up to the stage Richard Stainings, Chief Security Strategist for Silera, to lead us away on a very interesting panel. Obviously, we're very curious as to the extent to which you need specialist medical security skills. We have in the past asked, should you have a healthcare MSS? But today, we're going to have a slightly different theme. Healthcare and other small providers of US critical infrastructure are under attack by nation states, which is good, apropos our last presentation. How are they expected to protect patient safety without help? Welcome, Richard, to the DMV. How are you doing? Oh, you're on mute. You're still on mute. No. Esmond, can I get a sound check from you to make sure?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Esmond. I can hear you, Derek.
Okay.
And David. But well, as Richard gets his mic sorted, let me introduce our fantastic panelists. Welcome to the DMV MSS Forum. We are joined by Derek Gilbert, Client Security Officer, Principal at DXC Technology. Nice to see you again. Esmond Kane, Chief Information Security Officer at Stewart Healthcare. Nice to see you again. And Dave Stewart, VA HIMSS and Silverline. And again, nice to see you again.
Likewise.
It's a pleasure to welcome you. Richard, do we have your sound?
I don't know. Can you tell me? Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Welcome.
Great. Sorry, technology issues here. We need a few more technologists on the call, I guess. Yeah, so thank you very much, as I was saying earlier, for inviting us back again today. And I think it's rather great that we get to follow Mike to talk about some of the threat intelligence that he's seeing, some of the types of attack vectors that he's seeing, and we're going to continue that discussion today by talking about how critical infrastructure industries like healthcare in particular have been impacted by by recent events, including some of the nation state attacks that Mike alluded to during his session.
Perfect. Well, you have the floor. It's always good to explore this angle. I think COVID has made it the topic. So you have the floor. Please take it away.
Absolutely, and I think if there were any distractors out there that didn't realize that healthcare was one of the 16 critical infrastructure industries that was identified by President Obama back in 2013, I think it was PPD 21, if I remember correctly. Then COVID has certainly brought that message home to all of us, and we are reliant on healthcare services today more so than we have been in our history, I would think, other than perhaps wars or the previous pandemic in 1918, 1919. So let me start off and try and set the stage here. And I'd like to throw this question to Dave, our resident healthcare SME, by asking him what's happening in healthcare with regard to all the developments we're seeing, what's happening with regard to the response to COVID and how we've transitioned the industry, and how that might be a concern from a security perspective.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to participate. I think I saw a quote earlier this week from Microsoft's CEO that I thought was pretty relevant with the acquisition of Nuance Communications. And he said, AI is technology's most important priority and healthcare is its most urgent application, which says a lot, especially for this conference. I think prior to the pandemic, we have a shift going to value-based care, precision and personalized medicine, which implies that need for advanced analytics. And most of the focus was cancer, heart and lung conditions, sepsis, genetic anomalies, and asthma. But as we got into the pandemic, it's really reiterated the significance of digitization in everything we do. But it's definitely had a huge impact in healthcare. It's accelerated the use of digitization and improved digital experience. Data analytics are central to the organization's mission. You've seen a rise in virtual delivery of healthcare services with telemedicine, rise in interoperability of sharing information real time, using CRM, customer relationship management, as a wrapper around the electronic health record and the ERP to really enhance that consumer and clinician employee experience. A lot of that came into standing up, nursing units for the pandemic, and then going out to schedule the vaccines and distribution of the vaccines. We're also seeing a lot of growth in clinical decision support making throughout the ICU, ED, operating rooms, radiology, and reading exams, and utilizing that outside the four walls of the hospital. And there's been a massive growth in medical devices. The whole notion of edge computing, Internet of Things, and smart medical devices, from a security perspective, that's really increased the number of endpoints to manage and secure.
Yeah, it's a fantastic growth in the number of Internet of Things connected devices. And, I've seen that over the past year, to the extent now that 3/4 of the devices in a hospital network are non-managed, right? These are they're not the Windows workstations that are being centrally managed and patched that, dominated IT as little as 5 or 10 years ago in most hospital systems. It's now a proliferation of connected devices, that sit in today's world, sit outside of the patient room so that nurses can monitor those systems rather than have to go into the room and subject themselves to, to pathogen-filled air, despite the high levels of PPE. So yeah, definitely a concern. Esmond, I want to throw this to you. You're CISO of a large healthcare system here in the US. How are you seeing this digital transformation impact the threat surface to the healthcare delivery environment, and how are you coping in terms of managing that?
Yeah, so I mean, COVID was a kind of watershed moment for healthcare. It was very cautiously adopting some of these digital solutions to drive digital health and the personalization of medicine. But then rapidly we had to come up to speed, and our workforce was going remote. That presented unique problems. And then our administrative staff had to administer some of these hospital systems remotely. You couldn't count on the simple expedient of showing up and unplugging a firewall or replacing an IoT device. So it creates, certainly the last year has been interesting, and it created unique challenges, but also unique opportunities, because we've had to accelerate a lot of these IoT initiatives and cloud adoption and other kinds of solutions. There's lots of opportunity, but also peril, and the bad guys haven't given us a break. There are some reports that in November last year alone, when just after UVM was hit and UHS was hit, there was a 600% increase in phishing. And, it's certainly a favored vector for these bad guys to use. And there's always, when in a 2020 study from HIMSS, there's always typically an element of either identity or some kind of device security involved in about 25% of these compromises that result in a reportable incident. And the simple fact of that is prior to COVID, 10% of some healthcare organizations and industries didn't have a firewall, right? 10% didn't use antivirus or didn't have it deployed in some of their critical systems. And then there's this predominance of legacy systems, which includes this IoT specter or sphere. They may have purchased an MRI 10 years ago when it was running Windows XP. And now you have to patch that system. And basically almost 3 or 4 times last year, Microsoft had to withdraw a patch because the actual cure was worse than the complaint. And if you're going to take some of these systems that are associated with patient care offline, you're absolutely impacting patient care. And, when you're scrambling to find ventilators and, provide these devices to monitor patients, that's not a good story to be telling to your clinical colleagues. You just have to look at the simple fact that the FDA has had a weak solution to kind of oversee this space. As much as we believe there's going to be 25, even 50 billion of IoT devices by 2025, it's dwarfing your traditional environment. And a lot of these biomedical and clinical engineering teams don't report into IT, right? They have their own line of reporting, and you're creating a friction point there, which very often can get political. And, sometimes when, the FDA is putting together this non-binding guidance on bill of materials provided to how you secure these devices, very often 20% of IoT devices aren't even being subject to any security risk assessment prior to being connected to your network, right? And GE is notifying us of default credentials being available. Forescout just yesterday notified us of another vulnerability associated with IoT called NameRack. The simple expedient of looking up an address can compromise an IoT device. And then last year, Forescout were kind enough, or maybe unkind enough, to also drop Ripple 20 and Amnesia. There was IP stack vulnerabilities that had existed for decades. So healthcare had to accelerate some lines of business to overcome COVID, but we were already struggling to deal with the sheer volume of IoT devices and the administrative burden and overhead to respond to our existing systems. So certainly my hope is that if you've accelerated digital disruption, you've baked in security, maybe you've overcome some of these hurdles. And simple little things like if you're having a patient visit on a mobile device, well, maybe you're collecting some telemetry from that device that speaks to your patient. Maybe you're collecting their heartbeat. Maybe you're now federating those systems into some of these ML systems, and maybe you're able to speed determination and diagnosis. But also the big caution here is the bad guys are also innovating. And the sad fact of life is sometimes they're outpacing some of our healthcare systems, and ransomware is still the call of the day. It's still disrupting healthcare.
Right. So who are the threat actors here, Esmond? What are you seeing kind of on the firing lines, as it were, in terms of who's attacking your networks? And I know you've got many hospitals and many networks you're trying to defend with a mere handful of staff.
So it's anywhere you can find an unethical actor, right? So you've got people who are just purely mercenary, and they're looking to profit from misery and potentially imperil patients. You've got the consummate capitalists who are sending phishing and selling on information. There's a thriving black market on the dark web about securing access and selling off credentials. Usually for Bitcoin, any small amount of cryptocurrency is now worth more than gold at this point in time, right? So you've got your traditional mercenary actors, which can be global. The rise of electronic converged systems and EMRs means that you can now provide patient care and some element of analysis from anywhere, but it also means that the bad guys can attack you from the internet and from anywhere, right? There's no Geneva accord to prevent them from attacking these critical systems, as we heard from David earlier. There's nation states who are funding some of their attacks by allowing their teams to profit from misery after hours. Certainly, if you look at what the White House announced this morning, their opinion is that SolarWinds or Orion or Solarigate or Nobilium, whatever you want to call it, was attributed to APT-29 or Cozy Bear or the Dukes. It's Russian state actors who are attacking everything, right? And by all accounts, that was one of the most widespread hacking campaigns in history, right? If you look at like the attacks on the Florida health systems, we may not know yet, but everybody's thinking it's nation states. The North Koreans are certainly punching above their weight with respect to some of their attacks they're doing. Global tensions around like Iran or other kinds of nation states, they also will attack healthcare. Certainly roundabout this time last year, there was some tensions with President Trump that led to alerts from three-letter agencies and CISA that we need to be aware of attacks that were pending. You also got to deal with the fact that on the dark web, these state actors or these mercenary actors, they're trading among themselves, and there's an aftermarket, and you may think you're being attacked by actor X, it may be actor Y, or sometimes when you go dig at some of these hacks, you learn, well, it wasn't just that one, there was this other one right before it. So there's a thriving community, and they're acting with impunity. They're conducting these attacks on a scale we've never seen before, and IoT is a force magnifier for them. It's an interesting time to live, certainly.
These are certainly interesting times. I think we would all agree. And of course, as Mike said in his session, the exchange attacks, right? Again, a nation state, Hafnium group out of China that has basically compromised a large number of healthcare systems and other critical industries. And with that, I want to go to Derek. What are we seeing, Derek, in other critical industries around the rise of attacks, and what are they doing to defend from these types of highly powerful actors, right? Highly motivated, highly resourced actors.
Well, I mean, every industry has suffered from the pandemic and suffered from a lot of the same, problems and consequences as the healthcare industry, and are chasing a lot of the same problems. Both Esmond and David had been right on the money about all of the things that are going on. And one thing you can derive from all of this is just the sheer complexity of it, and the organization behind it. Not only are you seeing like security companies and US organizations banding together to defend, we're actually seeing evidence that there's strong cooperation among these actors, and that they'll throw a bone to each other because the disruption and the confusion that it adds to the mix is to their benefit. And that became it was some of the indicators that came out from the exchange hack that the Chinese did. As people were closing in, you see this escalation and spread of activity to other actors that probably would not necessarily be associated with the Chinese, and yet they're benefiting in some fashion. How is that communication occurring? The evidence is there that they're responding or they're attacking in the same fashion that we're defending. They're working together. And what's really scary for all of these industries is it's the full spectrum of actors. It's an increased attack surface and the full spectrum of actors, from nation state down to the the kitty hacker that is experimenting, out of their basement. And the access to tools and capabilities of all of these actors are getting better and better and better. And so, it is escalating, and it is going to require a change in approach in order to be successful, not only for healthcare, but for all of these critical infrastructure industries. There, in my opinion, I've been an advocate of, and will continue to be an advocate of, this is an area where I think the government needs to take a greater role, because we are being assaulted by other governments. We are approaching, in a virtual world, what would be considered warfare in the physical world. We are seeing more and more instances of the hacking attempts having physical impacts and physical manifestations that can cause harm. And this escalation is literally pushing us towards the, more, we're kind of in a Cold War in the virtual sense, but we are pushing towards electronic bullets war coming up. It is getting that hot. And then, as Esmond was pointing out, you've got all the worldwide physical confrontations that are also going on, as there's the plays for influence between Russia and China and the United States across the world. So it's a dire situation for us all, and something has to change.
Right. Do you think critical infrastructure leaders, understand the magnitude of this problem? Does government understand the magnitude of this problem? I know we saw earlier this week, the FBI getting involved in removing web shells, right, from compromised Exchange servers, much to discussion on the forums. Is this going to be the future, do you think?
Well, they're changing also. They're having to change, because the traditional approaches, the expectations of what the FBI will do for you and needs to do for you, and the capability, it's changed. Just as in our infrastructures, we're running into the problems of having, end of life, old infrastructure, old Windows boxes that don't respond to new commands or are susceptible, all of that's also occurring for all of these entities that support us. And they're using old processes and old methodologies that have to change. And so, yes, we're seeing, as you point out, the FBI taking more aggressive action. Other national defense structures are going to be taking more aggressive action. They're going to have to, and it's going to have to be coordinated, and it's going to have to be administered in a fashion that protects us as a nation, while at the same time protecting these businesses that that are based out of the United States but operate globally.
Right. So what I'm hearing you saying here is that there's a bigger role for government, and obviously defending against nation states, and that really it should be a partnership with businesses.
Yeah. Yep. And guidance, and much as we've seen with, we're going to see also, I think, a more explicit expression of regulatory controls like HIPAA, where there's going to be new things that come into play as the regulatory agencies realize that the traditional ways of dealing with these threats are not going to work, and that one of the things that came to mind when Esmond was talking is, when you talk about the threat surface, we were talking about just the proliferation within healthcare, but healthcare is dependent on so many third parties and focused on third-party security, and that same effect has occurred in all of those third parties. So all the things that we've been looking in healthcare at that we need to do better at, we also need to realize that all of our supporting third-party organizations have those same problems internally, and they're trying to address it too. It's a dire situation, and it's going to require some centralized change and some guidance.
I wanted to pick up on your comment about regulation and direct that to Dave. Healthcare is one of the most regulated industries today. Do you think that regulation is going to drive a change within the healthcare industry for CEOs to spend more money on cybersecurity, should we say, than on new outpatient clinics or new X-ray machines or other new toys? Is that what it's going to take to bring about a change in the industry? We are extremely reluctant to change, as you know. You've worked in the space as long as I have, and very conservative. And you're on mute, Dave. Still on mute.
Apologies.
No
I
worries.
think so. I mean, think about meaningful use. That was cash for clunkers, kind of to drive the electronic health record. You're going to see something like that to help drive change. I mean, CEO level issues, they're looking at cyber hygiene now. They've got to have things that are going to drive that. There's got to be cybersecurity drills that occur within the healthcare systems to be ready for these types of things. So something's going to have to be that catalyst to help drive it. You were talking about the patches, and you've got a lot of these SDKs for some of these different vendors out there, and it doesn't, the velocity of those things coming out and the cost and the impact with these healthcare systems don't necessarily match their budget system, where they go by quarter or annually, where these things are coming out rapidly, and it's hard for health systems to keep up with the technology stack that they have and be able to maintain that.
It's hard enough for healthcare to keep up with patching, let alone trying to validate the integrity of the patches that they're implementing. And I wanted to draw to a question that came up in the panel here. We're all told to patch early and patch often. How can healthcare security professionals take steps to make sure they patch they are applying is legitimate and sometimes automatically is not compromised? And I'll open that to all three of you if anyone wants to take a stab. How do we secure the software supply chain?
Well, and that's the problem. We thought we had security, adequate security. What we're seeing is these persistent nation state attacks, long-term work. I mean, they're working from multiple ways in. It comes back to, we may not be able to prevent. What we may be able to do is detect and react. And we need to put more emphasis on the detect and react and how we do that. And again, collectively, that's got to roll up. When significant infrastructure companies in the United States get attacked, there needs to be a response that's not only from that individual company, but rolls up through our government to support them. Because these techniques and this start is coming from adversaries that are working against our national defense. So right. I still think that that spectrum, we've got to have government interaction and support, and we've got to have, as Dave was saying, it's really important that there's incentives that are created, and those incentives can form all sorts of fashions, from from a release from certain things to the additional resources to access to support that didn't previously exist. And I think some of that access to support is areas where, as a nation, we have to work together and develop more of that, and not just as corporate entities working together to defend ourselves.
Right. And I know Esmond and I were chatting earlier this morning about government response. As a quick 30-second, Esmond, to finish up here, what should government be doing about this, and what are they doing?
So, I mean, there's a lot of discussions. HR 7898, allowed you to, if you have a particular framework that you tie your security around, it means that also your one come knocking, you have at least you own the story, the narrative, and you're doing your best defense in depth approach. So, long story short, there's definitely some new actors at the federal level that are paying more attention, and things like HR 7898, I think, are a huge breath of fresh air.
Right. Well, as we said earlier, these are certainly very interesting times.
If I can just add to that, the hacking back that the FBI is going out and patching your systems for you, please don't rely on the three-letter agency to patch your boxes. That's your job.
No, right? Absolutely not. You're right.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's been an interesting discussion, and I know we're out of time here. So wanted to hand the mic back to Phelim and pass on our thanks as well for being invited to share our thoughts and expertise here collectively.
Well, no, thank you very much. It's a key topic. Obviously, the question of the MSS of tomorrow is also incomplete without considering the various things it would be applied to, for example, healthcare security. So it's a pleasure to include you in this wider MSS forum. It's really, really key. So
we certainly need all the help we can get right now, whether it's government or it's expertise on the private side. I don't think the previous model of hospitals defending themselves alone, a last stand, as it were, really holds true anymore today.
Yeah, sadly. Well, lovely to see you all again. I know you a couple of you very kindly helped on our AI and automation forum just the other day. So it's nice to welcome you to the DMV. Please give Derek, Esmond, David, and of course Richard a big round of applause. I found the applause button as you see in the chat function. So it's great to see you.
Thank you. See you again. Thank you.
I'll see you in the audience. Perfect. Yep, Jay, you've also got it. Nice to see you, Jay, as well. So, of course, MSS and DMV are two buzzwords, not Department for Motor Vehicles, but DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Another buzzword, which we probably need to take a lot more, a harder look at, is SASE. And I don't know if any of you were there, probably none of you were there at the Denver Forum, except for, of course, Richard and maybe Esmond and Mike. But Steve Winterfeld very kindly came and gave us a talk on how the SASE framework will impact the MSS model. And far from being a buzzword, it seems to be actually quite revolutionary. Steve, welcome back. How are you doing?
Good. How are you today?
Doing well, having a great time. I'm glad that the DMV we find ourselves in today, we're thinking much more about CMMC. We're thinking about the third parties, supply chain. Obviously, last time we were in this DC region, it was a very different flavor. But SASE, that plays very much into all of that. How have you been?
Good. Ready for the weather to change so we can start getting outside a little bit more. How about you?
Well, it just became possible to go outside and sit outside in a restaurant outside. So that makes everyone here a little bit happier.
Awesome.
But no, well, you have the floor. Feel free to share, and yeah, very much looking forward to it.
Awesome, thank you. So what we had talked about was, just trying to understand, all these buzzwords, and I've heard talks today. The one on healthcare, so critical. There was the discussion earlier today around resiliency, both in regulations and just in requirements, is becoming much more active. Another area that we see a lot of people talking, as advisory CISO at Akamai, working with, both our products and our customers, is just this need to move into some new frameworks. And one of the ones that's catching on is SASE. And there's really this concept of kind of integrating capabilities. And I love this quote from Michael Jordan, we used to look for the best athlete. What is the best tool? Now we're looking for the best teammate. What is the best platform? And so let's talk a little bit about that. I think this is catching on because it's naturally something we were doing. I just talked to an insurance company. They had 63 vendors, security vendors. I talked to a bank in England, one of the major banks there. They have in the neighborhood of 500 security vendors. Be it 100, be it 500, be it a smaller company that only has a staff of 2 or 3 people and 15 tools, that's still, how are you going to optimize? How are you going to get tools effective? How are you going to keep everything up to date in this environment where there's just so much complexity? And so one of the things that came out is this framework. And so this framework is both the performance and the security. And so how is the network going to run? And then how are we going to put our security tools out there? And I'll share a personal experience. You know, I had my security platform and infrastructure designed. The strategy was written. I was very happy. And then some of the apps I was protecting moved to public cloud. And now all of a sudden I'm scrambling to make sure my security controls will work in that particular cloud, that the cloud will be compliant. And so I love the fact that this is coordinating very closely between the two. And then on the other side, it is a framework. You see a list here. You know, you've got cloud security broker, you got secure web gateway, your zero trust network access, your web application firewalls, your regular cloud-based firewalls, DNS protection, remote browser isolation. There's other things on here, DLP, DDoS protection. So there's around 15 security tools. And what we're doing is we're saying, how do we integrate all of these? And the idea is to move towards one platform, one vendor, and that vendor provides all these capabilities integrated on day one. It reduces your requirement for engineering staff. It reduces your requirement to integrate. There's just so many upsides to this, and many of us were already moving to this direction. And so I think this is a great concept, but as we apply this concept to MSS, what does that look like? And so I want to take a minute and kind of think through that. You know, is this going to be something that a customer asks? Are you using the SASE model? Are you using the Forrester Zero Trust Edge model? Both of these are very similar. You know, how are you handling integration? How are you handling, you know, edge protection? You're seeing more and more people talk about the edge. And as we think about how we're going to answer that and how we're going to provide services, I think, you know, again, SASE is a great analytical tool. It can allow us to look and think through, how are we doing this? How are we measuring this? And what's our long-term goal? And so the first question is, you know, are we going to be a vendor? And we use multiple tools. So we do the integration behind the scenes, and they're coming to us. And so we're quote unquote a SASE solution because we provide the network, you know, we're CDN, we're software defined WAN, whatever network capability we have all the tools they want. They're getting them from one vendor. So we are a SASE-like capability. The other is to actually internally follow the design and use it as part of what we're saying we're doing for people. You know, we're doing this for you up front in an integrated and effective way. And then the last thing is, you know, where are we at on this term edge? Because we have the Zero Trust Edge, we have the SASE Secure Access Service Edge. So are we going to get into discussion with the edge? Are we going to say we protect the edge? So that's something I think we need to talk about and understand what that means and how we go around addressing that. So a couple critical factors. The first is, you know, what is that set of capabilities we want? Of the 15 that are offered now, no vendor really does all of them. You see vendors actually making mergers and acquisition plays that adding capabilities. And then you see other things, for instance, that really aren't on there that probably should be on there. The MageCart JavaScript or form jacking, it's not really addressed as a capability you need to protect against. I think it should be part of that framework. And so as you do your business analysis, what's important, if you have an active JavaScript environment, something you should probably add to the framework or to the capabilities you're providing out for it. And then last but not least, you know, how are we interacting with the customers? How are we doing it ourselves? Are we staying with the portal? Are we going more API based and being interactive that way? I see more and more of our customers leaning away from controlling through a portal and engaging us at the API level. And so, I think it's part of that whole DevOps or DevSecOps, depending on which one you're using, move. So we talked about this edge. So what does this edge really mean? I think it's critical to say it means different things for different customers. Horrible answer. I get that. If the customer is still in the data center, their edge is the things facing out of the data center. If the customer has gone to a compute at the edge, where they're doing serverless or function as a service out on the edge, not even in the cloud, but out on the edge, those are kind of the two extremes in infrastructure approach and maturity of what we have. We've been doing stuff in the data center a lot longer. Most of those processes are more mature. Stuff out in this function as a service area, we don't have as much security experience. And then in the middle API, we've been doing APIs a little bit longer, but we still have some security challenges, both on the process and the technology side. So as we're looking at this, what do we as an organization want to protect? How do we want to deploy? Are we going to deploy into the edge? Are we going to deploy into their infrastructure, regardless of whether it's data center, cloud, or edge-based? That there's some complexity there, but I think that is great to think through the strategy and do we have a sweet spot? Do we want to go after companies that are starting to move to cloud first and focus on the cloud, or do we want to stay with, those that are in heavily regulated industries? We were just talking about healthcare in the previous section, and in the U.S., you're talking about HIPAA and high trust. Those kind of factors. If you get into, pharma has different regulations, or medical device has different regulations and different requirements. And as you get into these, does it make sense for us to kind of focus on that vertical that has a set of special needs? Almost, in medical devices, SCADA or Internet of Things. And so these are things I think it's important for us to engage with our strategy and with our customers to understand where are they going, how are they going to get there, what do we need to protect, and how do we transition with them. And so the next part of this is, developing that strategy. Are we good, or do we want to lean into this new, SASE model of a strategy? I really am not happy they ended up with that SASE as their term, but we'll keep going. And so, which components of this do we want to focus on? We said there are, a dozen network types and at least 15 different kind of security controls. How much of those, which are the right ones? Which ones are companies most likely to outsource? Which ones are they likely to outsource as an independent one-off for the next few years? And so there are different thoughts here on how to approach that. And again, some of those we may be people we want to partner with or capabilities we want to build. And so I think access is right up front for everybody. More and more you're seeing access being the issue. So how are they doing access? How are you managing that? What's your involvement in that portion of it? What infrastructure framework or enterprise approach are you supporting? Do you want to focus on one? And then it gets even more, even if you focus on cloud means a lot of different things. There's data in the cloud, there's, function as a service, there's infrastructure as a service. You can go into specific things like, CASB as a service. And so multi-cloud gets more complex, but it's also a better opportunity for MSS as they get into more diverse. I think the capability to go across all of those as one provider makes it easier to be that integrator for them. What is your SIM? How are they getting access to the SIM? How are you collaborating and giving the customer situational awareness? Are you going to offer services and remediation or just alerting? I've seen a couple different things. So what level of the life cycle, as you do this shared responsibility model, are you going to do? Are you going to be compliance focused, heavily regulated industries? Are you going to be geographic focused? And if you're both, it gets complex very quickly. Of course, the 800-pound gorilla here is privacy. How are you dealing across privacy in all these different areas if you have anything with customer data in it? And what customer data is varies widely depending on which legal system you're in. You know, how are we deploying? And then finally, you know, what's emerging? I already used an example earlier, but we have threats constantly emerging, and we have different applications of how it's doing it. Everything from nation states to hacktivists are attacking different infrastructures in different ways. And so as we protect that confidentiality, integrity, and availability, what do we need to do there? So again, I provide this, and I'm going to provide the next few slides as more as a reference and a checklist. They are kind of dense in text, and I fully take ownership for the fact that I want to provide all of these as tools and references, so you can go back and kind of ask yourself these questions and use these as either a checklist or an analytical tool as you pick up a framework that I'm suggesting is an analytical tool. So the next is, you know, what are the phases to go into something like this if you're not there already, whether you're a company implementing this or you want to implement this on behalf of someone else? I think the question is pretty straightforward. You know, I talked about access first last for a reason. I think it is so critical nowadays. And so how are you doing this? Zero trust, I think, is really what we're doing. Zero trust is interesting. You know, there are a couple ways to look at it: microsegmentation versus layer 7 application level access. I've seen people use both approaches. I tend to think the more mature one is application level access. Full disclosure, that's also what our company thinks. But it is because, you know, it's this next generation. We've been talking about it 10 years. It is designed to cut down that lateral movement on day one. It is more flexible because the person that owns the application can provision people. Then again, it's a two-edged sword because we all know what a pain deprovisioning can be. How many of us have those audit findings about deprovisioning? And so now we're depending on the application owners to deprovision as well. So you have to have some strong auditing and processes around that. CASB is a natural fit here. Secure web gateway, moving to a cloud-based one if you're on-prem and you're moving into the cloud can be tricky. And this is also a natural time to move all of these into one capability. DDoS and DNS protection, pretty classic. That availability. Healthcare, a classic example. Availability is number one. You know, healthcare has to be provided, so the systems have to be up and available. And consequently, they're the ones that, you know, we constantly see hit by things like, you know, ransomware and extortion, denial of service attacks last year. And then last, I have these firewall as a service or web application or API, web page and API firewalls. They're on the bottom of the list because largely people have these. It would be very unusual for a company not to have a firewall. The question is, when do you move it to a cloud? When do you move it into an integrated platform? That might be part of a natural maintenance cycle. So this isn't necessarily something you're going to do in a year. This may be something you do over 2 or 3 years, or just naturally as these things come up. And the other thing is, you also want to look at your gap analysis and risk radar and say, you know, we have a mature access infrastructure, and we really need to focus on secure web gateway first. even though it'd be nice to move to the first generation, something maybe more secure. And again, it all depends on your business model and your risk. So rather than in this priority, we're going to go in the priority of where we have too much risk in an accepted and need to fix that. And so then, now it's time to kind of think about how to actually build this program out and how to do this. And so the first thing is, a lot of us on this call are security focused. It is some days hard for me to say, okay, there's, I own security. I need to collaborate with my fraud partner, my privacy partner, my data scientist, to make sure that I'm integrated into those capabilities and they're secure. And oh, by the way, my IT partners. And so security is 100% a team sport. And so we want to look at this. We want to go and say, how do we do this and take this over to the security, from the security team to the network team? Does this make sense? How can we collaborate on this? If you're both bought into this as framework, as something you want to use and implement, it's a success. As we said at the beginning, it's designed to bring the two halves together. If only security is using it, it's only going to be half successful, in my opinion. You need the audit and risk to buy into it. And so let's say they're using COVID and you want to bring this in and say, hey, we want to use this framework. There may be a crosswalk needed. There may be some, I don't want you to get so far down the road using a framework and then have audit and risk come in and be frustrated that it doesn't fit in with how they're trying to evaluate things. You want to get that stakeholder buy-in. And I rattled off some of those stakeholders, but the operations folks, the privacy folks, anybody that has a concern here, get their advice, get their buy-in, and then go out, build this model and produce this. This is fairly classic. I bring this up largely because I wanted to emphasize that first part is this has to be done jointly between the network architect and the security architect to make sure we're going to have a joint venture going forward. And so, I wish we could hit the easy button. It sure would make life better, but I'm not sure it exists for us. So a couple things I want to touch on. The original Gartner paper was called The Future of Network Security. If you want to read that original paper, you can come to Akamai, and we've got that on our page that you can download a copy of that white paper. There's a blog that you can get to on Forrester that talks about the Zero Trust Edge. So if you Google that, you can go to that directly yourself. There's an article out there that I did, talking a lot about what we hear somewhat in more detail. It's how to take this from a buzzword to a process. Another reference. And then one of my partners, or actually a couple of my partners, put out, if you got to Bright Talk, you look up Akamai, you'll see we have a number of training resources out there. I know we were talking in this last one on health about the continuing evolving threats. We've got blogs on things like, we've got webinars on Bright Talk on things like SASE and the latest threats, as well as our blog poster out there. And so with that, I will turn it over to questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. I guess one very important question would be, how can an MSP capitalize on selling the SASE framework to their customers? Is that where maybe we could get their attention rather than apply it to your MSP? How can we sell it?
So I think, this is one of those that I think, be careful that some of your customers are having a SASE discussion and don't consider you to be a SASE vendor. And so I think this is a great question to say, hey, are you having thoughts or if you having thought, are you guys considering either the Zero Trust Edge or the SASE framework or anything to really kind of do vendor consolidation, reduce complexity? If you have any efforts around that, we really think we're the partner, and we want to be part of that discussion. That makes sense.
I like it. And I guess to stitch this into the fabric of the rest of the event, we've been looking at what the MSP or secure MSP or MSS, and in fact, next we're going to have a panel about the SMSP, I suppose. What do you think that dynamic's going to look like as more MSPs think that they are now MSS, or not? Some don't think that, but I don't know. How does this fit in there, and what would you say is around the corner?
I think the reason that I like this framework is it forces us to have a holistic conversation. And so what it does is we can now go in and we can say, are we going to be edge focused? Are we going to be cloud focused, multi-cloud focused? Which of these set of security capabilities do we think makes sense for us to package up and for the 5 that we don't, do we want to have designated partners, or do we want the customer to go find another solution for those 5? And so I think it's a great, and I will, if somebody does use this to protect your own company, I will say, be careful putting this into your strategy, because if you don't use every tool, then the auditor is going to say, oh, you said you're following the SASE framework, you're not using everything it said. I would encourage you to use this as an analytical tool, and the analysts put it out so it is perfectly set to be an analyst tool. Did that help? Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does. It does. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we're out of time. Thank you very much, Steve, for yet another great deep dive into SASE. It's not just a buzzword. It's not one of these here today, gone to tomorrow buzzwords. I think it's really important.
I will tell you that, Zero Trust has been around for 10 years. We haven't solved it, which is another story. I think this one's going to make it because it's addressing a natural trend that was happening and gives us a tool to help. Thanks.
I love it. And I hope to be back over in the Rocky Mountains soon.
Awesome. Thanks.
Please give Steve a great virtual round of applause. I will see you soon in the audience. Perfect. Well, thanks ever so much to Steve. And it's important maybe to just reflect on where we've been today. We've had a look at the top post holder of tomorrow. We've had a look at why resilience is suddenly a topic for an MSP or an MSS. We've had a look at the ISOC. We've had a look at gamified training. Well, as a lot of MSPs are thinking, where's my next meal ticket coming from? Yes, of course, security, but also training and development. And if so, how and what role does gamification play? We had a nice deep dive into insider threats. We've had a look at the MSS becoming the threat vector of choice. We've had a look at the architects of the future, whether or not there should be an internal one. We've had a look specific to healthcare. And now I'm going to invite our panelists up because we're going to look at the SMSP, secure MSP, the extent to which a secure MSP of the future should look like, and could they evolve into an MSS, which is a bone of contention to some, but not to all. So I'm going to promote our panelists, and then I will introduce them. It's quite a panel, so if you just bear with me. Perfect. So even though we've been going for some time, we have a stellar panel now. We're joined by Harry Brailsford, the CEO and founder of SMB Nation. We're joined by Lloyd Deverick, Senior Development Manager at Foresight IT Solutions. We're joined by Mike Schiller, Director of Advantage Solutions. And we're joined by Chris May, Information Security Consultant at Advantage Technology. Welcome to the MSS DMV. It's a pleasure to see you all here. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Thanks for having us.
A pleasure. It's a pleasure. I'm pleased that this time, being in the DMV The tune has changed. It's all about business. It's not such a COVID panel. It's not election topics. It is progressive. But of course, CMMC and the world of governmental supply chains is everywhere. But I like it. Let's start with Harry, because Harry, you're an MSP expert, but you're not a security expert. So that makes this question ultra fair. What does the secure MSP look like today? We're gonna find out what it looks like tomorrow, but let's start off with that.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's conversations I'm having. And Phelim, first of all, thanks for having me on. And I always feel like I'm a fish out of water because I live in a slightly different realm, but you're very kind to have me on, and I provide hopefully just some insights, coming out of left field. Here are the conversations I'm having today with vendors. In fact, one of the vendors is one where you and I met at an event in Miami. Yes. And what I'm seeing on the vendor side is, and hopefully this answers the question, Harry, it's not so much we want to use SMB Nation as a media platform to recruit more resellers, right? We're probably doing okay with the 7,000 resellers we have. It's more that we want to get beyond the 20% of our resellers and partners who do 80% of the business. We want to, elevate the lower performing partners to do more. And so, Phelim, the conversation's now shifting literally with a couple of vendors, including a hardware OEM and a distributor, about this brand, this curriculum I have, the Pocket MBA, to make these people better business people. Because they got the tech, as far as I'm concerned, they got the geek side down, and there's not a lot of value I can add. But the community is now saying, with the new abnormal, and this would include, the evolution to become a managed security service, step it up a notch. They've got to kind of, it's like a house in your foundation. We got to kind of level the foundation and fortify it. Then we can add another floor. Okay, but if we, by analogy, if we don't level the foundation, we're going to be shimming windows on the third floor to make them level. Okay. Those are the conversations I'm having. And then the other thing I would add is an evergreen topic, and I believe Carl Palachuk, a thought leader in standard operating procedures, was at Community Small Business Thoughts. Standard operating procedures, internal operations is always an evergreen topic, right? Because if you don't have that, it's going to hold back your growth. It's going to hold back your evolution. So I'll go back on mute, but those are the conversations I'm having today.
Oh no, that's very good. And of course, there are lots of people trying to persuade MSPs that with the click of a button, everything is possible. Which it might be. It might be. Who knows? So Mike, let's go to you next. Can you give us a flavor of what you think the secure MSP of today sort of looks like?
Sure thing. I think the biggest thing that my company has seen is we started paying a lot more attention to compliance regulations, whether that's HIPAA, GDPR, CMMC, PCI. And when you look at it, every business has some regulatory that they should be following, even if it's just the state laws. And we have some wonderful states like New York and California that require you to follow their laws too. So that was our point one. That's where we began. And we started looking at the product set we were putting out for our customers and saying, this is good, but it's really not great. And so we've spent the last 12 months in particular taking a much harder look at how our solution stack, combining vendors, combining applications, combining products to make a single solution for the customer instead of the customer having to go work with this company and this company and this company and this company. And that's what's getting the appeal. That's what's getting people to go, oh, that makes a lot of sense to me. I like being able to deal with one vendor.
Maybe that consolidation and people feeling a bit resilient. They need a bit more resilience, as we had earlier today with the vendor universe. All right, let's ask you then, Lloyd, and then I'll come around to Christopher. Lloyd, this secure MSP. Now I'm being funny with the terms, right? I'm banding about MSS, MSP, and SMSP. But the secure MSP, does it naturally start to become an MSS, or does it mean that they have to bundle an MSS?
I think it goes both ways. You can, one, you start to seeing all the gaps inside of other companies, and you are the point of trust, right? So it depends if you can actually fill that point of trust and fill all those like things, or if you can't. If maybe you have a contact and you have other resources that you can do from other vendors, so you can be that one point of consolidation, but the customer trusts you, and that's who they're going to, and it's kind of that, I guess it's the natural evolution of where you're going to go, is because you are that point of trust for that customer.
And then maybe Christopher, do you think it doesn't matter anymore about pure play MSP, of which maybe there are none? We'll get to that with Harry. But it doesn't matter, because the MSS can one day be a prime contractor and another day can play second fiddle to an MSP.
And that's the truth of the situation right now. It's almost impossible to be a pure, secure MSP on your own anymore. What happens is you start to muddy the waters, right? But what we've seen recently, and especially in security, I think we've seen a big growth in those partnerships that you're talking about, right? We're a managed service provider that has thousands of customers on our rolls, right? And we're very good at being a managed service provider. But as you and I've talked about before, and the gentleman on this panel, we came to a crossroads where we had to decide, are we going to be an MSP that moves to a secure MSP, right? Or an MSSP, or are we going to figure out how to do this correctly? And for us, the client needs to benefit. And I think Mike said it well. We came to the understanding, our client said, we don't want you to hand us off to somebody else. If you can't do an in-house SOC, that's fine. Figure it out. We trust you. Figure it out. So we went through a years-long process, 2-year process, to find a company that only does managed security operations, right? Now what have we done? We bring them in under our umbrella. They have clients all over the world, but now we vetted them and we bring them directly to the client, right? They can focus on their security. We can focus on being a very good managed security provider. The client gets a secure managed service provider, but we put two forces together. So now my focus is not pulled from providing very high level managed services. Our partner's focus is not moved from providing very high level security operations center services. And then we've paired that with that's an expensive thing to bring in. So what we did is, to Mike's point, is we brought in resources in-house to cover the other parts, the procedure, the policy, the training on that, right? Our knowledge of understanding HIPAA and PCI and NIST and the million other things that exist, that has given us the ability to be a full, I think, a complete service and a complete offering. And I think that's going to be the model of the future, because I think we've all known, as we try to move into other avenues away from MSP, we just get watered down. And then we're not able to provide the key services we did before, or we miss security because we're trying to provide MSP services. So I think there's a clear delineation there that will work with a partner model.
I like that. And maybe even the big person, gender neutral MSS, will white label themselves eventually. Who knows? It's
they have. So one of them has basically. They allow us to white label their material, but they do it in a more of a hybrid model. So their engineers still come alongside of us. So they also help the sales cycle, right? Why do I want to dedicate sales resources and sales engineers to talk about security when I have this large managed security provider, right? Very large security service provider that can offer me those resources. So they've actually bolstered us. They make us stronger, they make us better, and then they give us assets to help our business and theirs.
I like it. But let's bring in Harry. If there are certain size of MSPs, right? Isn't it quite hypnotic or seductive? Some of these ConnectWise, other things exist that come along and say, you know what, you're already using me, so a little more on the subscription side, and you too can become an MSS. Isn't that seductive?
Well, sure, it's seductive, and I don't blame them for doing that. Again, by analogy, I'm always suspicious of those conversations, because we used it back in the late 90s with Small Business Server, but before we were all called MSPs, and we had this whole line of reasoning of just add water and Small Business Server will work, and you too could be the next billionaire. you know the rest of the story. And so I'm always a little suspicious of that. I'd like people to think about it more. I mean, I know it's human nature to think about fast, quick, and easy and cheap, but I'd like people to maybe revisit their better self in terms of, you know, what's a specialist in medicine do? Well, they go to med school, and more importantly, they stay current, continuing ed, reading journals. I mean, they're really dedicated to their profession. And, you know, Phelim, you and I have had that talk, but I think people need to be, what am I trying to say? Have more intellectual integrity as they enter into these fields. It's not just add water. It's not just fill out a form at one of the large ISVs. But that language is seductive. I mean, it does frickin' work. But I think it devalues the community, right? The MSS community. It's devaluing it. And guys, we went through this with the paper MCSE. I mean, this is a well paved road. But yeah, I'm offended daily by the community wants it fast, quick, cheap, and easy.
No, and even on my side, people they say, yeah, Pelham, can you find me some MSPs? And I'm like, what do you mean? And they, yeah, show me where they are. I'm like, well, first of all, Jordi Valero and his Cloud Tango does a good job of that. But you know, beyond that, what are you looking for, right? And they go, oh, they'll bundle stuff, won't they? They'll bundle stuff. Well, no, this is the point. This is the point of this conference, to say, one, they're not just going to bundle stuff for you, and two, they themselves need security. So with that in mind, it might be a nice segue. Mike, we're in the DMV. Well, technically, we're in the DMV, and we know that there's a lot of supply chain. There's a lot of governmental organizations, and so it's highly likely that in anyone's third, fourth, fifth party, that they'll get caught up in CMMC and certain compliance and governmental compliance. Is there anything you could say to paint a picture of DC, Maryland, Virginia in that respect? Just you know, to give us a flavor of what's going on.
Yeah, it's the Wild West right now. And for perspective, one of our very closely aligned equipment partners, who shall remain nameless for the purposes of this story, we reached out to them and said, hey, you know, we'd love to do some educational webinars with you to garner some interest. And we wanted to do one starting with CMMC. And they said, great, what's that? We said, wait a minute. You don't know what CMMC is? They're like, no, should we? And this was not a small regional vendor. This is a global hardware vendor that many of you listening to this today use on a regular basis. And it was a head slap moment. We thought, wow. And there's all these myths. Well, you know, I know Google isn't really approved under CMMC, but we've come up with some workarounds. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. There's no such thing as a workaround with CMMC. It's a pretty clear, concise list that doesn't have a lot of fudge factor to it. And so we're spending a lot of time educating, not just our customers, but our vendors. I remember I had a gentleman who owns a company in Hawaii who I had been harassing via email. And he was politely blowing me off. And I basically said, I don't think you understand me. You have to do this. And he picked up his phone and called me and said, look, Mike, you know, we're a small organization. We really don't have a lot of infrastructure. We don't have a lot of people. I said, okay, Bill, stop for a second. Do you have contracts with the DoD? He goes, that's all of our business. Well, then you need to do this. And it's going to take you about 12 months to get it done. And if you don't do it, then you're going to lose all of your business. And there was this really uncomfortable silence on the other end of the phone. He said, well, I guess I need to talk to my partners about this. So we're seeing so much of that. And that's where we're spending our time is, I'm pushing back more than I normally would, particularly when somebody gives me an email response like, we're fine, or we've got it all covered. No, you don't. Because if you did, you would have said, we just finished with our RPO and we're waiting for the C3PAOs to be certified so that we can get our certification from them. If you said something like that to me, then I think, okay, you got your act together and you know what you're doing. But and very candidly, our organization, we started quote unquote selling CMMC a little over a year ago. And the deals that we closed last year, we're eating a little crow. We're eating some humble pie and going, hey, we forgot some stuff, but we quoted you a number. So gosh darn it, we're gonna hold to that number. We're gonna take a bath on your order. But it's a good learning. It was a good learning experience for us before the volume hits, before we're now doing this for 20 or 30 organizations a month instead of a quarter.
And that is perhaps a very interesting point about pricing and about positioning and about misinterpreting how much things might cost. So Lloyd, yes, CMMC, it's a factor, but do you think that MSPs out there might completely get it wrong? They either say, oh, the SLA says I'm not responsible, when a lawsuit would say whatever, and in fact they've quoted for encrypted XYZ, or they've matched some sort of act, and they haven't really thought through just how much security costs.
I think that's going to happen quite often. And the fact that they jump in going, yeah, we can do this, and then they kind of realize they can't, or really have any idea on how in depth some of these things go and how complicated some of these things are. And they misquote for hours, they misquote for resources and how well it takes, like even just server resources or environmental resources. Like it takes a lot of things and a lot of like physical security and everything else. There's a lot of elements that they don't take into effect. And I think it's going to kind of happen for a lot of people, and it's kind of sad, where people jumping in and saying we can do this, and they really can't.
Well, what actually we're assuming everyone is thinking about what it is that people are quoting for, but what do you think MSPs are trying to offer right now in terms of security? Are they saying, oh, I'll bundle a managed SOC for you, or what are they trying to offer?
I think they're trying to offer just overall security. Like, we're going to make you safe. We're going to be the all-in-wonder. We're going to try to get everything for you. We got you covered, and basically trying to say, hey, look, you don't have to worry about a thing. We have you covered. And like, that's ultimately, they're trying to do like a blanket, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it all for you, sadly. As opposed to kind of getting down, these are the exact areas that we're going to cover you for. This is the exact things that we're going to do for you. Like, in doing that, they're trying to go in, that whole commercial of we're just going to blanket make you happy.
Yeah, that's tricky. That's tricky on many parts, especially if you write it down. Chris, what do you think then in terms of liability and compliance and insurance and the SLAs that many of these companies are signing? Do you think that there's does it make an MSP become an MSS? Does that make them become an MSS if they've offered all those services, or they've gone to the trouble of securing themselves? Does that automatically make them wake up and become an MSS?
No, it makes you an MSS as far as risk is concerned. But if you haven't assessed the risk, as we all know, then all of a sudden you have this huge, threat surface of the risk to you when you haven't done all the legwork in the background. And you're wrapping up a question that honestly was running through my head after hearing Harry and Mike, is there was this push to say, SolarWinds, ConnectWise, all these people, we can turn your MSP into an MSS, right? And so what happens is when you believe that and take that on and you do what Lloyd said and you start to say we're everything to everybody, then you've assumed that risk and you're not really an MSS, but you're assuming the lawsuits and everything. That for us was a scary place to be, right? We fell into that trap originally of, SolarWinds is managing everything. We have it all. It's great. We have all the tools. We have all the pieces. We manage our customers, right? That's what we used to use. And so at that point you think, okay, well, we can be an MSS, right? Then what happens? Now, before everything went south, we realized quickly internally that there was too much to carry, and we shifted very quickly to, as I said, a third-party security provider. The reason why we did that speaks to risk, right? They white label stuff for us. The clients know the name of the service. They can reach out directly to the Security Operations Center. They have a concierge security team. But guess who owns that risk now? Not me. It comes from my quotes. It comes from me, but they assume the risk and they have an SLA with our client, right? That passes the security risk off from me. My offering now is I can help you manage and run your business and keep you compliant. If you don't use this tool, being a third-party security operations center, full managed security, I can't guarantee your security. I'm very clear about it. I cannot do it. Not that I couldn't, I won't do it. I'm not putting that liability on me because we decided it's not in our wheelhouse. And as our information security consultant, that falls on me, right? If we mess up, I might as well move out of state. I'm getting another job. We all feel that way, I think. And so that for us has been that. Let's transfer that risk to somebody that's willing to carry it. We have huge insurance policies on our clients, not the type that our giant partner has on their cybersecurity clients that run through us. So we've effectively, thanks to lawyers and very smart people in the organization, passed risk away. Because what do? We do risk assessments. We assess for risk. And that's why I don't understand why people can't figure this out inside of I think that's why if you've been an MSP your whole life, you don't have the assets to assess risk. So you make some very bad decisions. And we almost went down, we did go down that road for a very little bit. Vendor, got us into, hey, I can manage all your platform. You'll be secure. 7 months in, we backed off. We've been this strategy for 2 years. And I sleep better at night because I don't have to carry the risk of being a full security operations center provider.
I like it. And I think we could also go down the insurance question and find out that a lot of cyber risk insurance is very woolly and we'll pay out if you have a breach. Well, what is a breach? Well, it's a thing. And yeah.
My best friend sells cyber risk insurance to us and to other people. And he owns his own company and is the very first person to tell you that it's very, very hard to cash in on a cyber risk policy.
Yeah, it is, especially the part that talks about reputation. But anyway, we have a nice question. Mike Anders, he says, and let's put this to Harry. Harry, what is the discriminator when it comes to determining whether an outfit is an MSP or an MSS?
Yeah, again, having a lot of conversations about this. I'll make mention in the end, in my concluding comments, a little more specificity, but I'm working with some analysts in the industry on a research study. And that's exactly what we're trying to do from a quantitative point of view. So, for example, 50% of your revenue comes from the MSP motion versus break fix. By analogy, I know that's not the question. A qualitative point of view. So some of the panelists, Mike, I think, and Chris, the expertise, right? So the qualitative side, are you a merchant of the trade and do you know what you're doing? And so that is actually what we're researching. So, Mike Anders, catch up with me next month and I'll have the study and the answers all done. But, that's a work in progress, Phelim. And you and I have talked a little bit about that in some other venues, that it's not entirely clear. And here's what I mean. A lawyer has to pass the Bar Association exam in the US, right? So you are a lawyer and maybe you went to law school, maybe your state required that, maybe it didn't, but you got to pass that darn 3-day exam. We don't really have that regulatory requirement when it comes to a lawyer, CPA, or doctor with this community. So it's a great question. I'm on a lot of calls researching this. So I'm sorry I didn't answer your question in the Washington, D.C. duck and dodge fashion.
Mike, what do you think about it then?
I want to build on what Harry just said, because your last question to me about CMMC is groundbreaking, because up until CMMC, every compliance infrastructure out there was, do you follow HIPAA? Absolutely, I do. Prove it. What? There was no, you didn't get in trouble until a breach occurred. And frankly, by then it's too late, right? So what I love about CMMC, and we already know that other government entities are planning to adopt this once the DoD's gotten some legs under it. And it would not surprise me if other industries started to. It's now, it's the last C stands for certification. An independent third party reviewed what you have in place and said yes or no. And by the way, no's really bad because you have to basically start over again. You got to wait another 90 days to try and certify again because they want you to take the time to actually fix the stuff that they found was wrong. So I love that because that is going to answer our guest's question. That's going to be the differentiator in our industry because, again, we didn't take cybersecurity seriously until we started saying, hey, we can make some money selling compliance. And then we realized we were woefully underqualified to do that. So we quickly educated up, and we have 2 certified RPOs on our staff now. And we've got people voluntarily seeking additional certifications. They're looking for HIPAA specific training, PCI specific training, NIST specific training. So that's going to be your delta. CMMC is really the birth of a bold new era in compliance and how people will govern compliance.
If only it was that straightforward in the physical security world. They'd love that. The bodyguards have been waiting for such a thing. So anyway, we'll hear from them later. Christopher, then, all this transformation, what security considerations do you think have arisen? Yes, home working, insider threat, people sitting at home, but this vast digital transformation, what security threats do you think have arisen due to the last 12 months?
Speed of adoption. We were all forced to move insanely quickly. Nobody had this on the radar. In January, we were looking at supply chain issues out of China last year, right? That was our first inkling. We're always watching supply chain. We need stuff for hospitals, banks, law firms. We're the biggest IT company in our entire state. And so that had us nervous. By April, we were moving at a pace that we never had. I mean, it was record neck-breaking speeds. So what happens, we all know in security, it's not something you can rush, right? But we know that some of the biggest breaches in the world have been due to just overlooking one thing, right? One port's open, one line of code was wrong, just the smallest things. And I think that's what's opened the biggest door to security breaches now. We're trying to roll things out in such a crazy manner. And it's not just the MSPs, it's even the software providers. I mean, look at the breaches in Zoom because they had to expand so quickly. Look at Microsoft breaches. They were trying to patch things in Exchange that had to do with people trying to work remotely off Exchange servers, broke all their Exchange servers, and next thing you know, everybody's got bad patches and they have a known vulnerability. I think the speed of adoption was the biggest hindrance to everybody to keep things secure, because as we were trying to do it in a secure manner, clients are pushing back saying, no, I have to have it now. I have to have it now. My lawyers can't work. We can't get into the office. And so there's some things that were missed. I saw things from other companies that got handed off to us to fix. I know the engineers at those companies, they don't miss those things. It happened because they were under so much pressure. I mean, a lot of us were working 18 hours a day at one point. And now, though, that company's lost a client because somebody got in, because they were just rushed to do the job. I think that's been the biggest fear factor for me, is just getting people to breathe, slow down. I know the client needs us, but we've got to do it right. We'll lose them forever and lose $1 million if they get breached. So that's kind of where I've been and what's had me on edge.
Harry.
Yeah, and Christopher, that you're saying it more eloquently than I have been in these vendor conversations, but this is the state of the industry right now, is running. If you're not managing your business, you're not managing your business, I guess is the only way to put it. And that's the conversations I'm having with the vendors and the ISVs out in the industry is, what am I trying to say, Phelim? Sort of the maturity continuum, right, of the MSP needs to increase. I'll go back on mute.
No, yeah, security continuum is very, very key. Well, Lloyd, in that vein, the continuum, the development, the breakneck speed, and to Christopher's point, I can think of legislation in the UK, famous examples that have problems because they were done over a weekend, like the Dangerous Dogs Act. I think there's only maybe Jay in the audience that would understand the Dangerous Dogs Act. They literally wrote it, my friend's dad and his mate. Anyway, but Lloyd, at this breakneck speed, big digital transformations, is it meaning that MSPs are now capable, if not doing, decision making for their customers that maybe they shouldn't be doing?
I think that they are, and I think they're doing it under false pretext of they believe that they know what's going on, and they really haven't done the research. They haven't gone through and, like you said, got the certifications, gone through the actual pain of getting those certifications, understanding all the checks and compliances that actually have to go through to make sure all process, procedure, everything is in place. But they're sitting there saying, yeah, we're your one-stop shop. Like, we got you covered. And they're making these decisions saying, we can do this with just a firewall, or we can do this with just something like we get from somewhere else, right? And they really have no clue what they're saying, unfortunately. And I think it's becoming a very blurred, playing field for everything.
Yeah, it's tricky. And with so-called AI solutions, there may be a problem of the shifting model of an MSP, because if the AI is truly AI, then it's capable not just of mitigation, but remediation. And if it's capable of remediation, that's a boundary, isn't it? That's a boundary that's crossed, or is it? Christopher, what do you think?
We're light years away. We are light years away from.
Oh, it's just futurology.
It'll happen eventually, but what I've seen the ability of security engineers and security analysts to do as human beings with AI, right? The AI is key. Don't get me wrong. But we have to have somebody to interpret the data and then present the data and be a translator of the data. And that's where the biggest problems arise, is we throw these AI tools. And I'm a big fan of machine learning. I'm an old US military guy, nuclear engineer. Like it's amazing to me. But I don't think we can put all our eggs in one basket, because when it's put up against an AI tool that's supposed to run by itself, and we test that in a secure environment, which we can do, against our security operations center that we use, that uses tons of AI tools, but then takes all that and ingests it into people that have seen things and done these things for years, they always have the better result. And that decision-making, that past knowledge, the ability to correlate things that don't seem to correlate, yeah, we can do that with data lakes and advanced machine learning and a long time to process tons of data. I watch engineers do it super quick on the fly all the time. And so while I think AI is a huge piece of that, I still think that for the next foreseeable future, we're always going to have eyes on glass to be able to wrangle that in and decide what actions we take and what we do with it, if that makes sense. Because a lot of times these AI tools will spit you out something and say, here's the 5 things to do to remediate for a standard environment because of this problem. Well, no environment's standard anymore. We got hybrid cloud models and on-prem and off-prem and all these other things. I just think that hands-on is the differentiator. And I think what Lloyd said, that proves that point out, is you've had a lot of people that, here's where they get in trouble with these really good AI tools, is they say, we can use this tool and we can do it. We haven't learned the certifications. We don't really know what it means. We don't understand how it works, but somebody sold it to us and said, if we use this tool, we can secure you. The next thing you know, just what we've talked about. It's like patient zero, the whole thing blows up and it's out of control. And so and somebody just said it in the chat, there's still things you need people for every day. And I'm a firm believer in that. But I do thank God for some of these new AI tools, because they can detect things we would never see in milliseconds and then send us the data.
That's good. And you don't really want them remediating on their own, because then how do you ticket for that? You're like, my AI has spent a long time thinking of, no, it's anyway.
Billable hours are still a real thing in my world.
Yeah, exactly. Harry, you wanted to say some concluding remarks and also invite our panelists and perhaps our audience to join in something.
Yeah, and I made mention of it earlier. So again, I've teamed with Janet Waxman, who was best known for many, many years at IDC, a Boston-based research firm, very credible. She's on her own, and she reached out and said, could I help her in an academic, empirical primary research study? So this is not, earlier in the panel, we talked about being duped into signing up for something you don't need and Trojan horsed and all that. So this is, if you would like, let me put it in chat, but if anyone on this call would like to participate in a 30-minute interview on the Waxman Partner Panel, let me put it in there, folks, and I'll also verbalize it. It's harryb@smbnation.com. This is a non-commercial study, and it does a couple of things, but we're really trying to define, and it's harder than it looks. Sounds simple, but what is an MSP? right? And I went into that. Love to have you on board. Shoot me mail. Anybody here? Thank you very much, Phelim. And it'll be, if, at a minimum, it'll be a LinkedIn achievement that you're on the Waxman Partner Panel, at a minimum. Oh, and you get a copy of the study. So there you go.
Very good, very good. Well, don't don't say these forums are not interactive. And in fact, that is the style we're going for. We want interactivity. We want participation. We want people to actually have an output or an outcome. So that's really good. Mike, any final thoughts for this SMSP panel?
Yeah, I think the most important piece, and Christopher did a wonderful job of articulating this, is the technology is pretty good, right? Technology can always get better, can always get faster, can always get smarter, but the technology is pretty good. Where we have focused a ton of our time and effort and energy is the people. And that's something granular down to letting customers know, hey, 25% of your staff didn't take the cybersecurity training. So we need to talk to those people and let them know how important this is, because they're now the biggest vulnerability in your business from a compliance standpoint. So that's the technology is wonderful. As we have seen, the technology is fallible. So we need to bolster up the people as much as we can. So it all comes back down to effective communication and education with your customers and your customer staff.
I like it. And then Lloyd, and then Christopher, your final thoughts for the SMSP panel?
I agree 100% with Mike. It all comes down to the people, and to make sure you don't get duped, make sure these people have certifications, make sure they've gone through these hard, processes and procedures, and they have them in place for themselves before, you agree to buying these services from them. Like, make sure that they've done it themselves before, anything has happened. Just ask for that certification. They should be able to give it to you. If they're going to sell it, they should be able to have it.
Very good. It's a good point. I like it. Chris?
I have a philosophy that is in security, especially, ask people that have been there before, right? How do you think we learned that we made a wrong choice? Somebody came to me that's smarter than me and has done this a long time, and I asked them what they thought, and they said this was a bad decision. Then ask them to elaborate, right? So these discussions are how we get better in security. We need to start to learn from each other. I think something that's very imperative is in our own communities. I have founded cybersecurity groups just to do networking between people from different organizations, right? Because now we're putting that human element in it that goes along with our tools, which is what this all led up to. I think as MSPs, we all got too dependent on our tools. Next thing you know, we've got a 40-person company managing 2,600 companies. That's wow. Like, how did this happen? That's where we ended up, right? Like, what in the world happened? And by listening and understanding the market and understanding people that have done it before, we learned that there does need to be, I think my other point too, is it's almost like America says, separation of church and state, right? We have to find a way, even if we do in-house security, to keep that separate from our other teams. They should never come over into our MSP side. They are to watch our back and tell us if we're being ignorant, right? If we're doing things wrong. If the teams are melded together, that doesn't happen. They're all working on one plane and everything gets mixed up. So our challenge in that was to say, look, it's gone. It's out of our house, right? I've got other people. Now, if we have a problem, if a customer has a problem, that team answers to us, and then we also answer to them, right? And so it just, for me, completes the whole MSP security circle. We just, like I said, we have to do it together. I think if we learn as companies and as individuals in companies how to do this together with good AI, with good people, we'll have good outcomes. And honestly, I'll tell you, since we put that in place, that model, we haven't had a client that has had a significant breach. We've had things that were caught due to human error, where we caught ransomware on a machine as soon as it hit it, take that off the network. It didn't touch anything else. Those are the outcomes we're looking for, and those only happen if you have a dedicated security resource that knows how to do that and watches it 24/7, even when you're in bed.
Wow. And on that note, we have fully, or at least as much as we could, explored the SMSP or the MSS or the MSP that is secure. I think this is a great tour de force. I've really enjoyed it. Please give Harry, Mike, Chris, and Lloyd a big virtual round of applause. And please do reach out to Harry. He's put in there in the chat function his email for that study with the Waxman Partner Panel. Thank you very much for your time, and I will see you in the audience.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Well, yes, thank you very much, and I do enjoy the SMB Nation events and publications and interviews. I do one with Harry every month, which is always good fun, because it is the blending of community, and the MSP world is a different world to the MSS world. Well, back to Mike's point, where is that delineation? I'm not quite sure myself, but one thing you can do, whether or not you're sure, is threat model. And for that purpose, I am very pleased to invite to the stage James Bohr, Director of BORS, and also a number of other initiatives. You remember we had Tim Rosenberg from the EC Council earlier today. He was talking about gamification. That was a good segue, because James and I also work on a series called Play Secure that looks at immersive learning for the security field. James, welcome. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Sorry about the onlooker, but she wanted to attend as well.
It's very good. We like feline attendees. That's really good. We've been on the whole day in the DMV. We've had a look at top post holder. We've looked, as I said, gamification, insider threats, architects of the future, ISOC, and just now the SMSP. So it's a big tour de force. What are you going to talk to us about today?
As I quite often do, it's going to be on threat modeling. Normally, I take between 2 hours and 5 days to take people through threat modeling. I have distilled it down before to 60 seconds, but that's a bit short. So I'm going to try and aim at the 25-minute mark this time.
Awesome. Well, you have the floor. Great to see you.
Okay. So for those who aren't aware, threat modeling is a way of doing security by design. And the key word there is design. It has to be something you do right at the start. Now, I am going to say, if you have any questions, please raise your hand, stick them in chat. Pelham will interrupt me and read them out. I am absolutely fine with interruptions and things you want clarified. Threat modeling is security by design. It is a way of designing any system or any project so that it is more secure. And the main thing there is more secure. It is better than not doing it in almost every case. And the idea of it is, actually, let's do some clarifications first. So let's be very clear. Threat modeling in this case, it can be used for other things, but what I'm going to talk about is threat modeling for security. When we are talking about security, and you can disagree, but for the purposes of this presentation, this is absolutely true. When we're talking about security, threats will always come down to a who. There will always be a human or humans with agency behind it. You can threat model for environmental. That is far less interesting to do. So security threat modeling rather than safety threat modeling, we are talking about who threatens us. The next thing that's important is that utility beats perfection. Doing threat modeling will always be better than not doing threat modeling. Doing 5 minutes of threat modeling, 5 minutes of consideration about your threats and how to prevent them, is better than not doing threat modeling at all. And it is better than spending 6 months doing it and ending up with, yes, a perfect threat model, which is now redundant because someone's gone ahead and built the building. They've developed the software. They've finished the project. So doing is more important than perfect. And finally, modeling or modeling, whether there's 2 L's or not, this is purely a regional difference. This is like the difference on whether cybersecurity has a space or not. In the UK, it's more common to put a space and it's more common to put 2 L's. Outside, it's more common to do 1 L and not have a space. It's purely a cosmetic regional difference. Let's all just accept that. And if I use both during this, it's because I forgot. Now, in threat modeling, the very first thing you have to decide is where you're going. You have to know what the requirements are for the project. If it's a project, you have to know what the aims are, what the customer, what the user wants built and what they need built. And you have to be very, very clear about that. Everyone knows the importance of requirements gathering, even if many of us overlook it at times. Getting that right is vital for threat modeling. So the first thing you have to ask when you are doing this is, where are we going? Where are we trying to go? What's the aim of the system? What is it for? That could be, well, we are building a building. It could be we are building some software. It could be we're going on a car journey. You can threat model any of these things where you have aims and potential threats. There are particular methods for particular scenarios, but they all boil down to trying to get these basic questions asked. Once you know where you're going, once you've decided what your requirements are, the next step is to say, well, who wants to stop us getting there? And that wants is important. That could be internal people, and it's not necessarily because they're malicious. It might well be because where you're trying to get doesn't fit with their priorities within the business or within the organization or in the customer. So not all threats are malicious. There are negligent threats. There are threats because people are diligent but have different priorities. And there are obviously malicious threats. All of these threats will have motivations. As humans, we are very good at relating to other humans. This is where it becomes important again that the threats are a who. We relate to other humans. So if we say, who threatens us? Who wants to stop us? We can then say, this person does, and we can understand why. We can start thinking, well, their motivation is actually they just want to be able to print. Right, so question in the chat about a threat being a system. No. A system can't be a threat because it doesn't have the agency to become a security threat. It can be an environmental threat. You can model against it that way, but without some sort of human intervention, it will not be directly a security threat. If it's built insecurely, because this is a question that often comes up, that means the person who built it is a threat. They're a threat through negligence. They're a threat through poor design. But it's still a person. It's still a person's choices and motivations that you need to consider. So when you're doing due diligence on the system and checking, does this fit what I need? And you're doing it in a threat modeling context, consider the motivations of the person behind it, the person who built it, because they ultimately are the threat. And you address it by addressing them. Now, having said that, there was talk about AI a moment ago. AI is not at the level yet where it can be a threat in and of itself. To swerve off course a bit, you'll know about AI bias and machine learning bias. In those cases, it's important to know it is, again, the people behind it, whether that's the people who built the biased models or the people who are implementing them without appropriate checking, they are the ones who are a threat. And the other thing about threats is you can't control the threat. You cannot prevent the threat from existing. An example I like to use for this is a burglar. While you can fortify your house, while you can have a reinforced door, while you could build a full fort around it, the existence of that burglar, the existence of burglary with that particular motivation is entirely outside most of our control. So for most of us, a burglar is a threat. If you are a national government, arguably there are things you can do about that. And so for a national government, it's less a threat and more a vulnerability. So for a national government, there would be a further threat behind it, which would be out of control. And that might be unequal distribution of resources, for example. Going back to the can't a threat be a system? Yes, if we're talking environmental, there are cases where a threat can be a system. If we are talking security,
a threat is always going to be a person behind that system using it or misusing it. Does that answer the question? Or potentially cause more controversy, one of the two? Okay, so who wants to stop us? And now we get to the system. What can they do about it? What can they do to stop us? What tactics might they use? What capabilities might they have? What systems might they have access to? What resources do they have available? And again, this is a very important one where you're threat modeling, because you have to pick the right level, and that is quite subjective. For example, nation states have a lot of tactics, a lot of capabilities. They have, from the point of view of certainly individuals, practically unlimited resources, but they don't necessarily want to attack. They are not a realistic threat for the average person or for the average company. So their capabilities are not worth factoring into our threat model, because trying to protect against them would be excessive, and then that would cause us problems in its own right. So what can they do, the threats that actually want to target us and have a motivation to do so, what can they do about it in terms of tactics, capabilities, tools, systems? Again, this includes internal or customer, where they might be negligent or just have different aims. To take an example, an office worker wants to print everyone's pay slips out. We've got a block to prevent financial information being printed on the printer, so instead they download it to a USB drive and stick it in the printer, because their priority is meeting the requirements from their boss, who has asked for a list of everyone's, or a printout of everyone's payslip. They are not malicious. They just have differing priorities that we need to account for when we're doing our threat modeling. So we need to either make sure that the boss knows you only ever have this information in a secure electronic environment, or that they cannot do that USB thing, in which case they will honestly just find another way to do it. So you have to work around that. And then, now we've thought about what they can do about it, the next question is, what can we do about it? And more importantly, what do we want to do about it? So in my longer workshops, I have an example where I'm talking about someone wanting to get access to sensitive company information. And the tactic they choose to do this is to spend 15 years building up experience, building up knowledge in the industry, so that they can apply for a senior executive position within the company and finally find out what the secret recipe is. Arguably, there's a lot of things we could do about that. We could not have a secret recipe, just burn it. We could never hire any senior executives who have built up 15 years of experience. Or we can just say, you know what, if they've put that much work in and they're going to be a good employee, we don't necessarily care that that's their motivation. That is a fine motivation and we're happy with it. If the only reason they want to be an employee is so that they know and have access to the secret recipe, but they put in the work to do that, that is a risk we are willing to accept. So what we want to do about it is also important. What can they do to us? Where are the gaps they can exploit? Can we close those gaps, and should we close those gaps? And should we is just as important as whether we can. You've now got your threat model. It really is as simple as those 4 questions. It's, what are we trying to do? What threatens what we're trying to do? What threatens our aims? What can whoever's threatening us do about it? What can they do to prevent us? And what can we do to prevent them? This is basic threat modeling. If you look at any of the systems out there, whether it's Octave, whether it's Stride, whether it's Striped, Linden, QTMM, HTMM, Pasta, which is not as tasty as it sounds, security cards, EOP, any of the threat modeling tools out there, and you really distill them down, These are the things that they boil down to. There is one final step, which is we've done that. What can we improve? What can we do better? Because remember, all of this is meant to be happening during the design, possibly during development or during build. It does not happen after that point. After you have delivered, after you have finished the project, threat modeling has effectively ended. So at that point, what you do is you sit down, you test it thoroughly, you examine it from all of the different angles, and you say, did we actually cover the important threats with that work? Did we close down the holes we care about? Did we shut down the problems? Did we resolve the vulnerabilities before they became a problem? Did we prevent the procedure from going astray? Did we stop the 11 herbs and spices recipe from leaking? If we did all of that, great. What could we do better next time? If we failed on some of that, if a vulnerability that we did pick up in threat modeling turns out to be a problem in the actual live system, how did that go wrong and what did we get wrong? Was it that we decided actually we'll accept the risk of that creeping in and we shouldn't have done? Was it that it somehow got overlooked? It's just a case of saying, what can we improve? What can we do better next time? What do we need to watch out for? That is threat modeling basics. Now there's a few tips that follow on from this, which are always handy. Formal, structured, documented threat modeling beats informal, unstructured, and undocumented. Writing it down, having a process that not only you follow, but other people can follow is really important. So often I will show off, for want of a better word, and do threat modeling just scattergun on a whiteboard. That is a really good way to do threat modeling when it doesn't actually matter or have to be repeated. So it's a great illustrative way to do it. When you're doing it in anger, when you're doing it seriously, because I have been informed that apparently in anger is not a phrase recognized much outside the UK. When you're doing it in a real situation, you do not want to have some process which just relies on some consultant coming in, throwing some stuff on the whiteboard and saying, there's your threat model, there's what you need to fix. You want to have something that you own and that is well documented and that is repeatable and that you can improve. So you can iterate through it and say, well, we can improve this bit. We need to consider this threat next time. And part of that is because repeatable is good. Part of that is because standards are really handy. Part of it is because you don't want to be reliant on that one person who understands everything. And part of it is because it's a lot quicker if you've got a generic threat model that you just need to adapt for each new thing you're doing. If you've got a threat model that applies to car journeys and all you have to do is insert new threats for new areas you're going through, brilliant. It saves you a lot of time. And if it's saving time, it's more usable because it keeps up with the project better. On which note, good enough is better than perfect. It is far, far better to do something about threats, even if you're getting the wrong ones. There is such a thing as too much security. However, you're closing down vulnerabilities. If you're doing it sensibly, it is better to close them down than to worry about having it perfect and getting exactly the right ones. And yes, we have 6 months of research saying that actually this one little hole here is the highest priority, the most likely to be exploited, but we're 6 months in and someone exploited it 5 months ago. So action is better than inaction. You are doing this in design. You have to keep security in pace with design. Otherwise, people get frustrated and work around. Finally, again, speed, lack of friction. Keep pace with the designers, keep pace with the developers, keep pace with the project managers. If you're doing threat modeling in design, unless you are in very particular environments where security is the highest priority, and those do exist, but they are rare, you have to keep up with the people doing the work. You can't expect it to work the other way around, because it will not, because they are set delivery dates. If you delay, they will simply bypass it. You have to make it easy. You have to make it frictionless. And it is far better to have a lightweight process that you are actually not that happy with because it's not comprehensive enough, but which solves 10% of vulnerabilities, than to have a heavyweight one that solves 90%, but no one ever uses. They dodge around and they say avoid the documentation and they don't talk to security. And I'm not sure whether I froze for part of that, but hopefully it was smooth. I've just been told my internet connection was unstable. Just one last note is that all of the photos come from Unsplash, which are supposedly Creative Commons, apart from the countdown, which didn't apply to this one. If there are any questions, if there are any thoughts, if anyone fundamentally disagrees with the idea of keeping pace with development, then please let me know. Okay, yeah. So, Mike, it is very good to keep in mind the difference between threat and vulnerability. The way that I normally put it is a threat is the thing that is outside of your control entirely. The tactics apply to vulnerabilities, so they're almost interchangeable. And then the third part of the picture is the impact. And this goes into risk management. So if you've got a threat, if you have a vulnerability and you have an impact, you have a risk. If you lack the vulnerability, you have no risk. If there is no realistic threat, but you have a vulnerability and an impact, who cares? Because no one's ever going to exploit it. And finally, if you've got a threat and a vulnerability, but it has no impact if it's exploited, or at least not one that you care about, again, you do not have a risk worth bothering with. So you have to have all three of those things and the combination of them being significant enough to bother with. You're on mute, Pelham.
Even me. Yes, perfect. And thanks, Mike, for your questions. And vulnerability time, threat equals risk, spot on. Thank you, Walt, and everybody for that. How do you think the MSP should look at this? Now, the stock standard answer might be the same as everybody else because there's threat modeling. But is there any nuance to the channel world or the world where they are responsible for lots of people?
Yes. Firstly, your customers are threats. They are absolutely threats and should be considered and treated as such. And that's not to say treat them badly. That's to say consider that their priorities do not align with yours or your other customers and assess what risks they pose to each other and to you. And bear in mind, you are a threat to your customers, and you're actually a much bigger threat because you are a vector into all of their most trusted systems. So help them with that and help them make sure that if something happens to you, they are insulated and protected. Because it's far, far better if you get compromised that your customers go, oh, well, that was unfortunate, but we're okay because you helped us protect yourselves, then you get compromised and 30,000 companies around the world now talk about how the intern was blamed.
I know, yes. That story has been really useful for the MSS series because, of course, multi-tenancy threat vectors are not red herrings. Do you deal in many red herrings, or do you find that everything is a potential threat? I think that's a good one.
Everything is a potential threat. Not everything is a realistic threat. Most things are not a realistic threat.
I like it. And so if somebody wanted to get on your threat modeling workshops, when are you next running them?
I've not actually scheduled any for this year because I'm doing a lot of work tutoring with a cybersecurity training course. But if people want to get the workshops or get the longer workshops for their companies, they can just get in touch with me either via the website or my email address.
Wonderful. And can I include that in the chat?
Yes, of course.
Okie dokie, I will do it. All right. Well, thank you ever so much. This is great. Nice to welcome you to the DMV. It's quite a unique area. I'm sure you're feeling it virtually. And please give James a great virtual round of applause. Thank you very much, and I will see you very soon.
Thank you.
I'll just put James's email in the chat function, which yeah. Oh, I'll probably put James's personal one in the chat function, but should be okay. Fantastic. Well, what a tour de force we have had. We are doing a step change. So well done to everyone for staying for the step change. The step change is that we're going to think about threat intelligence, and we're going to then think about corporate security and physical security. It's a step change, which I think James's threat modeling half-an-hour workshop would be a nice segue to do. Just a few mentions, some great faces still in the audience. Hello, Brandon, Carl, Daniel, David, Felipe is still there. James, Jessica, Mike, popular name today. Tyler, Wolf, and there's another name, but I can't read it out. Thank you very much for staying all this time. Now, let's get into our cyber threat intelligence panel. I'm going to welcome our panelists back to the stage. You'll have met Mike Godecker before, but let's bring our other panelists, and then I will make the introduction. Yep. And I might just turn off Mike whilst he's away. That's just perfect. So, welcome to the end, last three panels of the MSS DMV. I've just invited up our panelists. So, Felipe, if you're there, and Mike Anders, if you can start your video, that'd be great. We are joined by Felipe de Vega, Senior Cyber Threat Intelligence Analyst at Mantec International Corporation. Thank you for joining us. We're joined by Mike Anders, Advisory at Advisory Cloud. Welcome to the stage. And I believe Mike will join us in a moment, which is always good. How have you enjoyed the day so far? Felipe?
Well, I've enjoyed my day. It hasn't been too much visibility in this. For those that don't know, I let Pelham know that I'm now 11 hours away from where we had a pre-conference last week. I'm relocating, taking a new job, doing about the same role, but yesterday was in Maryland in the DMV area, and right now I'm in Huntsville, Alabama at my Airbnb here, which is nice. We got a stream out back, and I'm going to go for a hike when this is done. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Nice, and thanks for making the time. That's great. Mike, you've been very vocal in the chat. Thank you for that. How has it been for you?
It's been excellent because it has provided a lot of context, and a lot of the things that I've been seeing in the space seems to be validated and reinforced by almost all of your guests and panelists. It's like, okay, this is what's going on, and that you need to be up on top of things, and talking to the people. You pick the right people, and they really know their stuff.
That's great. That's great, and that's why you are both here for the intelligence panel, because you are intelligence specialists, which is always good. So why do we have an intelligence panel in an MSS event? Well, we are wondering if at the end of the day, of course, there are some mitigative effects that you can do as a managed service, but maybe cyber threat intelligence is where it's at. It can pull all sides of the house together. It's the glue. Maybe it's the air to help everyone breathe in the security community, because without it, maybe we have a problem. But let's start off. Felipe, what does CTI, cyber threat intelligence, actually mean? And what's the difference between cyber intelligence and cyber threat intelligence?
CTI cyber threat intelligence. Just like I've got the benefit of being a retired naval officer, so I've spent 20 years in the Navy, and I've been an intelligence officer since day one, and now doing it as a contractor. So 23 years as an intelligence analyst, and the intelligence that's applicable to cyber is roughly, it's the same process, same intelligence cycle that you would apply to air, land, sea, space. That's why a number of years ago, DoD incorporated cyber as another domain of warfare. But cyber threat intelligence, to be specific, is I look at it very generally, to use simple terms, is information about the threats and the threat actors that are out there, that the knowledge of which can help you mitigate harmful events, negative events in cyberspace. So you got information, which is everything out there. Intelligence is that analyzed information, which is actually valuable and value added to your particular role. The difference between cyber threat intelligence and cyber intelligence, cyber intelligence, ask 15 people what that means, and I think you're going to get potentially 15 different answers. But the CTI, the threat portion, is what, in my mind, is what is the driver and should be the driver behind a lot of actions and decisions that are made in a SOC or MSS or any other type of security environment. Otherwise, I believe you're driving blind. The field of play is too large to not have a threat intelligence inject into that process.
I like it. That field, in fact, in the world of MSS and MSPs, it's literally everything and all customers. So without some CTI, I suppose you are a little bit blind. Mike, what does it then mean for you? Because is it possible we put too much emphasis on this CTI, and is it possible that CTI itself is too broad rather than us being broad?
I don't think so. In fact, I believe if there's any kind of consensus, and Felipe can chime in on this, I think one could argue that CTI, threat intelligence, is data that is collected, processed, and analyzed to understand a cyber threat actor's motives, targets, and attack behaviors. I think generally that's what people think of when they're thinking of CTI. And again, it is an all-source enterprise. You have to take an all-source approach to cyber threat intelligence. And when doing that, you, of course, bring in MSS and MSP, because what you're doing all up and down the line, from the executive officer, the CEO, the CIO, all the way down to the people who are closest to the wires. I like to call them people closest to the wires, doing the incident response, and the SIM operators, and every analyst, the cyber threat team. They all are engaged in cyber threat intelligence, whether they're actually producing a documented product or they are consuming other cyber threat intelligence products. That's my perspective, because my background is very similar to Felipe's, in that I started out as a Army intelligence professional, and then moved into the defense sector, doing contracting, beginning with computer modeling and simulation, and then being very much involved in cybersecurity along the line and following that. And so and a lot of people, and you know this, start with the IT. They start on in the IT end of the spectrum and come to cyber threat intelligence that way. But I come from it from the standpoint of a cyber, or from a standpoint of a intelligence analyst. And I think of myself as an intelligence analyst, first and foremost, and I'm applying my skills, my experience, and try to exercise good judgment on a daily basis on these matters when it comes to cyber threat intelligence.
I like it, and that's the perfect background for panels such as this. And also you've been an active participant throughout the day, so thank you very much for that, Mike. On the topic of Mike Godick, because now we've got two mics. On the topic of cyber threat intelligence, I think we even touched on this in your presentation. Do you think nation state actors and threats move too fast for corporations to make use of CTI? I think you're on mute. You're on mute, Mike.
So hope you can see me and hear me now. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've had some issues before. Apologies for that. So threats and risks today are extremely dynamic and fast. Whether it's necessarily only from nation states or not is a difficult question to answer. I think the focus here is more on the technology that is used. So do nation states increase to the threats and risks that we face? And do they increase the speed in which these attacks manifest themselves? I believe the answer is yes to that. So I think it's not just the nation states themselves, it's the technology that's used. I think the bigger issue here is for a company and why they're not really able or capable of dealing with this is that we're working with advanced architecture, advanced technology from espionage that traditional companies have not been trained to understand and also to defend against. This technology naturally leads to attacks and the speed of these attacks being much, much faster than they used to be traditionally in the past. So where we had a server that was breached in a week or in a month, today the actual time that it takes to breach a server is about 1 minute to 1.5 minutes. So it's not just the nation states, it's a culmination of different things that compound that issue. So speed from nation states and their espionage and their technology, yes, but it's an overall situation that's not just from the nation states. It's a much bigger problem. I'm not sure if that answers your question though.
Well, in a way it does, because I guess it means it doesn't matter because they're using tools which maybe we could harness. They just have more resources.
The reason why it doesn't matter is every time any nation state attacks another nation state, the technology that it uses for these advanced attacks gets reverse engineered by a cybercrime group or syndicate, and that winds up being the threats that a business faces afterwards. So on the one hand, espionage. On the other hand, you have the technology from a cybercrime group, and it leads to the same output, right? It leads to the speed in which it takes a cybercrime syndicate or a nation state to breach a server a matter of minutes.
All right, I like it. Well, let's take that and run with that point. Felipe, we're doing this MSS event, right? We're trying to combine MSS, MSP, and end user to think about third-party security. The three different groups there. Do you think CTI can be a glue that can hold that relationship together?
Yes, and I don't even know if it has to be specifically calling out MSS, MSP, and user. I think to me, I mean, I'm a little biased because this is my role, this is my job, but I think any entity involved in protection in the cyber arena, that CTI is invaluable. It's almost a non-starter. So it's kind of like old war stories back in the day before the strike package could take off the aircraft carrier. If the Prowler, the one that jams the enemy radar, does not launch off the deck, then the entire strike package doesn't go, because we're not gonna send those guys up and not suppress the radar. Same thing with this. I don't see how you can even make a step forward in defensive efforts without CTI influencing it and feeding it. The like I said, the playing field is too big. The threat space is too big, too generic, too wide, that you can't tackle it. As an example, you know, and this stuff's unclassified, but you can look on that Mandiant report that came out in like 2000, what was it, 2013, 2005, I'm not sure exactly, but you look at APT-1, and they're sitting in a 12-story building with a gate guard. And if you can just imagine, you know, PLA, People's Liberation Army, cyber guys, bunch of 19, 20, 21-year-olds in uniform, their job 8 hours a day, probably more than 8 hours a day. Sit at your desk, sit behind your computer, and try to get into Lockheed Martin, try to get into Raytheon, try to get into whatever. If you do not have some tipper or some information, some intelligence driving your efforts in defense, you're not going anywhere. So yeah, I do believe it's the glue. I do believe it's invaluable. I do believe without it, you don't have a focus, and then you're spreading yourself too thin. So with your limited resources, you need to take care of those issues, that low-hanging fruit, the alligator closest to the boat, the whatever phrase you want to use, depending on where you're from. But yeah, it's necessary in my mind.
I like it, and we had the alligator closest to the boat at a Panhandle event we had the other day. Right. So that was really good. Now, Mike, then obviously, Mike, Anders, we're doing this event, right? We're combining MSS, MSP end user, and we're wondering about the glue. Maybe it's threat intelligence. Hopefully it is, right? But equally, how important is threat assessment or foreign intelligence threat assessments on third-party SaaS? We spoke before about CMMC. We spoke before about the supply chain. But one of the questions that came up in our pre-conference call was, well, how do you do the due diligence on SaaS?
I think CTI, it helps to shape and form everything in when it comes to looking at the cyber security. It shapes it all, and you have to, and it's been mentioned before by other panelists, is you have to start with having a threat assessment. You have to start with you have to come up with intelligence requirements. And that helps you do that, if you do it properly, that brings everybody together from the C-suite all the way down. Your CTI team, your security team, your incident responders, the stakeholders, by bringing them together and then saying, these are the intelligence requirements that we've got to deal with. This is what we're going to be doing. This is going to drive our efforts to secure our networks, our systems, our devices, and our sensitive information. And if you can get everybody on board, especially starting from the top down, then you are way ahead of everybody else. Now, again, I understand that every outfit is a different place when it comes to security and their security posture when it comes to cyber. But if you get the intelligence requirements down right, and everybody understands what they are, and not only that, but what they can contribute to refining the intelligence requirements, with the full understanding that this intelligence requirements, just as assessments are, security assessments are not one and done. You have to formalize it. It has to be institutionalized, regardless, somehow, and each company has to make that decision. How are we going to do this? How are we going to refresh our intelligence requirements based on what has happened in the past, what is happening now in our systems, and what we think is going to happen next based on the CTI that we've been able to gather now.
All right. Well, let's run with that, and let's go to Mike Godeker, because my next question runs on from what Mike Anders was just saying, right? Yes, we want to know how to interrogate a third-party SaaS piece of software. We'd love to know that, but equally, are lots of CTI tools? This is the sort of the thing people throw at them. Are lots of CTI tools actually just information aggregators and not truly getting actionable intelligence? I know there's an argument that intelligence has to be actionable to be intelligence, but anyway, what do you think, Mike?
I think Mike's touching on a very important point, and your question is touching on an extremely important point. What we as a security industry manage to do well is sell products. What we sometimes don't manage to do well is when we talk about things like intelligence, that we basically have an understanding of what the intelligence lifecycle is and how the intelligence lifecycle is integrated into those tools or solutions. And I think we have a lot of tools that can collect information, but information is not necessarily intelligence. And I think that's one of the things that to an extent is missing. So we had this discussion before about how everyone's selling machine learning and artificial intelligence. Where we're now moving past that discussion is that when we're dealing with information that we classify as intelligence, like Mike said, the life cycle, the intelligence life cycle says we need to understand what we're collecting, why we're collecting it, what are the use cases, how can we verify the sources of information that we're collecting from, and then turn that into actual intelligence by the people that digest that information. So we have tools that are great at collecting information. They're not necessarily the same type of tools that an intelligence analyst uses to compile information and data to turn it into intelligence. So maybe, I'm just saying maybe the right solution here is, one, make sure that we adhere to standards that are known and published, like the intelligence lifecycle. Two, integrate those in that we call threat intelligence. So we have the threat information, but the intelligence piece is sometimes missing. And then three, highlight how this information can be turned into intelligence to a company or to someone that may not necessarily be trained in intelligence to understand the value of that information. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I still think I think that's key. But I still maybe Felipe, I still think we need to also as an industry find out a way of interrogating the SaaS.
Yeah, so outside of the cyber realm is good old-fashioned intelligence, and if you can, anything you can do, as I've said, to narrow your focus will be beneficial. So the real life story that is less than a month old is a customer wanting to use one of these tools that the latter Mike just mentioned, that gathers information, that can deploy on your network. It can find out the bad software, the things that are plugged in that shouldn't be plugged in. There's tons of these out there. For some reason, this particular one was being, I guess, pushed from higher up, and this is government to be used. So I sat in on a demo. My supervisor sat in on a demo. Everybody was buying off on it. And it was very capable, looked like it answered the mail, and it looked pretty sexy. And this, it had a foreign nexus. The dead giveaway was every presenter had an accent, first of all, which is nothing wrong with that. But as we were watching the demo, I was doing the research that I would normally do on any vendor that comes across my desk. And it literally took not even 3 or 4 minutes into it and basic investigative skills to find that a chairman of the board level individual was the former director of this particular nation's state intelligence agency. My inkling is you do not want to voluntarily choose a product in which you are putting that type of influence on your network and potentially creating and opening up vectors which you may not have had prior to deployment of that tool, which you bought and you willfully put on your network without an element of you can call it supply chain risk management, or as you said, a foreign intelligence threat assessment, which is what the product is called that I do on our vendors. If you do not do that, you would not have known this information, and you would have bought the sexy demo. And believe me, there could be no ill will or no intentional threat behind the situation, but you do not, the recommendation is you do not willfully open yourself up and make yourself potentially more vulnerable. So yes, there's the cyber piece, but there's also, in conjunction with that, is doing a check, a foreign intel threat assessment, or some good old fashioned, like I said, investigative intel work into the types of things that you are going to put within your architecture, without doubt.
Well, that's heartening. That's heartening. Mike G.
Yeah, just I think Felipe was touching on an important point. For a company that's looking for a CTI tool, it's very difficult for them if they haven't been in the space before, whether it's in the Army, Navy, or whatever part of the services someone's been involved in and has that training, to assess if the solutions really make sense or not. And second, if it's a bigger risk buying this tool because it's the former head of state of a nation, et cetera. So I think those are some of the issues that we're dealing with, because we've had this discussion before about certifications and about training people. We need the same thing when we're dealing with CTI tools. So the approach that I have is opposite. I don't look for flashy and sexy. For me, the important point is if I can get information from open source, and I can verify there are no backdoors in an open source, I would be more likely to take something that's open source and build something either of my own, which I did, rather than rely on some company that I can't vet and that I can't trust. And I think that's a point where where we need to shift some of our focus. We need to move away from A, tools that just collect information, but B, we need to take a look at things that are open source, because the likelihood of open source based tools in CTI space, they are less likely to have backdoors than proprietary technology that we can't really vet and we don't know what it does. And that's a big issue, right? So it goes back to your point. There's a difference between and turning something, data, what we collect, into intelligence. And it's a very difficult thing. You can do some of the pre-qualification with machine learning and AI, but it only brings you to stage one. After stage one, you will always need human interaction to assess, okay, well, do I put this in the pot, it's interesting? Do I put it in the pot, it's a false alarm? Do I put this in the pot that, okay, well, it may be interesting at some point, but I'm not going to waste my time on it? And these are the things where, in my opinion, just my personal opinion, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, an intelligence tool, a CTI tool, only helps me pre-qualify certain things that I can then concentrate my time on that I need humans for. It cannot, as far as I see, complete the entire intelligence lifecycle automatically for what I needed to do. That's been my experience, right? So guys, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, the difference between information and intelligence is the analysis that takes place in between. So information is information, worthless unless it's processed and then having an analyst turn that into something that's valuable, which is, what we term, intelligence. So for sure, yeah, you got to have the human in the loop. Of course, acknowledging that the human in the loop is continually a vulnerability and a vector, and that's going to be until the end of time, as long as humans are involved. But the human also is essentially, indispensable in taking the vast amounts of data and analyzing it and applying structured analytical techniques and things that an Intel guy or gal does to give that to the end customer so they can actually do something with it.
I like it. Well, let's go back to Mike Anders, and in fact, Mike Carl Pearsons, who's talking next, actually said great points on your points on assessments. Let's go back to you, Mike Anders. So the MSS forum, where it is also a sort of business forum in that we are wondering how we can sustainably develop this relationship in a secure way, right? But one of the questions we had on our pre-conference call, which I think is good for you, does the intelligence cycle lock the end customer into a long relationship with their third party, and does that matter?
I don't think so, because you should be evaluating and making assessments. And one of the things that came up in one of the previous panels is the word I love, metrics. It's like, oh, metrics, what a concept. And again, you may not think that metrics matter when it comes to CTI, but you have to be in a position where you have to know enough about what your MSS or MSP is doing to be able to say, are they performing the way I expect them to perform? And then either, I don't care, maybe it's just me, qualitatively or quantitatively say, they're doing this right, but they're not doing that. And you have to be able to confront them and say, and don't be afraid. Hey, I want to talk to your CTI team. What are they looking at? What do they think what's going on? And you have to have enough understanding of the intelligence, cyber intelligence space in your own vertical to say, hey, I'm finding out through my own OSINT, open source intelligence research by my team, that we could be vulnerable to these attackers. We may be vulnerable to this threat. What are you doing as a SaaS to mitigate that? Or what are you finding out? And don't be afraid to ask those questions. And again, other people have said this many times before, is you have to be engaged with your SaaS. You can't say, okay, oh, we just hired a SaaS, so we're done. I can go back to making widgets. I don't have to think about anything else. I'm just making widgets. No, you have to be fully engaged, because the threats don't care if you're engaged or not. They don't care. They want your stuff one way or the other, and they will get it unless you are willing to make the effort to stay engaged.
I like it. Well, on that very poignant note, we must draw our panel to a close. It's often with panels you think, well, I could keep it going for another hour and we'd still have lots of nice juicy things to talk about. Lots of areas to explore, I think. But good. And I want to believe that CTI is the glue that can blend these things together. Because I do enough of these MSS forums, and I hope that something brings them together. So maybe CTI is in fact where it's going to be at. But yes, please give our wonderful panel a round of applause. Felipe, Mike, and Mike. It's great to see you, and I look forward to seeing you in the audience.
Yep, thanks, Pelham.
See you soon. And yes, thank you again to HackDevNet for supporting this event. It's always great to have your support, and lovely to see Mike come back for another time throughout the conference. Mike gave a great presentation earlier with some excellent videos. I'm sure he will be able to share them if you would like. So now we are going to have a look at not just any type of MSS, but a physical MSS, which may or may not call itself an MSS. What we can agree is that perhaps it calls itself a security service. And what we're going to do is bring up our attendee, our panelists, and then we're going to introduce them. Because operating in the DMV is in fact a topic all of its own. So let me just bring up our panelists and I'll do the introduction. Obviously, we've looked at the digital MSS, and so it is only fair that we look at the physical MSS. Hello, Brandon. How are you doing?
I'm good, Phil. How are you?
Doing all right. Doing all right. It's been a big day of DMV topics. we've been all over the place. We've had a look at the top post holder. We've had a look at CTI. Hi, Carl. Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Good, Phil. Great classes so far all day. The conference has been great. Learned a lot.
Yeah, you've been an active participant. Thanks for that. We've covered a lot of topics, and as always, I like to blend topics. I think they're really important. So on our fantastic panel today, looking at the physical security service, we are joined by Brandon Shafikani, CEO of Samaritan SPS. We are joined by Daniel Farr, Vice President of ASPIS Protection Service. We are joined by Carl Persons, Director of Red 5 Consulting and Training at Red 5 Security. And we are joined by Nathan Ackerman, Senior Program Manager, Security Services at Riley Risk. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the DMV. The only difference being you're in it and I'm not, but it's nice to be where you are. And for that, I think we should open with a nice sort of high-level question, just to paint a picture. We've painted a picture about the cyber service of the future. But before we do that, for this, Brandon, let's start with you. What special considerations does the physical security service of today have to take into consideration in the DMV?
Oh, that's a big question. We could have a whole forum just for that. The one big in my mind, the special consideration for the physical side of the house and security, especially when you're talking executive protection and mobile security, things of that nature, would be the legal side of the house and the licensing requirement. Because as I've mentioned before, my office here in Woodbridge, I can be in Maryland and DC and back in my office within 30 minutes, transitioning between those jurisdictions. So that's an area that we focus on a lot, making sure that we're in compliance, regardless of what our clients may need or want, for that matter. They don't always understand our limitations and our requirements. So that's something that we have to take into consideration every day.
I like it. Well, Daniel, I think we went over this in the pre-call as well. What's particularly been in demand these past 12 months? It's not a COVID panel, don't worry, but it's what type of physical security service, Daniel, has been in demand these last 12 months?
12 months, we've been doing a lot of executive transportation to and from businesses and events, and a lot of static security, pretty much. With that said, the personal protection specialist, protection, in the state of Washington, D.C. is not recognized. So the way that you have to react and do things in the D.C. area, like Brandon said, we have to strategize and we have to be real careful how we do things, and we do our due diligence when we go into DC, because there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of, especially nowadays with all the COVID-19, with everything that's going on downtown in DC, there's a lot of eyes being noticed into every motorcade that goes into DC is going to be able to get searched. They're going to ask questions. What are you doing there? What are you not doing? So we've been requesting to do a lot of static for the meantime, but everything's starting to pick up right nowadays.
Well, I'm glad it's remained fruitful. Obviously, it has been a big period of transformation. Well, Nathan, obviously those outside the DMV may not have had all the election things to contend with and things like that. But I was wondering, can you paint a picture of how physical security as a service has changed from a business perspective, maybe? Are you starting to offer different things that perhaps weren't needed before? I think you're on mute, Nathan.
Okay, so apologies. Yeah, no, certainly yes. The short answer is yes. And how I would describe that is, if we were sitting at the table, a couple of years ago, our space at that table has certainly grown a little bit larger. Not only in terms of COVID situation, that's kind of a bucket of time that's been dropped on a lot of security organizations that was not anticipated. But the travel arrangements too, travel risk management and all that, that's something that has certainly been increasingly been more of a priority or focus for our clients within the DMV area. And then, kind of to add on to that, with that increased responsibility, being able to parlay that to the clients, what are we doing to address their risks? It's moved from more of just managing security to managing risk, and how we can, demonstrate that and translate that to the key stakeholders. That certainly has changed.
I like that. So let's run with that risk manager question. Carl, obviously when we last were in the DMV virtually, it was just before the election. So all eyes were on that. And some people were a little disappointed at the public sector for various reasons. But how has the private security sector then changed? And was that a catalyst, or was it the COVID, or was it digital transformation? What was behind the physical security service transformation?
I mean, there's, it's sort of like all paths converged at one time, and you had to, those on this panel and who are very familiar, especially with the DMV, there's the rest of the country, and then there's the DMV, and you have to be able to adjust to anything that's coming, and you have to then supersize it to the events that are going on in DC. The rules, like Brandon mentioned, and Daniel, are crucial. So what does that do? That changes the business perspective. So then you take what was already difficult, and everyone here got used to managing the risks with, adding COVID, and we manage that risk, and then the insurrection happens, right? So then now the Capitol and its perimeters morph out. And I know in previous panels, the gentleman from Fannie Mae said, "Hey, now the perimeter is right on my doorstep. It's right there. It's what was before fences out around Lafayette Park are now at the front door of Fannie Mae." So it changes everything. So if I was bringing a client to Fannie Mae, now my whole game plan changes. Things change. So from a business perspective, that's the one thing about the companies like ours and like the other gentleman here is, you have to be ready to morph like an amoeba in any direction, and then come up, and that means staying proactive the entire time, thinking ahead. Okay, what if? The what if is always on the table with the DMV.
I like it. And that what if, in previous panels, last year we were painting a picture of what if your really important principal is in a room with loads of other really important principals, and then an even bigger important principle comes in. So the what if in the DMV, I like that flavor. Brandon, on the business side, obviously, it's not. Honestly, it's not often done that we take a cyber security service, bunch of topics, and we include a physical security bunch of topics. But I'd like to think it's becoming more commonplace, mainly because, as I think Daniel mentioned, or Nathan mentioned, we're becoming risk managers. Is that the key transformation, or are you, as a physical security service, bundling, just as all the IT people are bundling? Are you bundling extra services?
Well, I will completely agree and say 100% that we are risk managers. We're not cybersecurity experts. We're not executive protection specialists. We're not close protection operatives. We're not, name whatever you want to name. We are risk managers, and our client's risk is our risk. So we have to be adaptable to that. I am not a cybersecurity expert. However, I know where to find them, and we have them on our roster, and we have developed strategic partnerships with other organizations to be able to provide these niche level services, where we in and of ourselves are a niche and a boutique risk management firm. But there's that lovely word that everybody likes to throw out now, convergence, and that is a real thing. Our risk managers don't necessarily have to be subject matter experts, but we have to be abreast and aware of the threats and the vulnerabilities that our clients may face in their unique circumstances. So we are risk managers overall.
I like it. And you said, you know who to call. And so I'm actually curious over these last 12 months, who have you been calling that you haven't been calling before? I mean, I'm curious to see, is it more TSCM? Is it more threat intel? What do you think the physical security service has been, bundling more of?
For us specifically, it's been more on the threat intelligence side of the house. So we've been providing that more as intelligence as a service, and really we attribute that a lot to COVID. With everything being closed down, people want to prevent risk. They're not going out as much. They want to know before they know. And we have been pushing that pretty heavily with our client base as well. So that's been what we've done. TSCM as well. We've done country reports and risk analysis, but it's really been on the threat mitigation, and protective intelligence side of the house for us specifically.
I like it. Well, Daniel, for you, what sort of technology has become increasingly appealing over COVID? Because I know we sometimes have Joe Ortega on, and he talks about protective mobility technology, but maybe that will make a comeback. I don't know. Is there a sense, Daniel, of things that you've been using more of these last 12 months? Daniel, can you hear me? Well, I tell you what, whilst Daniel, we wait for Daniel. Nathan, maybe same question to you. Is there some sort of technology that you've been, forced to use more of these last 12 months?
Well, I think everyone's been forced to use technology in the last year, right? Remote work. Everyone's had to set up a home office, been moved. I've had clients in two of the main locations in the DMV area, in Crystal City and downtown on M Street, that the offices are now empty. Folks are working from home. That's kind of an exposure for a lot of folks. Now, also, our clients' focus is a little bit more international. A lot of my focus is spent on countries and outside the United States as well. And that's something our firm, we've developed a security as a service platform to manage that, because it's very spread, it's wide open. And the purpose of that was to simplify a lot of that, because you might have all the answers, you may not have all the answers. You might know who you need to call, but it's really that country director working in Nairobi that needs that access to that information, knows how to use it and how to handle that obligation, that duty of care obligation for the client. That's something that has certainly expanded as a service, and will continue to do so. The more the industry moves towards that direction, the more the clients will expect it and demand it and expect it on a continual basis.
And Nathan, I'd be interested because, of course, we do a lot on the EP topic. Have you had to reassess a lot of your local, suppliers because they may not be there anymore, or they may have changed?
Right, absolutely. Yep. And then the other question is to the benchmark, right? How well can they move about the locations? If the team gets sick, what do you have on a roster to replace that team? The testing question, are they testing before they report for duty? I've got a project in Ukraine right now, which is very difficult to manage with the new increases there. That's going to be a constant struggle, just like in many other locations. So that's going to be a challenge, certainly for the next bit of time while we deal with this.
I like it. And let's go to Carl. You mentioned this morning's panel, and of course we had Robert Facito from Fannie Mae. He's come back and forward throughout the day, and we talked about wellness and resilience as well. How has the resilience of the physical security service sort of had to adapt? Obviously, there's a big perception everyone is strong and is capable of whatever, but resilience is a real thing. So I want has it changed?
Well, I mean, in the DMV, like everywhere, but particularly here too. Again, it speaks to the depth of the and the relationships that you have with partners. So with COVID, you set up a threshold based on the client at the time when COVID hit. our long-term client, we had to set up thresholds, we had to set up testing, and then we had to have redundancies. We had to make sure that if one guy was down, another guy was up. We were keeping them separated, separating shifts. So in order to be resilient, you have to be redundant in some of your capabilities. You have to be able to look ahead and then say, yeah, this is, I've got to be able to lean on someone else in the event that my team gets sick and goes down. Which we did a lot of too, was reaching out to partners in other states. So rather than, you can't travel people. So you're reaching out to partners in other states or overseas and saying, listen, you're going to accept this team, our client, and one person rather than a team of people, or we're going to have to rely on them to do our advanced work for us, give us that look. And the intel, again, is hard because people aren't out. The intel is out. So you're doing, you're not doing a lot of physical looking, but more through a lot of your online capabilities. So I think that that is huge. To having those resiliencies built up and the ability to shift left or right makes a big difference.
I like that, and that question of resiliency as adaptability, I think, is something that reverberates around most of today's sessions. There's parallels because business is business, and resilience of that business is everybody's business. To warrant a better phrase, Daniel, can you hear me? Brilliant. How has that all changed for you then? That'd be a good question.
Yeah, so we've been pretty much hands-on in DC with absolutely everything, and just touching base back on and piggyback. We have to plan for what is the worst and what if, because it will happen. Our main source that we have been able to use and we rely 24/7 is on our SIOC team, which is what they'll prepare for everything. Like Carl said, might not be able to be put on ground at the moment in time, but we can always do our open source intelligence and get everything, gather all our details as much as we can before we transport or do absolutely everything that we need to do. The key to all this, whether it be overseas or whether it be in DC or any part in the United States, and it's like you need to have your resources and you need to work with teams. You need to have all the corporations who you want to get involved with, and you need to have all that right trusted team, because we can be in DC and then all of a sudden I can't fly to Tennessee, but I can pick up a phone call and call our guys down, our cross partners, and they can handle everything. So it's working together in this in the whole security team. We just have to work together and have everything ready. A major thing that we've been doing a lot is intelligence, threat analysis, advances reports as much as we can. Travel has been a little bit of on the whole, but it's starting to pick up. Everything is starting to move on nowadays in DC, in Maryland, and Virginia, all over. And so it's been good to have our team working 24/7, which we have a good inter-analyst guy working for us. So it's been a good back support for us, and especially the guys in the field.
I like it. Well, let's run with the topic of the SOC that you mentioned, Brandon. When we ask, and we're going to ask our next panel, so some of them are already here. We're going to be asking about the modernized corporate security of the future. But is the SOC then the place that this modernized physical security service can really come into its own? Given that actually a SOC might end up being the same SOC for a physical service as a cyber service. A SOC is a SOC, or is it not? I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Well, I mean, I definitely think that a SOC is an integral part of an organization, especially a large organization's risk management posture. It's not necessarily do all be all. It does have its limitations because we have to remember that whatever you call it, a SOC, a TOC, an EOC, whatever, its purpose is to receive and disseminate and analyze information. And without that, you have to have the right people in place, whether it's an intelligence analyst, whether it's a cybersecurity analyst, a physical guy. It can be what brings everything together. But at the same time, not all organizations have the ability or the finances to be able to have a SOC. That being said, what we can also do is embed subject matter experts into their cybersecurity team or physical security team or their intelligence cell, because a lot of companies don't have an organic intelligence apparatus. So that is part of intelligence or security as a service or managed security, however you want to call it. But a SOC is definitely the nucleus, or it can be the nucleus of a robust risk management solution.
I like that. And then Nathan, maybe because your work is overseas, it's not so much on the continental United States. What does that do to the physical security service? Because I don't know, that we have a lot of discussion about what the cyber security service will look like. We've got lots and lots of sparkly boxes. People try and sell them all day long, but I wonder what that transformation has in store for the physical security service.
Right. Well, no, Brand brought up a good point. You're considering a SOC, whatever you call it, right, as a nucleus. That's true. You can call it a hub. It doesn't matter how fancy the screens are, the technology that's there. It's the people sitting in there that have the experience, that when that phone rings or when a situation happens, they know how to get that information, how to disseminate, and how to make an action, in a very quick manner when seconds count. Not necessarily, I can get a report to you probably by tomorrow, but I need bluff up front right now. I need a decision point right now. I think it's going to be something that's going to be critical for the future for certainly a lot of organizations. We will probably see a lot of organizations will start working together to blend a lot of those resources together. That's where relationships come into play, and we talked about that on the pre-conference call. But it's certainly going to be an integral part of the physical side. And it's going to integrate with the cyber side. It certainly will. It's already moving towards that direction.
And relationships, that's something people can all get behind. And especially we know from, at least you telling me, that in the DMV relationships are everything, because you need to get everything done. Carl, what sort of more unusual relationships, maybe even technology partner relationships have taken place throughout these last 12 months for you?
Well, again, you're always having to adapt to the needs of the client. OPSEC has always been huge, even from the Secret Service days. OPSEC is important. All of our, it's very important. One of the things, and I think in what I touched on in our pre-discussions was how the cyber and into everything's kind of blending with physical security quite a bit. So even on the privacy side, it's important for the clients. They're worried about their physical security and the privacy together. And a lot of times for us, the privacy is starting to creep in and pushing the physical security side. So when we're managing someone being hacked, now it's just not a financial loss, it's a potential physical threat. So we've been working quite a bit, especially over the last 12 months, with where those two blend together and meet, and now it's just not, hey, we'll push it to our privacy side of our house or our physical side, but I've literally sat in on the top level and brought in the pieces together to manage the entire thing, because we really don't know where it's going to go. Whether that physical security breach bleeds into a privacy piece or vice versa. So we're not handling just specifics anymore. It's kind of like everything's out on the table, and now we want to hear the entire problem And then we want to kind of look at the vulnerabilities and say, yeah, it's a little bit bigger than just you lost your email or you lost, and this is important for our corporate clients, especially the ones visiting DC and or who are based wherever. But that's a really big deal now for us.
I like it. And that reflects back to what Brandon, Nathan, and Daniel have sort of been alluding to. And in fact, let's go to Brandon because Mike made a comment. He says Brandon was correct. Cybersecurity professionals must be engaged in physical security because network hardware, network cabling, and data centers have physical presence. So there's a natural coalescence. Where should we look to now when thinking about the physical MSS of the future? Is it a different procedure, a different structure, a different look, or in these panels that we will undoubtedly have at many conferences, will we simply be saying, what technology have you bought today? I feel it has to be more nuanced than that. You know what I mean, Brandon?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as things start to converge together, not start to, they are. This has been going on for a while. But things are changing, but in some respects, things are almost, for us at least, kind of changing back or we're starting to see those signals of things changing back to how they were. We've had to adapt, just like Carl was saying, adapt and be resilient and overcome and change as our clients' needs and our own limitations do. But now we're starting to see people are starting to make plans for travel. We're having more diplomatic travel and events pop up. We're seeing people that now even Washington D.C. the DMV area is number 4 or 5, I think, for the travel destination in the United States. So that will be in our very near future. We're going to transition to almost pre-COVID with something new that it looks like. It's not going to be exactly like pre-COVID, but we're going to have people traveling, people going to events, people moving around with these limitations, whatever they may be. So we're kind of bouncing back and forth of COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, and where we're at right now. But things are changing pretty rapidly here in the National Capital Region.
Love it. Well, again, we could continue this for a long time, but we are out of time. So please give Daniel, Nathan, Carl, and Brandon a big virtual round of applause. It's a pleasure to have you, and I look forward to seeing you in the audience.
Thank you, Philip. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Phil.
See you soon.
Thank you for having us.
Nice to be in the DMV. Let me just move everyone. Perfect. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for that. And I hope that you can see the narrative and the flow of what we're trying to do today with this event, where we are looking at different types of security service. Admittedly, not everything is called an MSS, but it's not even the case in the cyber world. So we're just using that as shorthand. Now, we're looking conversely at what the physical and corporate security specialist of tomorrow is going to have to consider. And for that purpose, I'm going to invite up our final panelists, and then I will give them a fantastic introduction, because we've had a look at many different facets of the security service, and I'm sure you'll agree a lot of it has come around resilience as a bit of a topic, but we will promote our panelists, and then we will find out a little bit more about how it's impacting the world of corporate security. Of course, I have a very soft spot for corporate security, because that's where I spend most of my time. I'm just going to bring our last panelist up, and then I will do introductions. So fantastic. This is the final panel of the MSS DMV, and it's a pleasure to welcome Jason White, Managing Director, Corporate Safety and Security, Hershey Entertainment and Resorts. We're welcoming Christopher Derringer as himself. We're welcoming Dayanara Moga, Executive Director of Cerberus Consulting Group. And we're inviting and welcoming Justin Fogel, Corporate Security Manager at Bechtel. It's a pleasure to have you all here. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Doing very well, thank you.
Very good. Very good. Well, it's been a long day, and I've noticed that a lot of you have been in and out, dipping and seeing different facets, which is really good news because it'll help inform our debate now. But let's do a bit of a picture painting, because let's not assume that it's been the same for everybody. And again, this is not a COVID panel, but how has the last 12 months changed what you've been responding to? We've heard a lot of what the cyber folks have been responding to, but what about for us here? Deyanira, maybe if you start off, to give us a flavor of how the last 12 months have changed what you've had to respond to. I think you're on mute, Deyanira. No, you're still on mute, but
okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Phelim, and thank you, my colleagues, for this opportunity. You must be exhausted, Phelim, but we are in the last track. So yeah, due to COVID-19 outbreak, every industry has been affected equally or more than others. Obviously, this pandemic created huge losses for all industries and every security sector. But also the outbreak has added risk and vulnerability, as you've been talking, during these events. And we already weak growth of the world economy in general. Healthcare, supply chain, transportation were some of the hardest hit industries regarding to this pandemic. It was like like we say, you have to drive and change your flat tire at the same time. So how you do that, right? That was the question that we had to resolve during these times. However, most of us, the professionals in these industries, we learned how to be resilient, the real concept of resilient, how to be more human, and continue to be productive, as well as providing protection at the same time. Despite many in these industries losing their lives through this disease, it was not easy. However, it is clear that all of us not just learned from this crisis, but reinvented ourselves and improved our security operations by redesigning protocols and procedures. And most important, how to, as I said, build resilient teams and not just be resilient as a citizen, but how to build these resilient teams. One of the things that also bring us is to look the new threats, obviously, that we are facing now. So we have to take a look on what is left right now. It's the workforce, 6 billion people right now. From 6 billion, actually 1 billion are employed, 1 billion are self-employed, and 2 billion in the informal economy, plus 2 billion unemployed. So yesterday, actually, I was talking with a colleague, and we were looking at just in the United States, these 2 billion unemployed people, they're going to lose their benefits soon. So we have to look on those events that are coming near to us. In DC, we start seeing, obviously, coalitions, of labor unions, protests, human rights movements, environmentalists, feminists, and other social networks that began meeting in major cities, not just in DC, but around the world. So we have to help to prevent, obviously, the coming violent crimes that are increasing. Obviously, the computer hackers, that you're talking about in other panels, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely, yeah, it was a crisis, but it was a lesson, and now we have to move forward fast.
And hopefully, if anyone can move forward, it's the private sector. Many people, especially in the DMV, remarks about how they wish that the public sector had as much, as the private sector. Anyway, that's a sensitive topic. Jason, let's move to you. Can you paint a picture of your last 12 months and perhaps the changing nature of what leadership has asked from security?
Sure. Thanks for having me today, and it's nice to be here. So
in the realm of which I operate with some fixed seated venues, public assembly venues, and amusement park, we are very much dependent upon the public and coming to our properties. That shut down 12 months ago, so the public safety side of what I do was drastically diminished, and I was asked to take on more of a public health role. So I became a subject matter expert in infectious diseases very quickly, and also business continuity, because we started having to operate under a new set of rules, a new set of marching orders, so to speak, around if we were able to keep our business units open, our hotels or our amusement park. There were a whole new set of rules that we had to operate under to keep folks safe from a COVID standpoint, but also from the sense of restoring consumer confidence. The folks that were willing to venture out, were willing to come out to spend nights at our hotels, or were coming to any of our destinations, had to be reassured that they were safe when they were coming here. So I was less tasked with putting up cameras and hardening the facility, and more in restoring consumer confidence and making sure we had very overt practices for taking body temperatures and COVID screening folks coming in, whether they be our guests or our employees. And then also having to do the screening. And we have thousands upon thousands of employees, ranging all different demographics, from high school kids up through retirees, with all kinds of exposure levels. So I have been dealing with hundreds upon hundreds of exposure cases that we're working through, that my team is now being charged with identifying and responding appropriately to COVID cases, rather than just intruders or perpetrators of crimes. So that's been a definite swing into some uncharted territory for us.
I like it. I like it. Well, very much uncharted territory, and it's all your job. And I wonder how much it will cease to be your job, or whether they'll get a big appetite for it continuing to be your job.
I think other duties as assigned has now been defined as we move through this. So I do believe that the fact that we've been able to expand our portfolio, so to speak, to include something like this is viewed very favorably within our organization.
Very good. I like it, and it'll help to add to security's not cost center approach, but adding value, which is always good. Christopher, let's go to you next. What do you think tomorrow's CISO is going to expect or ask of their security director? Because the way I want to sort of organize these questions for this panel, I want to talk first about the person, and then about the technology and all of that. So what do you think they're going to want from tomorrow's CISO?
Well, I think what's going to be desirable and what's looked for now is someone that's plugged into what the business is doing, and really adaptable and changing as the business needs change. So looking at what's happened over the last year, as Jason's example, being flexible enough to say, okay, well, let me dive deep into learning as much as I can about infectious disease, and not just stick to what I know and say, well, that's got to be somebody else. So it's that sort of flexibility. And then, many organizations, there's also been a lot of changes that have come over the last year, with a deeper look into diversity, equity, inclusion. Security plays a big role in that. It's, what are we doing to, change some of the practices from the past that may have not been as favorable towards having a diverse workforce. So it's those sorts of things, that flexibility and being able to pivot. And I think also, business acumen is, if you look at job postings over the last year, you've seen business acumen as a desired skill or qualification a lot more than you did in the past. So I think that's going to be important going forward as well.
Acumen skills. Justin, it's nice to bring you in. I remember you've been looking at different aspects of the event throughout today, and you will have seen that, in fact, business acumen was one of the top things that all the cyber people needed. Apparently, we won't say they do need it, but that's what we kind of spoke about. What do you think, Justin? What will this lead to?
I absolutely agree. Business, an understanding of business is very important.
A CSO needs to be a strategic, risk-based decision maker, but to do that, you have to understand the business to apply risk or threat to your particular your business. You need to be able to pull together resources, whether it be through internal partners such as a crisis management team or other interdisciplinary teams, and external partners like your third-party specialists, vendors, whatever you want to call them. You have to build those relationships and foster them. But of course, you can't do that without understanding your business.
I like it. Well, those third-party relationships are sort of the flavor of this event too. So, Dana, how will tomorrow's security director do the due diligence on those third-party relationships? Because wouldn't the key skill for tomorrow's CISO be the ability to juggle all the third parties? I think you're on mute. You're still on mute, I think.
Here. So, I mean, a seasoned corporate security officer is required to have experience as well in multiple disciplines. This expertise includes to prove ability to think strategically, but also the ability to plan innovative mitigation strategies for potential risk to the company that he's working for. The most important management skills that are looking is the ability to develop effective teams, work obviously collaborative, but also to be inclusive and diverse, work together with different groups, different stakeholders, and obviously he needs to understand and utilize new technologies such as analytics, as well as how to integrate operational and physical security, but also IT security as well, you know, in an excellent understanding of emergency preparedness to ensure the organization is ready to deal with all these hazards. So definitely it's a lot look into a new role, a new obviously profile that he has to I don't know, implement, right, all these skills.
I think that's key, and those skills are as relevant to the conversation no matter where we are in our conference. But Jason, I wonder how this collaborating with third parties can be realized, given that obviously there's loads of regulations, we've mentioned enough of them. How can we better onboard and do due diligence? Because, you know, suppliers are constantly knocking on people's doors, and that must factor into it. How much of a headache will this be, even if I wanted it, you know? How can that CISO of tomorrow operate?
Sure. You know, and I wish I had the magic wand that I could give everyone the solution, easy solution to that. But really, I think what I have found most success with is trying to identify third parties or vendors that share the same values as we do here within my organization. It'd be very easy for me from a physical security standpoint to retain a vendor that can come in and build higher walls or harden this property. But ultimately, I'm a customer-focused business. I need to make it safe while also making it engaging and inviting to folks that want to come in. So we need to find someone who shares that vision and shares the ability to provide a high level of customer satisfaction and sense of arrival for the folks coming into our properties, while at the same time affording us the degree of comfort that we're keeping them as safe as possible. And we have the ability to detect threats as they become apparent or before they arise. So it's really finding that vendor that shares the value and has a excellent understanding of the destination of where you're trying to get to, and then is willing to partner with you on that journey.
I like it. I think that's a great sentiment. So as I explained before, I love switching these questions from the CISO of the future to the modernization question. Christopher, let's think about modernization of corporate security. What does it mean, right? Does modernization of corporate security have to mean tech, or could it mean approach rather than the modernization of tools?
Well, so I think tech has a place in modernization, but really, when we talk about modernization, to a lot of the CSOs and security directors I talk to, it's a modernization of approach, which goes beyond tools. As we've been talking about, it's really looking at how the security department can be a partner for the organization and facilitate growth rather than just being a cost center and kind of a drain on the bottom line. And so it's really that more so than just buying the latest tool. I mean, the tools are great and it's part of the approach, but they don't stand on their own.
I like it. Well, then, if they don't stand on their own, Justin, is the core of modernization actually knowledge management? Or is it something more mundane like removing paperwork to free up operational staff?
Well, it can be knowledge management. Of course, we know that that's very important, especially in a ever-changing industry where things happen, and then you have to reach back into your pocket and realize, okay, this is how we reacted last time. But I like to take more of a risk or threat-based approach versus just a knowledge management, just a technology, just a paperwork type approach with this. I think it's more evaluating your organization. What's your risk and threat landscape? What's your organizational culture? What are your budgetary constraints? And then you make your decisions based on that. And that goes back to my other point, how understanding your business is really key to an effective corporate security program, really. But your business will change, your threat landscape will change, so your security posture and your mitigation plans have to change also.
I like it. And if we remember to the last panel, Carl and Brandon, I think at least we're talking about that modernization of the physical security service, which is kind of funny because in a way I could have inserted those panelists to this panel, because the way in which some functions are internal and some are external, it is ever changing and maybe cyclical. And you might not want to insource man guarding, but you might want to. Who knows? So let's go back to you, Dainira. How can tomorrow's CISO modernize the relationship with third parties, but in terms of specialists? Right, not just better relations, but specialists like cyber, like TSCM, like dark web threat intelligence, or maybe we could even rephrase it and to say, is there an appetite to have more relations with third parties like that?
Well, obviously, organizations have to work, in to have long-term and establish and maintain a culture of collaboration, considering the needs and expectations of stakeholders. I think there's a lot of opportunity for a successful and sustainable organization by modernizing their relationships with third parties using digital platforms to share information, events, intelligence, scenarios, collective intelligence, what we're looking obviously into the near future. Collaboration is an ongoing process and the result of an organization fulfilling its obligations and compliances by promoting a culture of best practices for operating and management processes while maintaining independence in between, right? So I think this collaboration, this type of work team, put it that way, demonstrates the commitment to comply with relevant laws, regulatory requirements, industry codes, and organizational standards, as well as standards of good governance, generally accepted best practices, ethics, and community expectations. I think definitely it's a good opportunity that third parties and these security disciplines come together and work together and to rebuild new standards. Because sometimes we found that some standards were made or wrote by people that they never work in the field, you know. So definitely, I think it's very important right now to collaborate, to work together, and obviously using these platforms, new technology platforms.
Yeah, platforms. Maybe like Zoom, which we weren't using until the pandemic. Oh yeah, that's true. Some people were. Some people were. But with all new platforms come some other things. Kristen, I wonder what does that really mean for the third party security service of the future? Does it mean that you're going to want a one-stop shop to deal with because it's more resilient than multiple, providers, or will there still be this need for, right, I'm going to get my EP specialist, I'm going to get travel risk management, I'm going to get cyber, deep web. What will it look like, Christopher?
So, I think from a risk management perspective, what I'm seeing a lot, and what I think makes sense, is having a wide variety of relationships established with specialist organizations, as well as some of those one-stop shops. There are different strengths and weaknesses of both, and there's a place to use both. And then there's also, you see consolidation in the industry, mergers and acquisitions, and what may start out as a specialist consultant that you work with becomes part of a bigger company, and those relationships still endure. So I think there is a place for both. I think what's really important is for a CSO, a security director, to maintain those relationships so that when something happens and you need to bring in a specialist, you're not starting your Google search then and trying to figure things out, picking up you have no starting point. It's really having that another tool in your tool chest that you can go to, and this kind of issue comes up, I know I reach out to Jason. It's that sort of thing that I think is really important for security directors to build those relationships, establish them, so that you can be as responsive as you need to be to the business.
All right. Well, then let's go to Jason. Then let's say that there are economies of scale at work here, aren't there? No matter, I know that in some states there are special requirements for having your own labor do X, Y, and Z, but surely there's economies of scale at work in working with tomorrow's service provider. You don't you send someone to a foreign country, you don't need an Intel analyst 24/7, but you want a piece of one for a certain amount of time, or something like that. Am I right, Jason?
I think you're definitely right. I think you have to have the ability to scale it. I couldn't agree more with what Chris was saying about relationships and the importance of having these relationships in advance. I think that goes back to emergency management 101, that you want to have the relationships before you need them so that you're not making the introduction right at the time of the crisis. But I think the topic of this conversation has been modernization. And really through my lens, the modernization of the future of corporate security really kind of has 5 spokes, or 5 strategic imperatives, are the way I look at it as I go through my decision-making processes and as I evaluate. And technology is only one of those spokes. That's the easy one when we think modernization, is staying abreast of or aware of all the modern technology that's out there or coming our way to best mitigate the risks or threats that are going to be presented to us on the horizon. But one of the others is supply chain efficiency. And I think that's where we start talking about these third parties and having the relationships and having an efficient process in place to be able to retain their services or call upon or capitalize upon their services in our time of need. So, to Chris's point about relationships, I need to know the best people to go to in X, Y, or Z situation to be able to get our operation back on track and back to operating normally. And I may very well have to have 1, 2, or 3 of similar type vendors because they each have their own strengths. But I need to identify those in advance. At the time of the crisis is not the time to be trying to vet them and figure out, okay, who do I need to call with this problem or this scenario? And just not that they pertain directly to my line of dialogue right now, but demand creation, portfolio expansion, those are also incredibly important as we look at modernization. The demand creation is really remaining viable, remaining relevant within your organization so that they do value the importance and you're not just the cost center, that they know they can come to you as a contributing member of an executive team or as a management team to add value to guiding the direction of the company. Portfolio expansion, that kind of goes to what I spoke about earlier with going from a public safety environment to a public health environment. We expanded our portfolio. We expanded our ability of what our offerings are. And whether it's a COVID environment or whatever the next risk is on the horizon, being prepared and being adept at adapting to that situation and being able to respond to it appropriately. And then the fifth spoke of that wheel is building organizational efficiency. A lot of my team that reports up through me when COVID hit would have been very, very happy to stand by saying, I'll sit at this access control point, I'll sit at the lobby and continue doing what I've always done in checking people in or screening people coming in. And once we started challenging ourselves to build that organizational capability to say, we're going to go beyond this. We're now going to be the COVID folks. I think that's where the organization started looking at security in a different light. And I think it has paid huge dividends for us. So I think that's probably a very long answer to a simple question, but hopefully provide some insight to the way we perceive things here within our organization.
Love it, and love those 5 spokes. I'm definitely going to remember that. Carl from the previous panel, he says, Jason, great point, and it's important for security providers not to be offended, quote unquote, by only being brought in for 1 or 2 specific tasks. Walt also says, great point. I think that's a better relationship, because you might only want them for one little thing, but you shouldn't get offended. No, I don't. Yeah. Justin, what's next then for the CISO of the future? How is the CISO of the future? Because bear in mind, this panel's been structured into the person and then the modernization. Well, how is the person, whoever they are, going to get us to the end result? Is it through more skills? Is it through a new company structure? I'm throwing some things out there, but what do you think?
You kind of stole what I was thinking there. Skills development, and that underpins everything. So I think the CSO of the future has to continue to take a multidisciplinary approach to all problem solving. They have to be able to build relationships, and they have to understand the business and a risk landscape. But like I said, underpinned by skills development. Everything changes, third parties change, technology changes. So CSO has to be at the forefront of all of those things. And following suit, top-down approach, all of their reports, your SOC, as Brandon and Nathan were talking about in the last presentation, they have to develop as such. Just modernization is really understanding what the problems are and continually finding new ways to fix those problems.
Love it. And Christopher, I know we've talked about this convergence topic before. Maybe convergence isn't even the right word anymore, but what is this converged security function going to look like? And does convergence equal modern?
Well, I think it depends on the organization. Obviously, there's really only a small percentage of organizations that are truly converged. I was at an organization that went through that process where physical security was part of facilities, information security was part of IT, and then we came together as a single security department under a CSO. And that was really in response to threats that the organization was facing. And it made sense because we were working together and needed to make sure that things didn't slip through the cracks there. It's not really applicable to all types of organizations. I think some deliberately separate them and will continue to do so. But I think opening yourself up to that type of organizational change is really part of the modernization discussion. It's, does that sort of change make sense for this organization, or is it something that we look at, 5-10 years down the line when other things across the organization change? And so it's kind of a longer term discussion. I think that's something that I'm a believer in when it makes sense, but it's also if you force these two teams together and it doesn't make sense for the organization, you can do more harm than good.
I like it. Well, on that bombshell, I think I think we've had a lovely corporate security modernization panel, and I love how it stitches with the different facets that we've been exploring today for our DMV/East Coast forum. Please give Jason, Justin, Christopher, and Deyanira a big virtual round of applause. Thank you for being such great panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I will see you in the audience. I'll see you very soon. Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. So thank you ever so much. Let's have a quick recap on what we may or may not have learned. I would hasten to add that we probably have learned quite a lot today. One, I think it makes sense to look at the physical security service alongside the IT security service, in that perhaps tomorrow we will have a blended risk management service. So that is one very key thing. Two, there are specific aspects of the DMV that are really noteworthy. Of course, the proximity to government, the proximity to the military industrial complex, the proximity to governmental organizations, and of course, the emergence of the CMMC and the probable expansion, not just for operating with the DoD, but for all areas of the public sector. That's very key. The licensing in the DMV, that's particularly interesting, the way in which you need to basically think in the 3 different states. And of course, the evolving nature of being so close to Washington, D.C. It means we're going to still attract a lot of businesses to the area. It means that MSPs will still have a lot of work to do, but whether or not those MSPs will be required to have a SASE framework to verify all of their fantastic security offerings and services is yet to be seen. We've had the architects of the future, what the technical post holder of tomorrow will look like. We've had resilience as a theme. And let me be honest, a couple of years ago, we wouldn't have had resilience as a theme for a conference such as this. It would have been, reserved for the physical security context. But it was nice to have Jamie Quarles from District of Columbia Homeland and Emergency Management Agency, and of course Lisa Oliveri and Risha Gupta on that particular panel, because I think that did set a bit of a flavor. And it was really good to welcome back Robert Fusito from Fannie Mae, as well as Mick Fulmer from ABMB, and of course Scott Algier from ITISAC, and Dr. Priyadarshan from Halliburton at the very beginning, because I think that set the tone. And from then we just went through the whole agenda. Obviously, massive thanks to KnowBe4. Eric Cron gave a fantastic presentation on insider threat. Hope you get better soon. HackDefinite, Mike Godecker, was giving us a great ISOC and cyber threat intel presentation, and also he joined our panel with Mike and Felipe. So that was great. And of course, thank you to the Circuit Magazine. Obviously, many people in these last few panels will be familiar with the Circuit Magazine. You probably know that I also have a Circuit Magazine hat on, so it's always good to welcome you. Of course, I would encourage everybody to download the Protector app, which Elijah Shaw has been working on. And of course, I'd also encourage you to download the BBA Connect app, which we have been working on. It's in truth, we're working on both of them, but if both are noteworthy. Please do keep posting about the event. There's been lots of nice conversations on Twitter and LinkedIn using this hashtag MSS DMV. It's useful if you use that hashtag, because we can find what you've written and then we can boost it, or we can highlight it, or we can thank you for your comments, and it just helps with the whole collegiate feel. It's great to be in the DMV. I really do hope to run a physical event in Virginia when we are permitted. I think Virginia is probably the right place for it, although Maryland maybe. I do hope to be able to be back on the move soon, although of course you're not allowed, if you've been to the UK, to enter the States at the moment. Plus, we're not really allowed to leave. But thank you for all the repeat attendees and speakers. Thank you for all the new faces. This is a very nice look at the DMV. It's very, very good and very, very topical. Coming up, 27th of May, we have our Corporate Security Modernization Forum Texas. That's going to be quite different. A lot of different flavors there. People have mentioned the energy issues. People have mentioned the weather issues, and nobody mentioned the the fraud in Social Security. But that has been particularly hitting Texas hard because of one system that they lack. And so that is going to be a very key topic for the 27th of May. We're very, very pleased to see you all there. Thank you to the very, very hardcore community still here. We've got Brian, we've got Carl, Christopher, David, Jessica, Jason, Mike, Sam, and Wolf. You're still here at the very, very end. I salute you. Thank you very much for all your help and support.